Timeline: Kakashi Gaiden. Third-person POV. A trembling blood-stained Obito hesitantly walked over to the spot where Rin lay, a hole straight through her chest. With each agonizing step he took, his heart pounded louder and louder in his chest. Finally reaching the spot next to her, he crouches down and slowly extends a shaking hand to touch her neck, but he made no contact. Instead his fingers passed straight through her. Shocked at what just happened, Obito lets out a sharp breath and pulls back, his eyes widened as the Sharingan burned brightly in both of them. Calming himself down, he takes in a deep breath while closing his eyes and slowly reaching his hand out to feel her pulse. It was a miracle. She was alive. Obito was happy, but his joy quickly turned to panic. He didn't know what to do. I can't wait for any other shinobi to arrive, and the nearest hospital is too far away. What do I do? Seeing Obito's panicked state, the swirly-faced Zetsu clone around his body took control and picked Rin up. Swirly. What are you doing? The Uchiha asked confused. Helping you. I can save her, but we need to leave quickly. I sense reinforcements approaching. The Zetsu clone responded before sprinting back in the direction they came. Obito didn't know what to say. He merely stayed quiet the whole way back to Madara's base and continuously paced around nervously as Swirly repaired Rin's wound, filling it up with Zetsu cells. On the other side of the room stood a shadowy figure, leaning against the wall. His long black hair flowed down to his middle back and over one half of his face. His only visible eye was narrowed as the familiar pattern of a three-tomo Sharingan glowed brightly in it. It was Madara. The Uchiha elder was not happy in the slightest about how this situation turned out, but he dared not speak a word. He stood there watching Obito pace around, keeping his lips sealed as nothing but an irritated grunt left his throat. Madara knew that if he spoke his mind right now it would only result in Obito storming off and possibly even returning to Konoha, causing him to lose his only hope of completing Project Tsuki no Mi. After a while Swirly delivered the news to Obito. Rin was gonna be fine. The metahuman was rewarded with 100 consecutive thank yous from Obito. As for his reward from Madara, it was a hateful glare that made his skin run cold. The metahuman then immediately melted into the ground to avoid the Uchiha elder's wrath. Despite being alive, Rin was in a comatose and there was no telling when she would wake up. This saddened Obito as he stood beside her bed with a frown on his face. Madara finally spoke up as he stood upright and approached the boy, his arms crossed over his chest. "What is your plan now, Obito?" he asked in his deep voice as he came to a stop right before Obito towering over the boy. I don't know," was all he answered as he lowered his head, his gaze trailing to the floor. "I don't wanna go back to Konoha. Not after they allowed this to happen." "What you said was true, Madara. I see it clearly now more than ever. This reality is a hell. This reality is indeed a hell, Obito, but you know how to change it. You know how to sever the nexuses of this world. So, will you do it? Or will you leave it as it is and risk something even worse than this happening?" Madara asked sternly. Since the plan didn't entirely work, he might as well pull a few strings and tip the scale in his favor once more. Madara started his manipulation game all from over, attempting to nudge Obito to joining him. The younger Uchiha was silent as he thought about what Madara said. His eyes trailed back to the girl he loved, laying in a comatose with a newly repaired hole in her chest. A pain shot through his heart. He didn't want anything like this to happen again. "No, I won't take a risk like this again. Never again. I will sever the nexuses of this world and create a perfect reality. For her. And for everyone else out there who desire a peaceful life." Obito's answer made Madara smirk. His plan had worked. "Very well then. From today on, you will be my new subordinate. I will train you well and shape you into a perfect shinobi. One worth holding the title of an Uchiha prodigy, unlike the failures who unfairly gained the title in the accursed era we live in today." He then went on, telling Obito more about Project Tsuki no Mi and transferred Kuro Zetsu to Shiroi Zetsu. Even though he did this, Madara had no intention of fully entrusting the plan to Obito. He didn't fully trust the boy. He thought Rin would get in the way as well, so he decided to keep a keen eye on Obito and stick around just to keep the situation in his favor. Time skip. Third-person POV. After Obito had pledged loyalty to Madara and agreed to help him achieve Project Tsuki no Mi, he focused all his energy on training, mastering his Mangekyo Sharingan and perfecting his jutsu and battle tactics. He needed to improve and advance far beyond his current strength in order to be on par with Minato if he wanted to successfully get the Kyuubi for Madara. It was a long and agonizing 6 months of hardcore training, going so far as to spar with Madara for at least 2 hours a day consecutively. His free time wasn't easy either. By orders from Madara, he was to pop into Konoha every single day and keep a close eye on his target, Uzumaki Kushina. It pained Obito to know that the very person he was going to attack was the woman he considered as a mother to him since his days at the academy. Pushing himself to his absolute limit, Obito was finally able to reap the fruits of his struggle. Since his training had began, his chakra capacity had doubled in size, his skill in ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu went from a 5 to a 10 and his battle IQ and sheer skill advanced greatly. The day Obito concluded that he was at least Anbu rank was the day Madara decided he was ready. All he had to do now was wait until the seal weakened while Kushina gave birth. Obito was really angry at Minato for allowing this to happen to both himself and Rin, but he hated him even more for becoming Hokage and leading Konoha to its doom by sucking up to Hashirama's teachings, as Madara put it. Still, it was an agonizing emotional struggle for him. He couldn't completely cut off his feelings towards his sensei or Kushina. They had made too big of an impact in his life. The guilt on his shoulders grew tenfold, knowing what was to come just a few days later. Since he popped into Konoha a lot to stay updated on the situation to plan his attack strategy, Obito had overheard a lot of conversations between Minato and Kushina. He heard them make all sorts of plans for the future and talking about the perfect life they envisioned for themselves and their child. The most recent one affected him the most emotionally. Minato and Kushina had invited a few family members and close friends for dinner before Kushina's due date. Raiden, Riko, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Fugaku, Makoto Itachi and baby Sasuke. If he has blonde hair you can name him. But if it's red, that means I name him, Tt Ibane. Kushina said with that same cheeky smile on her face that always made his day as a genin. Okay. If he has my hair I'll name him Naruto. Minato said in a cheery voice. How about you, Kushina-ne-chan? Riko asked, her violet eyes staring at her sister with her head tilted and entire facial expression gleaming with excitement. Yeah, what are you gonna name him? A 5-year-old Itachi asked, his onyx orbs clouded with curiosity as well. Kushina hummed, placing a finger on her chin, I haven't quite thought about that yet. But I want his name to be fire-related. Why? You want his name to be intimidating like your nickname, Red Hot Habanero? Kakashi asked playfully, earning a few laughs and giggles from everyone. Even a short chuckle from Obito, who was listening in from halfway inside his Kamui dimension. He strongly disliked Kakashi, but that doesn't mean his joke wasn't funny enough to laugh at. No, actually, I want to name him that because fire was Obito's affinity. Hearing those words made Obito's chest twist. And even now in the present, as he slipped his mask and black hooded cloak on, his heart ached as he remembered her words. Kushina truly cared about him, considering him a son. Minato thought about him the same way. They have both always been so warm and welcoming as well as protective and supportive of him no matter how badly he screwed up. They were always there, and even when he failed they never scolded him or made him feel bad, unlike Kakashi. That was all the more reason for him to reconsider his actions. After putting his mask on he stood in the doorway of the cave, debating whether he should do this or not. You better not be having second thoughts, brat. Madara's voice cut through the silent air like a knife, making Obito tense out of fear and come to his senses. Because if you are. Madara glared at him, his eyes beginning to glow red with the Sharingan. Obito flinched and stuttered fearfully while shaking his head furiously and holding his hands up defensively. No. Of course not. We need the tailed beasts to achieve Project Tsuki no Mi, the Eye of the Moon plan. I'll bring you the Kyuubi. No emotional attachments will get in the way of this mission. I promise, Madara. You better extract that biju or you're in for one hell of a tortoise punishment, Obito. A shiver ran down his spine. I chose to follow Madara. I chose to go down this path, the path of darkness. Now I have to embrace it. Just suck it up and do it. And so the 14-year-old Uchiha slipped the hood of the cloak over his head, grabbed his kusari chains and a pouch full of kunai and warped away to attack his former home village. 2. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Date. October 10th. Third-person POV. After taking out the Anbu Black Ops assigned to guard Kushina, Obito re-entered his Kamui dimension and watched from there as Kushina delivered her long-awaited baby boy. His hair was bright red, just like his mother, and even though he was a newborn, he was quite a handful, whining and wriggling in Bawako's arms, fighting persistently to escape her grasp. The feisty little baby only quieted down and stopped his little tantrum when Bawako handed him over to Minato. As if sensing Minato was his father, he calmed down immediately and slipped off into a peaceful slumber. Tears of joy streamed down Minato's cheeks as he took in the sight of his long-awaited son in his arms. But his joy was quickly replaced by concern when he heard Kushina wince and strain while biting her lip, holding back a scream. Kushina, what's wrong? The words he heard next made his eyes widen. She's still in labor. You're having twins, Yondaime-sama. Taji the assistant medical ninja informed him. Bawako took over delivering the second baby while Taji set the first baby in a bed they had prepared beforehand, and Minato went straight back to keeping Kyuubi's seal in check. Twins, huh? I wish I could congratulate you, Minato-sensei. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Obito thought to himself, nails digging into his palms as he clenched his fists tightly. After Kushina had delivered the second twin, Bawako and Taji immediately took him to the same bed as his brother while Minato prepared to rebuild the seal, only to hear a yelp of pain and two thuds. He turned his head only to see both Bawako and Taji, face first in the ground, blood pooling around them, and a masked Mad standing over their bodies with his son in his hand. Fourth Hokage Minato, step away from the Jinchuriki, or else this child will die in its first minutes of life. Obito spoke using Madara's voice. From here on, everything progresses like in the anime. Minato saves both his sons from the mysterious intruder. Obito releases the 9 tails from inside Kushina and uses it to attack the village. Kurama blasts a Bijudama at Minato and he transports it away from the village. But after this, things progress differently. When Minato actually fights Obito, the Uchiha actually uses both the Kusari chains and the kunai to fight Minato. When the Hokage tries to hit him with rasengan, Obito manages to use Kamui just in time to let the sphere of rotating chakra pass through him. Minato hadn't managed to mark Obito, and after focusing the majority of his chakra on fighting Minato, he ran out and couldn't control Kyuubi anymore. Having almost no chakra left, Obito was forced to retreat to his Kamui time-space and wait for his chakra to replenish. Meanwhile, Minato had managed to get the 9 tails away from Konoha, and Kushina restrained the beast with adamantine sealing chains. After much protest from Kushina, they both finally agreed to seal the tailed beast inside of both their sons. Hearing that he was about to be sealed away again, out of a pure fit of rage, Kurama broke the chains restraining him and swiped his hand at Minato and Kushina, attempting to kill them. However, he abruptly stopped, claws mere centimeters away from slicing through the Hokage and his wife. Lord Hokage, Lady Kushina, are you both alright? A familiar voice called out. It was Fugaku. Yes, we're fine. Thanks to you, Minato answered, his tone laced in gratefulness and relief. I won't be able to keep the Kyuubi under my control for much longer. Please send for someone to seal it away. Fugaku spoke with urgency in his voice, blood already beginning to flow from his eyes because of the great strain of keeping the powerful beast under his control. Before I take Kushina to the hospital, I have one request. Please seal half of the Kyuubi inside each of my sons. Fugaku and Hiruzen were about to question Minato's decision, but being Konoha's yellow flash, he was already gone. So they respected his wish and called for Riko Uzumaki, the best Fuinjutsu master in all the elemental nations, to seal the Kyuubi inside of the 2 infants. At that moment, Obito warped out of Kamui and hid in the shadows, looking for an opening to stop all this. But there was none. There were way too many shinobi around for him to just strike without a strategy, and he had no time to plan an attack because Riko was already weaving the hand seals. And so in the end, he did nothing. He just watched from the shadows as the formerly freed Biju got divided and sealed inside the 2 newborn boys while gritting his teeth, unable to stop the situation. It was all over. He had failed his task. The yin and yang halves of the Kyuubi were inside their new hosts and nothing could be done to reverse that. Reluctantly, Obito left the village, warping back to Madara's hideout empty-handed, readying himself to face the greatest punishment of his life for letting the Uchiha elder down. Having failed after giving Madara his word, Obito received a good scolding from the former clan head. I'm not perfect, I failed too. Besides, this was a difficult task. How do you expect me, a 14-year-old with a newly acquired Mangekyo, to fight a cage and control a Biju at the same time? Even after being trained by you, the timeframe between when we started and when we finished was too small for me to improve enough to beat a literal cage. No one can go from a black sheep to a prodigy in merely 6 months. Especially not me. I'm no prodigy. And I'm most definitely not you, Madara. So don't lug me in with you or expect me to do a job that you're supposed to yourself without screwing up at least once. Obito defended himself. Big mistake saying that last part. HN. You're right, Obito. You're not me. Madara spoke in a tone that made Obito raise a brow. The Uchiha ghost walked towards the room where he kept all his weapons and battle items and stopped in front of his battle attire. He took the cloak off the hook, slipping it on before picking up a mask similar to the one Obito was wearing and walking towards the entrance. Wait, what are you doing? Obito asks in a nervous voice despite already knowing the answer. You said it yourself. I shouldn't have let you do a job that I was supposed to do myself. Since you failed in bringing the Kyuubi back, I'm going to get the beast myself like I should have in the first place. And while I'm there, I'll give that former sensei of yours a visit he won't forget. Madara's voice was cold, so cold it made Obito shudder. The elder spared the adolescent no glance at all before shining to Konoha, leaving a nerve-wrecked Obito behind. Madara was a force of destruction, more dangerous than any of the Biju. There was no telling what he'd do in such a mood. Obito clenches his fists as a drop of sweat slips down the side of his face. Kami, please stop him from doing anything too bad. 3. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Date. October 10th. Madara POV. Obito screwed up the mission even after all the training I put him through. While I knew there was a bigger chance of him failing than succeeding, I could tell from that look in his eyes why exactly he failed. He still held an emotional connection to his comrades here in the Leaf. TCH. I guess I'll just have to get rid of those emotions of his then. I will shape him into the ideal subordinate no matter the cost. I mumble to myself as I sit in the shadows and wait for my opportunity to strike. Moments later I finally see my opportunity when Minato takes his sedated wife to bed and I shunshin into the baby room while he was occupied. In the crib lay 2 sleeping infants, one with blonde hair and one with scarlet hair. Due to the Kyuubi's sheer amount of hatred and negativity compared to the other Biju, his yin shadow half was bigger and stronger than the yang light half. I need the portion of Kyuubi with the greater chakra, so my gaze fixated on the red-haired boy. He possessed the yin half with the greater and darker chakra, so he would perfectly suffice. Having chose my target, I slowly lifted the blanket not to wake either of the two and carefully picked the baby up. Right on cue, my troublesome grandson flashed beside me with Tobirama's jutsu and attempted to impale me. I easily dodged the blade, grabbing his wrist with my free hand and teleported both of us to the top of the Hokage monument. He glared daggers at me, but behind his anger was the evident expression of concern for his son. I mean you no harm, 4th Hokage, I just want to ask you a question. Answer it correctly, and I'll return your dear little son. He growled in a low tone as his grip on the kunai's handle tightened, a calculative look brimming from his cerulean eyes. As any parent would, he was attempting to devise a strategy to get his son back. All in vain though. Make a move and you leave me no choice other than to kill him. Minato tenses up and I flared my Sharingan to show him my seriousness. Will you give him back if I answer you? Minato asked with concern in his voice, laced with hatred and distrust. It all depends on your answer, I say in a monotone voice. He hesitated. Fine. But before that, I have something to ask you, Minato said as his eyes still glowed with that same calculative look. I hummed in a questioning manner while cocking my head sideways. Your chakra signature and skill level as well as your mask and way of going about the situation are different than the man from before. Are you his partner? He's an observant one, I'll give him that. HN. That subordinate of mine couldn't get the job done, so now I have to come along and clean up the mess for him. The youths of this era are so useless that good assistance is rather challenging to find these days. Things always end up in a bigger mess than if you were to do it yourself. Blame him for your son's life being in danger. Now, will you answer my question? I'll do anything to save my son, he said sternly. Anything. Well, let's test that out, shall we? I thought to myself as an evil smirk overtook my face behind the mask. There is one thing I should warn you about beforehand, Minato. His gaze darkened and I paused for a long while, putting him on edge. If you can't answer me, I'll be forced to take drastic measures to get what I want. He grit his teeth, knuckles turning white as he clenched his fist. His nails dug into his palms, drawing blood, and I had to keep myself from laughing at the sight before me. How pathetic. As the Hokage you are to protect your village at all cost. However, as a father and a husband you are to protect your family. So let's say that both the village and your son were being threatened by someone far above cage level and you could only save one of them. Which one would you choose? Choose your son and I will give him back in exchange for your position as Hokage. However, choose the village and I will leave Konoha forever but extract the Kyuubi from your son and end his life. After hearing my question and conditions he growled in frustration and tugged at his hair. As a father he wanted to save his son, but as Hokage it was his duty to save the village. But in this situation he could only make one choice. I could tell that it was tearing him apart. The conflicted look in his eyes made me laugh. Hearing my laughter he launched a stream of curses at me, and after I grew tired of his ranting I removed my mask, revealing my identity. I received the same reaction from him as everyone else. He froze and turned paper white with fear, his lips sealed shut. You don't have to answer the question right now, Minato. I'll give you as many opportunities as you want. I am practically immortal, so I have all the time in the world. Every year on this exact day at the very same time I will be on this very spot waiting for you until midnight. Depending on your choice, the brat either lives or dies. But in the meantime he will live with me. You can't do this, Madara. There's no way I'm letting you. He snapped defensively. And I do not care for your opinion, Minato. I will take good care of him while you figure out what to answer me. Regardless of how much you struggle, if you don't answer, he is coming with me, and that is final. Also, don't even think about telling your comrades or attacking me during these yearly visits, because if you do I will destroy both this village and your little brat. I turned to leave and he called out to me. Madara. I stopped and turned around to face him. If Konoha is what you really want, then you could easily just kill me and take it by force. So why are you doing all of this? He asks me. Because I simply want to know how big of a sacrifice you are willing to make as a Hokage to protect Konoha. After all, the shinobi system teaches you to protect what you love at all costs. I'm just testing whether you will stick to that faulty system or crack under the pressure and go against it for your own personal cause, as I did all those years ago. I answer. So you're doing all of this to see what I'll choose and nothing more? Why? What will you gain out of these mind games? What do you want? Upon answering that I desired peace, he started ranting about how my actions would only start a state of conflict instead of bring peace to the world. Indeed it would, but this is what needed to be done in order to achieve true peace. Minato, I want you to listen very carefully to what I am about to say, and consider the truth behind it. Not caring for his answer, I spoke before he could respond, immediately quoting the same words I said to Obito when we first met. The "wake up to reality" speech. There's no such thing as true peace. Not in a world like this where shinobi exist and follow a broken system. That is why I will destroy the system this world follows and change it into a better one. One that ensures everyone who follows it that they will have peace, love, and happiness with no fear of it all being stripped away by another who follows the same system. After that, a moment of silence befell the area. Knowing that he now had nothing else to say, I once again turned around and began walking away. Until we meet again. Third person POV. Madara body flickers away with the sleeping baby and Minato remained in the same spot, as he thought over what just happened. Madara plans to recreate the shinobi system. The situation would be bad enough if it were just that, but just the fact that he's after the Biju makes it a whole lot worse. This is very bad. I have to warn the other Kage about this. Timeline: after Naruto and Kazan's birth. Date: October 10th. Obito POV. I paced around nervously while awaiting Madara's return. My palms were sweaty and my whole body was shaking slightly. My knees felt like jelly and my stomach twisted into a sickening knot. I was scared of what Madara might be doing to Sensei. Maybe I was wrong to join him. Maybe I should have just left and went back to Konoha. All of this felt like a big mistake. I tensed when I heard the sound of the body flicker jutsu by the entrance of the cave. Time seemed to slow down as Madara's footsteps grew louder and louder while he advanced toward me. His figure was hidden in the dimly lit room and all I could see were his glowing red eyes emitting a sharp gaze that felt as if he was staring straight through me. He was really angry. I swallowed the lump that had unknowingly formed in my throat and mustered up the courage to speak. So, what did you do? I asked, my voice shaky as nervousness washed over me like an ocean wave on the seashore. Do I really want to know the answer to that question? When he finally came out of the shadowy room and into the light, I realized what he had done. Instant panic struck me at the sight before me. You took the baby. Madara, are you out of your... I was cut off by his Sharingan burning a hole through my soul. His soulless orbs burned like a crimson inferno and his facial expression read, "Don't dare question my actions, useless brat." I could practically hear his voice echoing in the back of my head telling me those exact words and all from an extremely detailed facial expression. Madara wasn't a person to defy nor mess with, so I remained silent and shrunk under his gaze as my eyes trailed to the floor, too terrified to make contact with his. This is my way of keeping Minato at my mercy. If you want to pressure an individual, take what they hold most precious to them and threaten it. It's common knowledge. I have taken his son and threatened the village. Minato is in a position where he has no option but to cooperate with me to save either one. Not that I care which one he chooses. I just want to see him suffer. Madara's voice was seething with hatred and anger with a slight tinge of disgust. All of which were aimed at Minato-sensei. Why does he hate sensei so much? I tensed once again as Madara spoke. Though he is the Kyuubi no Jinchuriki, I have no intention of extracting the beast from this boy just yet. Instead I will use him to manipulate his father and keep him under my thumb. On top of all that, he could be a very useful tool otherwise. As a descendant of the Uzumaki bloodline he will have a massive chakra reserve and be exceptionally skilled in Fuinjutsu. As a descendant of the Uchiha he will have good control over the affinity of fire and he might even awaken a Sharingan. To top that all off he is a Jinchuriki. The perfect weapon. And you, Obito, were in charge of him. What? I exclaimed in utter disbelief. You heard me the first time. You're in charge of the brat. He forcefully handed me the baby and walked past without another word. He just waltzes into Konoha, takes the baby without involving me in the plan and now suddenly I'm the one who is in charge of the kid. Me, a 14-year-old with no experience looking after kids whatsoever is now a full-time caretaker to my sensei's kidnapped son. This felt wrong. I was completely uncomfortable with it. I didn't want this. I have no experience with kids whatsoever. I don't even know the first step to looking after one. How am I supposed to know if he's hungry or tired or bored or whatever? What am I supposed to do when he cries or gets sick or? Madara once again cuts me off but this time with actual words and not a glare. Inject him with Zetsu cells. That way he won't get hungry and his immune system will become a lot stronger so he won't get sick either. From there on figure it out for yourself. Think of it as your punishment for failing me. Madara exits the room and goes to Rakuto knows where leaving me alone with the newborn baby and a few Zetsu clones. I sigh through my nose before turning around and calling out to the last person I wanted to be with right now. Swirly, come with me, I need you for something. He skips over to me like a merry 5-year-old and follows me down the hall to where the bedrooms are located. I go inside the room next to mine and place the baby in the bed. What do you need me to do, Obito-san? Swirly asked in a high-pitched tone. I shushed him and he then repeated himself in a whisper that was still too high-pitched for my liking. Can you transfer some of your cells to him like you did with Rin? And then maybe watch him for a while. Where are you going? He asks in that same annoying whisper. I need to clear my head. I'll be back in an hour or two. I answer. Sure thing, I'll watch him for you. He speaks while giving me a thumbs up. I walk out of the room and close the door behind me. Through the closed door I hear him cooing at the baby saying stuff like, "You're just so adorable." With conflicted emotions I walk down the hall and back to where I was before. I then enter the room next to the one where Madara keeps all his weapons, battle attire and regular spare clothing. It was a medical room. There lay Rin on one of the beds completely motionless and still in a comatose. I take a seat on the chair next to her bed and think over all my decisions and what they have led up to. I began thinking about how unfair life is, how everyone just keeps suffering. How I just keep suffering. This world really is hell. Character info 1. Name, Kazan Uchiha Uzumaki. Nicknames, the Deathly Illusionist. Status, alive. Family, Minato Namikaze, father Kushina Uzumaki, mother Naruto Uzumaki, brother Raiden Uchiha, grandfather Nagato Uzumaki, uncle Riko Uzumaki, aunt. Distant relatives, Karen Uzumaki, cousin, Ryu Uzumaki, cousin, Kato Uchiha, granduncle, Obito Uchiha, cousin, adoptive brother Shisui Uchiha, cousin, Madara Uchiha, great-grandfather, Izuna Uchiha, great-granduncle. Birthday, October 10th. Birthplace, Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. And LT, appearance and GT. Hair color, red changes to black later on. Eye color, cobalt blue. Clan crest, Uchiha. Height, 3 feet 10, age 5, 4 feet 0, age 6, 4 feet 2, age 7, 4 feet 4, age 8, 4 feet 6, age 9, 4 feet 8, age 10. And LT, character info and GT. Rank, estimated, Genin, DC, age 4, Chunin, B+, age 5, Junin, AS, age 6, Anbu, SSSSS, age 7, Kage, also age 7, Akatsuki, T, age 7+. Clans, Uchiha Namikaze, father's side, Uzumaki, mother's side. Birthday, October 10th. Birthplace, Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. Village served, Amegakure no Sato, the village hidden in the rain. Chakra natures, Kaden, fire release, Sweden, water release, Doden, earth release, Fuden, wind release, Raiden, lightning release, and Yin, shadow release. Kekkei Genkai, Rantan, storm release, Mokuden, wood release, Sharingan, copy wheel eye, and Mangekyo Sharingan, kaleidoscope, copy wheel eye. Kekkei Mora, Ryutan, spirit release. Ryutan, spirit release, a special ability to communicate with, summon ghosts and control spirit chakra and life force and can be used to instantly kill or revive people via manipulation of the soul. Kazan hasn't mastered it, so he temporarily loses access to the ability for 3 days after reviving, killing someone, and sometimes loses consciousness for a few minutes to a few hours depending on the number of targets or their power level. Likes: training, Madara, Obito, Rin, the Biju, especially Kurama and Seiken, some members of the Akatsuki, Dango, putting spoiled kids in their place, scaring people, and straight up torturing others if they anger him. He's kind of sadistic. Dislikes: Black Zetsu, Kabuto, and a Megakure Junin named Takeshi, people who are arrogant, dramatic, or nosy, spoiled kids, when people badmouth his comrades or the Biju, being underestimated, and fangirls, he calls them parasites. Hobbies: reading, training, researching forbidden, ancient and forgotten jutsu, spending time with Obito, Madara or Kurama, recreating ancient jutsu, evolving normal jutsu. And LT, personality and GT. On the surface Kazan may appear as rude or impulsive. He is short-tempered, and when pushed beyond his limits he is nothing short of a sadist. He gets it from Madara. He can be prideful but not arrogant, and tends not to socialize because he thinks it's a waste of time and he finds people annoying. The boy is distant and prefers being on his own so he can focus better on things he finds more important, although there are a few people who he will make an exception for. When he first encounters people he is secretive and reserved, but he opens up the more he gets to know them. Kazan cares very little for the opinions of others and what they think of him, which makes him appear troublesome, narcissistic, or unkind. If he decides that he doesn't trust someone he is overall unapproachable. He speaks very little, but when he does it consists of 30% sarcasm, 20% facts, 45% insults or threats, and less than 5% respect. Compliments from him are rarer than finding a diamond on the ground. He is not disrespectful though, in fact he is a very well-behaved child, but will not hesitate to resort to drastic measures if you do something that angers him, e.g. insult his friends, disrespect him. When he is upset he has impulse control issues. People often misunderstand why he acts the way he does, and this causes them to avoid him, which he actually prefers. This in turn does not aid Obito's attempts to get him to socialize more or practice more impulse control. Kazan is extremely intelligent with an IQ measuring almost 300 at 10 years old. He possesses a long attention span, an almost photographic memory, and is very good at picking up details that some Junin would miss in record time. Despite having these skills he doesn't openly show them to anybody and instead hides them to appear normal, for the purpose of avoiding unwanted attention. Even as a toddler he is a very independent individual. He is closed off and one-sided, which is why he struggles to show emotion towards others or form bonds with them. The only way for him to form a bond with someone is to spend a lot of time with them or interact with them on a daily basis. When it comes to people he has formed bonds with he is extremely protective of them despite not showing it. Below his harsh and stubborn nature he is actually kind and gentle, even soft. But will deny it when confronted or questioned. And LT, random facts and GT. Even though he doesn't have to eat to live because of Zetsu cells, Kazan quite enjoys Dango. He has a sweet tooth and is obsessed with the sweet treat on a level worse than Itachi, who introduced him to the snack. He sometimes acts childishly to get Obito's attention and is very fond of the Uchiha. He will easily lie to other people but strongly dislikes deceiving Obito. When he asks Kazan something the boy is bound to tell the truth. But in the occasion he does lie, it bothers him, making him on edge, more short-tempered than he already is and easily irritated by the smallest of things. Despite that he is a good liar and very dangerous. He also has low empathy, even towards friends and comrades. Kazan age 2 weeks. Timeline: after Naruto and Kazan's birth. Date: October 25th. Third-person POV. After his encounter with Madara, Minato called for 5-Kage summit. All the other Kage agreed to meet Minato in Konoha and have the summit held there. The air was tense since it hasn't been long since the Third Ninja War and everyone was still skeptical of one another. Minato wasn't uneasy at all. Instead he was concerned and panicked, indicating to the others that this situation was serious. However, the moment he said the words, "Madara Uchiha is alive," nobody believed him and all distrust was aimed his way. But the more Minato explained the situation, about the Nine Tails attack and his son being kidnapped, the more they considered it. Onoki, the Tsuchikage, knew Madara and what he looked like, so he asked Minato to describe him in as much detail as possible, from his appearance to his attitude and what he wanted. Minato went off to describe Madara's appearance as well as his attitude and personality. How he spoke and what he said and did down to the very last detail. He also says that he wants to recreate the world. And I have a feeling he is using the tailed beasts to do this. Minato ended off. The way you've described him perfectly matches exactly how I remember Madara. It's identical. You cannot describe these specific details if you have not personally encountered him, Onoki spoke. He believed Minato. Do not be so quick to accept his words as the truth, Tsuchikage. The Raikage interjected. Anyone could describe Madara based on limited information. Especially somebody from Konoha. All of the shinobi world knows about him and can describe him based on intel in history books alone. It wouldn't be impossible for the Hokage to have even more details about Madara that we do not know about, since the bastard Uchiha was originally from this village. The Cage were divided between believing Minato and standing against him. They were not convinced that after all these years Madara could still be alive. Seeing their skeptical expressions and the slight glimmer of distrust in their eyes, Minato spoke up again, desperate to convince them. Listen everyone, I understand that none of us really trust one another. Especially so soon after the Third Great Ninja War. But why would I lie about something like this? About my son being kidnapped and my village being threatened by a foe that we cannot stop alone. I know that Madara still being alive is difficult if not impossible to believe. But it's the truth. We are all in danger. Minato says with urgency in his voice. Just as I was about to argue against Minato's statement again, one of the walls breaks and crumbles as the now lifeless body of a shinobi was sent crashing straight through it. Everyone jumped up from their seats, their guards raised and their eyes on high alert, all looking in the direction of the destroyed wall. Each of the Cage's guards stuck close to them, their weapons in hand and in a fighting stance, ready to face whoever it was that interrupted the summit. The Hokage is correct, you know. You are all in great danger. A deep masculine voice spoke with amusement as the shadowy figure of its owner appeared, advancing toward them through the thick cloud of dust and debris from the broken wall. Recognizing the voice, Minato froze in place, his eyes widened and his heart pounding as a sense of fear washed over him. And yet despite this fear he clenched his fist and grit his teeth in rage. Madara chuckled as he stepped through the cloud of dust, a mocking smirk plastered on his features as he enjoyed Minato's emotional reaction. But then, his crimson orbs fell onto someone who he hadn't seen in a long time. Well, if it isn't the Iwagakure fence-sitter. I almost didn't recognize you, Onoki. You've grown quite old. Madara, you really are still alive. Onoki stuttered, his voice unsure and quivering slightly. Indeed. I may have died after my battle with Hashirama, but I have my ways of returning to this accursed world. He said with a smug smirk, his eyes glowing with mockery. He then diverted his gaze and walked over towards the table they were all gathered around. This 5-cage summit is quite convenience for me. It means I don't have to go to each individual village to get my message across to the 5 of you. He says as he just casually takes a seat in one of the chairs, perfectly relaxed and rubbing the fact that he didn't fear them in their faces. I will use Minato's situation as an example of what's to come. He trailed off and paused for a few seconds, just to enjoy the tension in the room. I will take those who you hold dearest to you and destroy them along with your dear villages if you deny me what I ask for. It was then that the rest of the cage realized the severity of the situation. You wouldn't dare, I shouts out of frustration. Madara scoffs. I already have the perfect targets in mind for each of you. Onoki, you recently adopted a little brat named Deidara. 4th Raikage, I know your younger brother's location and weaknesses. 4th Mizukage Yagura, you are a Jinchuriki and I can extract your Biju right this second if I so wish. 4th Kage Rasa, you have the most to lose since you have a son and a daughter and a pregnant wife. And finally Minato. Well, I already have your son but I guess I could kill the other one. Minato grits his teeth and curses Madara. Just then a couple of members from Uchiha police force enter the room to defend the 5-cage. Among them was Fugaku, the Uchiha clan head and Minato's best friend. Minato immediately warned them not to advance since it was obvious Madara would easily kill them. Suddenly Raiden flashes beside Minato with the flying Raijin jutsu, worried about his son's safety after hearing that the guards were all killed. He immediately froze when seeing Madara in front of him but more out of surprise rather than fear. Madara stared him down with a sharp gaze making Raiden especially nervous. His Sharingan was glowing more brightly and intensely than before, filled with a great amount of anger and resentment. After all these years the disappointment of a lifetime finally sticks his cowardly little head out. Having fun sucking up to Hashirama's defective rules, Raiden you traitor. It was no secret among the Uchiha clan that Raiden had ties with Madara some years ago. It was the reason he was an outlast from the clan. Minato however had no clue of the relationship between his father and the Uchiha elder. Why you're back, Raiden stuttered. Madara smacked his lips and got up from his seat. I've said what needed to be said. I'm done with you Cage. However, Madara trailed off and glanced towards Fugaku. Then in the blink of an eye pulled a kunai from his ninja pouch and teleported in front of Fugaku to attack him. Raiden being the only living Uchiha besides Madara with an eternal Mangekyo was able to predict his movements and cast his Ranten, Rakurai Nagashi, Storm Release, Thunderbolt Stream, Jutsu to separate Madara from Fugaku. To not get struck by the powerful stream of lightning, Madara jumped backward, putting space between himself and the stream of thunderbolts. Using the very jutsu that I helped you create against me, Madara asked, his voice dripping with disdain. He pocketed the kunai and raised his head to glare at Raiden. His eyes burning with an even more intense anger than before. The audacity you have. I'm surprised you even had the courage to weave a single hand sign. You've become rather confident, Raiden. I'll give you that. But, you're still the same naive brat you were all that time ago. If you think you can ever escape me, then prepare to be proven wrong. I will always haunt you. Without another word, Madara's body flickers away. The atmosphere was thick and everyone was tense, some still in disbelief. Raiden was especially tense, his hands shaking slightly and his breathing uneven. After calming everyone down and making sure Madara was gone, the summit continued with the cage being protected by extra guards now. Having seen the threat with their own eyes, they believed Minato and finally began discussing the problem. After the summit, all of the villages were on high alert for Madara, and Minato never stopped looking for his son. Meanwhile, Madara watched both Minato and Raiden from the shadows, a smirk plastered on his face as he gained satisfaction from their panicked state. Kazan, age 7 months. Timeline: Before Naruto Part 1. May 14th. Obito POV. Ever since Madara brought the baby to the hideout, I have avoided the infant, only going to him when it was absolutely necessary. Further on, Swirly was his babysitter, which I was very thankful for. It meant that not only did I not have to look after the baby, I also got a break from Swirly since he was almost always occupied. That was pretty much the only good that came out of it. Everything else was hell for me. The guilt and conflicted emotions was too much for me and I began getting depressed. Madara was obviously of no help at all, as he always kept belittling me and calling me useless. I got no new tasks from high, as he preferred to do everything himself since he didn't trust me not to screw anything up. I was just lying in my room most of the time, and since my room was next to the baby's, I constantly heard Swirly cooing and giggling, being as happy as he could be. But today it was quiet. Surprisingly quiet. A bit concerned, I dragged myself to the room next door to see what was happening. It was empty. I heard Swirly's voice coming from down the hall, so I followed just to make sure the baby was okay. There I found Swirly along with Shiroi and Kuro around the baby. Swirly was silently cooing at the boy, who was sitting upright, half asleep while sucking his finger. His head would bob up and down as he slipped in and out of his sleeping state. He was tired but didn't want to sleep, and Swirly was internally squealing because of this. "You're absolutely adorable," Swirly whispered, evidently holding back a squeal, like some kind of lovesick middle school girl. "So good for cuddles," Shiroi added, and Kuro just let out a monotonous grunt. Madara was there too. He was reading but would glance at them every so often, keeping an eye on them all. "What do you find so fascinating about him? He's just a baby," I asked in a plain, slightly bored tone of voice. "It's exactly because he's a baby that I love him so much. I've never seen a baby before, so I really love being this close to him," Swirly answers me while he kept his eyes dead set on the infant. "Ah, I get it, okay. It's your first time with a baby. But still, you don't have to be so overly excited about everything. Like seriously, it's annoying." Swirly just giggles in his childlike tone, completely ignoring me, and my eyebrow twitches in irritation as I look away and try not to acknowledge any of this. "Hey Obito, I think he likes you," Shiroi points out. I reluctantly look back at the mini makeshift bed and see the baby looking at me. His innocent big blue eyes wide awake and almost unblinking. He was fixated on me, holding his arms out and whining. "He wants you to pick him up," Kuro suddenly chimes in. "No way," I say monotonously with my arms crossed over my chest, and I was about to turn away again when Madara spoke in a deep and commanding tone. "Obito, when I brought him here I thought I had made it clear that he was your responsibility. I knew better than to backchat with him, so I kept my lips sealed," and he continued to speak. "You have let Swirly raise him these past few months, avoiding the punishment I gave you for your failure, but it ends now. Under my order he is now yours to look after full-time with no assistance from any of the Zetsu clones. Now, pick him up and stop forcing your responsibility onto everyone else in this base." After a few seconds of hesitation, my fear of Madara got the better of me. I finally and very reluctantly picked the curious little infant up. The little boy grabbed onto my shirt, holding it tightly, and babbled happily in my arms. I was still uncomfortable, but Madara was satisfied. "HN. And stop referring to him as the baby. Give him a name for Rakuto's sake." Before Swirly comes up with something absolutely ridiculous and the kid actually starts responding to it, Madara ordered while sitting comfortably on his throne as he read a book while siphoning a portion of chakra from the Geto Mazo behind him. As I thought about a name for the boy while looking into his innocent deep blue eyes, the memory of the day that I watched Kushina and Sensei during the gathering they held at dinnertime before I released the Kyuubi popped into my mind. Flashback no jutsu. Kushina hummed, placing a finger on her chin. I haven't quite thought about that yet. But I want his name to be fire-related. Why? You want his name to be intimidating like your nickname, Red Hot Habanero? Kakashi asked playfully, earning a few laughs and giggles from everyone. Even a short chuckle from Obito, who was listening in from halfway inside his Kamui dimension. He strongly disliked Kakashi, but that doesn't mean his joke wasn't funny enough to laugh at. No, actually, I want to name him that because fire was Obito's affinity. Flashback no jutsu, Kai. My stomach was back to being a tangled up knot and my whole body was tense yet again. I spaced out for a moment while a sledgehammer of emotions hit me all at once. But I forced myself through it and subconsciously said the first fire-related name that crossed my mind. Kazan. Madara hummed. I guess you're not all that useless. That is actually a good name. Perfectly fit for an Uchiha. But he's not an Uchiha. Shiroi spoke, taking the words straight out my mouth. He is now, said Madara as he severed the root from the Geto Mazo. Neither I nor Shiroi questioned Madara despite wanting to. Swirly, of course, being the impulsive idiot he was, just blurted out the question we were all thinking. But why Uchiha? His father's last name is Namikaze and his mother's is of the Uzumaki bloodline. Why give him your last name, Madara-sama? Swirly asked curiously but confused more than anything else. 2 reasons. Firstly is just to spite Minato, and secondly, because just like Obito, Kazan is my great-grandson. That one took me by complete surprise. I knew that Sensei's father was an Uchiha and an outcast from the clan, but I never suspected that he was actually Madara's son. So, if my grandfather and Raiden-sama are brothers, Sensei and my father would be cousins. That means not only is Minato-sensei my uncle. Kazan and Naruto are my second cousins. I muttered to myself aloud. Madara heard what I said and confirmed it nonchalantly before just walking away. In this moment, my stomach became even more uneasy, and my mind clouded with hundreds of racing thoughts, the storm of emotions inside my heart growing wilder. I was thrown back into my state of denial and went back to doubting my decisions. I snapped back to reality when I felt a tug on my shirt and looked down to see Kazan holding a handful of it while looking me dead in the eye. The longer I stared at him, the more he looked like Sensei. His eyes, though they were a darker shade of blue, were exactly like his. That warm, loving and concerned look that brimmed from Sensei's eyes. That aura around him that warmed my heart and drew me closer to him, making me view him as family. All those same feelings I had with Minato-sensei I started feeling towards Kazan in that brief moment and every other moment there on out. It was a torturous hell for me. Why me? Would my suffering never end? Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 7th. Obito POV. It's been 6 months since Madara made me look after Kazan full-time. The hellish feeling inside of my heart never went away, and my mind was constantly clouded by thoughts of regret and old memories. It was depressing. It didn't help my situation that as soon as Kazan started to talk he called me Aniki, big brother, because of Swirly encouraging him to do so. I was tense and depressed every single day, not even getting a moment to relax. Even when I was asleep my regret and denial haunted me in my dreams, and this inner conflict with my emotions went on for a long time until a few weeks after Kazan's first birthday. Zetsu came up to me and Shiroi asked me why I was being so tense and distant. Because I am looking after my sensei's kidnapped son. It doesn't help at all that Minato actually turned out to be my uncle. It's all too emotional for me. You're not a human so you wouldn't understand. I was hoping they would leave me alone after that but they didn't. This time Kuro Zetsu spoke. I get that, but it seems to me like you are avoiding the brat for a different reason, Obito. I tried to deny it and play it off like he was wrong but he persisted. I can see straight through your lies, brat. You're angry at Minato and you're taking it out on Kazan by avoiding him. But just because your precious sensei didn't show up in time to save you and your little crush doesn't mean you have to redirect those emotions at his son. It is a childish form of behavior, you know, to play a blaming game and shift the consequences of someone else's shortcomings onto a person who wasn't even involved in the first place. If you have any reason other than that for keeping your distance and being so tense around Kazan, then name it and I will stop pressuring you. I opened my mouth to speak but nothing came out. Not a single excuse came to mind. Honestly, I couldn't answer either of them nor could I argue against the point Kuro had made, and soon enough I began to ask myself that same question ever since. Kuro was right, I am taking it out on him. And as soon as realization struck, guilt followed. My issue is with sensei. Not with his son. Kazan has nothing to do with what happened in the past. With what happened to Rin and I, so why am I treating him like he was involved in it? After this, I stopped avoiding him and actually looked after him properly like Madara told me to. It was difficult for the first few weeks, but as more time passed, I actually started to like taking care of him. After getting over my issues and spending more time with him, I found out why Swirly and the other White Zetsu clones liked him so much. He was really cute. He had a certain effect on everyone around him that just made them calmer and more pleasant, and it didn't take long for it to set in with me. On top of that, he was really smart too, and a quick learner. A bit mischievous sometimes too. I could tell that he understood full sentences when I either spoke to him or someone else around him. Sure, they were simple sentences, but they were still full ones nonetheless. This sometimes caused problems, but not major ones. Since he understood us, we needed to use code words when speaking about certain things around him, like activities he hated or others that excited him too much, but he soon figured out what the code words meant and even all the replacements we came up with too. It was impressive, but still troublesome, and although I took a certain sense of pride in his almost abnormally advanced learning abilities and some of the stuff I taught him, he was a challenge to care for and often needed discipline from Madara. Speaking of which, after I began taking care of Kazan like I was told to, Madara actually started giving me things to do again besides permanently babysitting. I guess that keeping me off missions and cooped up inside was Madara's form of punishment for me for not doing what he ordered me to, and when I finally did, I was allowed more freedom in missions. Time skip. Date: August 28th. Madara POV. Since Obito was doing more of the tasks that I used to complete myself, I now had more free time on my hands, and I used this time to do more research about the Sage of the Six Paths and all the records he had left behind. I sat in library with a pile of scripted records and other writings like usual, but as of late, Kazan has become curious and started asking me what I was doing. When I told him that I was reading, the curious 3-year-old began asking questions. Pointing to kanji, asking which was which and what the books and scrolls said. That was how I indirectly taught him how to distinguish different kanji from one another, and from there on he somehow learned to read a paragraph or two out of books I put aside. I was impressed by this, to say the least. The boy barely stuttered and only needed to hear the meaning of the kanji once before memorizing it perfectly, and it took only 2 months for him to become fluent in reading without any assistance. As I watched him, a smirk played on my lips. Seems as though I had unknowingly acquired a genius as a new subordinate. He could be of even greater use to me than I originally planned. I had previously only thought of him as a tool to manipulate his father, but now, having realized his potential, I grew greatly interested in him and started interacting with him more. I kept watching him closely and found that he had grown intrigued by books about jutsu, chakra control, and even some on strategic thinking. To test his skills and get a rough estimate on his strategic capabilities, I asked him questions that would need detailed strategies, and surprisingly he gave even higher level and more detailed answers than I expected. This made me start to wonder about how smart he actually was, and Kuro Zetsu suggested an IQ test, so without hesitation I had him take one. Despite being 3 years old, he had the mental capacity of a 12-year-old with an IQ of 56 compared to a 3-year-old's 5 to 10 points. He had great potential, a real prodigy, and soon he would be a useful subordinate to have around for the completion of Project Tasuki no Mi. Third-person POV. Date: June 29th. After learning to read, Kazan began getting curious about chakra and jutsu. So Madara had Obito teach him basic exercises for mastering chakra control. Like the exercise of keeping a leaf perfectly stuck on your forehead using only chakra. Once he had mastered that, he began the tree climbing exercise, then the walking on water exercise. After he had mastered all of those, Obito taught him the fireball jutsu. Being a prodigy, Kazan caught on pretty quickly, and having Uchiha genes, he had great control over the element of fire. Mastering the fireball jutsu only took him 2 tries. He had even surpassed the size of Obito's fireball on his 4th attempt. Obito decided to test Kazan's affinities with chakra paper to see what elements he had and if he could teach him to use them. When infusing chakra into the paper, what happens to it afterwards says what affinity you have. Wind: it tears into 2. Water: it becomes damp. Fire: it burns into ash. Lightning: it crumples up. Earth: it crumbles away. When Kazan infused his chakra into the paper, it tore into 4 equal pieces. One piece burned to ash, another crumbled away, one became damp, and the last one crumpled up. He had all 5 chakra natures. Obito trained him in fire style and earth style, and Madara trained him in lightning style and further trained him in fire style. Of all his affinities, Kazan had the most mastery of fire and right behind that was lightning. He wanted to train with his other affinities too, but since neither wind or water were a natural affinity to Obito and Madara, they couldn't teach him much. However, Obito had two people in mind who were perfect for the job. Kazan age 4. Timeline: before Naruto Part 1. September 12. Unknown POV. I sat in a chair across from Obito in the dark room listening closely as he explained everything. What he wanted me to do was quite off-putting considering how Kazan and I were related and the connection I had with both his parents and godfather. I was completely against it. So, what do you think? Will you do it? Obito asked me as he ended off. You want me to train a child? The Hokage's son whom you and Madara kidnapped. I emphasized the last part. I know this stirs up a lot of bad emotions. Believe me, I know. Minato was my sensei after all. Not only that, but he's my uncle too. Raising Kazan has been an emotional hell, but I've overcome that and learned to see it from a more optimistic perspective. Just give it a try. I sat forward in my chair and looked him dead in the eye. Was that your idea of a pep talk, Obito? How is that supposed to help me? I already told you that I don't want to get involved in the dirty work of Project Tsuki no Mi. Let alone this kind of work. I'm only saying this once. My answer is no, I tell him sternly. He scratches the back of his head nervously in response to my answer. About that. He trailed off while looking away. My eyes narrowed down on him. What? I asked, annoyed. He hesitated but eventually answered. I kind of told Madara that I was going to ask you. He seemed to like the idea too, so if you want to back out you're gonna have to take it up with him. I paused for a moment. Processing his words, my gaze went from stern to a threatening glare. Great. Just great. Madara expects me to train Kazan now. If I say no, that means I'm going against whatever he has planned in the future. If I do that, then he'll destroy my village. I grit my teeth and clench my fists before sighing in defeat. I had no choice now. If Madara knows, then saying no would not only be suicide, but it'll cause unnecessary chaos for the village too. That's something we definitely don't need right now. We're already in the middle of a rebellion against Hanzo. So fine. I don't want to, but I will. He thanked me as if I was doing this at will. I smacked my lips as I kept my sharp gaze on him. He seemed slightly nervous by this but not scared. Oh, and one more thing. He trailed off again. I was just frustrated at this point. Spit it out, Uchiha. That friend of yours knows water style, right? My gaze grew even sharper. I knew where he was going with this. I got up and slammed my hands on the table between us. That wasn't the deal. You said you wouldn't get them involved in this mess. I sternly reminded him. Suddenly a deep voice cut through the air. I said I wouldn't get them involved in the hunt for the Biju. I never said anything about using them to help out with smaller, more distantly related tasks. Do you have a problem with that, Uzumaki? I turned my head to make contact with his singular visible Sharingan cutting into me like a dagger. As much as I wanted to yell, I watched my tongue. I clenched my fist slightly. Eventually I lowered my head and avoided eye contact. I couldn't handle his piercing gaze anymore. No, Madara-sama. Good. Obito will tell Kazan about having 2 new teachers to help with his untrained affinities. If he complies with it, prepare to begin training him. The first session will start 2 days from now, when Obito and I will be out on missions for the week. Kazan will stay with you for about 5 days under the supervision of a few white Zetsu clones. Be ready or I'll cut both yours and your friends' lives short. And I guarantee you, it won't be quick and painless. His voice was filled with seriousness and laced in malice. It was sharp as a sword and icy cold, almost making me shiver. Yes sir, I understand. His glare softened slightly, but his expression remained a stone-cold poker face and he walked away. Obito stayed seated in the chair across from mine and I shot him a glare as he tried apologizing. I know he doesn't really want to be in this mess either, but I still strongly dislike him. Especially now that he dragged my comrades into this. The next day. September 13th. Third-person POV. A new sensei? Kazan asked as he tilted his head. 2 new senseis actually. One to train you in water style and one to train you in wind style. You and Swirly will stay with them for a few days while Madara and I complete a few tasks in a different nation. You alright with that, kiddo? Obito asked him. Kazan then asked the question that first came to his mind when Obito mentioned a new teacher. Will I still train with you in Ojiazan? Because if not, then I don't want to do it. Obito saw the slight disappointment and worry in his eyes. He was serious. The young Uchiha's expression softened and he smiled slightly in a comforting manner as he knelt down to the boy's level. Of course you will. It's not like you'll be training with them every day. You can still train with us while you're here at the hideout. Obito reassures him. Kazan thinks about it and reluctantly agrees to it. Obito then ruffles his hair, to which Kazan pouts while shooting him an annoyed glare and playfully swatting the Uchiha's hand from his head, causing him to chuckle. We're leaving tomorrow morning at 6. So don't overwork yourself with physical training today, and make sure to get enough sleep too. The next day, September 14th. Kazan was really curious about who his senseis would be. All he knew was that one would train him in wind style and one in water style. Further on, he knew absolutely nothing. Not where they were from or what clans they were descendant from. Not even their names. Obito wouldn't say anything, nor would the Zetsu clones, and Madara had already left by the time Kazan woke up, so the boy couldn't even ask him. The suspense was really annoying him. His eyebrow was twitching constantly as he stared intensely at Obito, trying to get him to crack. But his attempts were unsuccessful. The Uchiha remained silent and Kazan was only able to get the answers he wanted when Obito finally took him to the mysterious duo. Kazan POV. They were definitely not what I was expecting. For one, they were way younger than how I pictured them based on Aniki's vivid descriptions. The first was a boy in his late teens who seemed to be a bit obnoxious, judging from his childlike grin and enthusiastic aura. He was like a human version of Swirly. The second boy looked to be the same age as the first. He wasn't enthusiastic to say the least, in fact he looked quite tired and annoyed. His aura was rather grim and his face and body language was screaming, "I don't want to be here at all." He reminds me of Aniki when Ojiazan gives him a task he doesn't like. This seemed like it was going to be rather annoying, but not to the point where I couldn't put up with it for 5 days. After all, staying with them would help me master my affinities. No reward comes without effort and sacrifice, I guess. Good grief, I mutter under my breath. Kazan age 4. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. September 12th. Kazan POV. Both Ojiazan and Aniki were in a meeting with one of their peers in another nation, and I was alone in the base with Swirly and a couple dozen Shiroi Zetsu clones. Since I had nothing better to do, I kept myself entertained by doing some training. First I worked on my physical training, doing various exercises to increase my stamina, endurance and agility, etc. Then I worked on my ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, as well as my skill in weaponry. Finally I did some mental exercises, like working on various puzzles and quizzes to test the limits of my mental capacity, and when all that was done I started meditating. Everything was going smoothly for a few minutes until I sensed Shiroi and Kuro Zetsu's chakra signature appear. The moment it did, I almost instantly had an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach, like my insides were being corrupted. Just like a few months ago when I was with Aniki at Orochimaru's hideout. From what I remember, Orochimaru said that it was because the Kyuubi was leaking a surge of negative emotions, and that because of our link through the seal I could sense what he was feeling. All he said was that it wasn't uncommon for Jinchuriki to sometimes even pass out from the severity of the negativity their beasts were leaking, and that the only solution was to put the beast under a Sharingan genjutsu. But the only problem with me was that the kind of seal Riko Uzumaki used to confine the Kyuubi inside me was specially created by her to resist even the Mangekyo Sharingan, and that it could only be altered by the Jutsu caster or the Jinchuriki themselves. I remained silent for a few seconds, just thinking everything over. I had long ago discovered that the Kyuubi only leaked killer intent and hatred whenever the original Zetsu was nearby. The Ninetales was rather calm whenever one of Shiroi's clones were close to me, but whenever Kuro was in a detectable radius around me is when Kyuubi would start getting riled up and restless. I can't say that I blame him though. Everything about Kuro Zetsu was just so off-putting. I got the feeling that he was constantly lying, just deceiving Aniki and Ojiazan. Either being withholding or bending the truth, but never being honest. And with Kyuubi leaking so much malice toward him, that might just be proof that my bad hunch about Kuro might be right. Since I was meditating in any event, I cleared my mind and focused even harder, causing me to enter into my mindscape. A dimly lit hallway that stretched on before me with many rooms on either side, and dripping pipes above, a pool of water on the floor reaching up till my ankles. I walked down the long hallway, hearing the low growls of the Kyuubi grow louder and louder as I reached the end of the hallway and walked into the room where he was confined. Upon arriving there I was greeted by his usual piercing gaze as he lifted his head from his crossed arms and sat upright on his haunches, baring his giant sharp fangs at me. I didn't back down though, and my expression never faltered. Instead I walked towards the gate, stopping just short of his reach, and sat down in front of him, just silently holding eye contact for a moment before speaking. They say that an animal's senses are more acute than that of a human's. You're a fox, Kyuubi, and you harbor a lot of distrust and hatred towards Kurozetsu. Does that insinuate something? Do you know something that we don't? Obviously I didn't receive an answer from him, but his growling decreased slightly. Seeing him ease up a bit, I decided to keep speaking. You know, for a long while now I've had a hunch that Kuro isn't trustworthy. And you know this as well, am I wrong? His expression faltered and I saw a glimmer of something in his eyes. That alone was proof enough for me that our opinions on Kurozetsu were similar if not the same. It wasn't much, but at least I had that to work with. I'm just thinking out loud here, but in my opinion Kuro is not the will of Madara, like he claims to be. After all, you seem to have a history with him, one separate from any history with Madara. I can see it in your eyes and feel it from the different mix of emotions and amount of hatred you harbor toward them both. They are unequal. Your emotions toward each or the other are unrelated, pushing me to believe that your encounters were as well. Kuro did something to you. Something worse than Madara. A glimmer of surprise flashed through his eyes, but he quickly hid it away behind a sharp stare. Not fast enough for me not to pick up on it though. I was right. I closed my eyes and started thinking out loud again. If Kurozetsu isn't Ojiizin's, well then who or what is he? More importantly, what interest could he have in Project Tsuki no Mi and how will casting that genjutsu benefit him? What does he even want? Whatever it is, it's definitely something more than just to have a whole planet under the effects of a global genjutsu. I then opened my eyes and stared at my reflection in the water as I muttered to myself. He needs to be stopped. Preferably before any of the Biju are captured. Kyuubi's ears perked up when he heard me say this, his face also expressing a mix of surprise and confusion. He knew I held no hostility or hatred toward him, but he most likely only brushed it off as me being a clueless child, which wasn't true. In reality, while I was mostly indifferent toward him, I actually liked the Kyuubi. His company was definitely a lot better than that of a bunch of white Zetsu clones. And beside that, just the thought of the Biju being powerful beings created by the Rakuto Sennin himself was rather fascinating to me. I found the Kyuubi interesting as an individual, and while I never met any other Biju before, they definitely intrigued me as well. Third-person POV. Kazan spent a lot of his free time in his mindscape with the nine-tailed fox. He sat there, talking about what he thought and how he felt because he couldn't speak to anyone else about it. If anyone knew that he had no interest in joining the mission to complete Project Tsuki no Mi, he would be severely punished, no doubt. He had no proof that Kuro was the enemy. So he vented all his thoughts and emotions to Kurama. This has been going on for 5 months now, and Kurama was starting to feel a small but strong connection between himself and Kazan. And not just because he was sealed inside of him. Every time that Kurama had this feeling, his mind would go back to thousands of years ago when Hagoromo prophesied that an unnamed shinobi with a Kekkei Genkai and Biju Chakra would become the new Rakuto Sennin. But for some reason his mind also fell on Hagoromo's final vision. One about how a reincarnation of Indra would one day achieve great power and change the deceased Otsutsuki's fate of being cast into the void by the celestial siblings. And it was because of these two memories that the Kyuubi entirely stopped aiming hatred towards his vessel. For if Kazan were truly the shinobi spoken of in either of the two prophecies, then he had to maintain a good relationship with this boy to make sure he wouldn't go astray. It was Hagoromo's final wish that the two chosen ones be protected, so Kurama would do his best to fulfill the final wish of his father figure. There was a long moment of silence in the psyche plane as Kurama's memories and conflicted emotions revolving around Hagoromo's death hit him full force. Sensing the inner conflict of emotions Kurama was having, Kazan looked at him expressing concern. Although rather nonchalant, his deep blue eyes were genuine and the scene before him made old memories of Kurama resurface. Memories of Hagoromo, Ashura and Indra. And the fact that Kazan shared many similarities with the three. Kurama POV. This boy. He definitely is different from all the other humans and Jinchuriki I've met. Maybe he really is the one Hagoromo-sama was talking about. I'll have to keep a close eye on him to make sure that bastard Kuro doesn't get to him too, like he did to Ashura and Indra. Kazan age 4. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. September 14th. Kazan POV. After a quick introduction and asking me if I was still alright with this, Aniki left using his kamui. I was now alone with my two new teachers if you exclude Swirly, who was underground with about 2 or 3 other Zetsu clones. The first was a boy in his late teens who had spiky unkempt ginger hair. His brown eyes were just gleaming with enthusiasm and he wore a cheeky grin on his face. His aura was one of pure friendliness and warmth. He also seemed to be a bit obnoxious. Like a human version of Swirly. The second boy looked to be the same age as the first. He had long silky red hair that flowed over half his face reaching his shoulders. His singular visible eye, a Rinnegan to my surprise, was clouded with conflicted emotions and his aura was rather grim and screaming, "I don't want to be here at all." He reminds me of Aniki when he's in a depressed mood. Rather annoying but not to the point where I couldn't put up with it for 5 days. Good grief, I mutter under my breath. The ginger-haired boy introduced himself as Yahiko and his red-haired friend was named Nagato. His last name stuck out to me. Uzumaki. It was the same as my mother's. I didn't jump to conclusions just because they had the same last name. I know that a couple Uzumaki survived their home village's destruction, so him knowing my mother might be a long shot. However, later that day, Yahiko, being curious as well as trying to make small talk, asked me a couple of questions. Questions you ask any average 4-year-old, like what they dislike, how they spend their time and if they had siblings. It was in that way that I told Yahiko why I was with Obito, or rather Tobi as they call him. I don't know much about my parents. All I know is that my mother is an Uzumaki and my father is half Uchiha. Tobi is actually my cousin, but I call him Aniki because he's the one who raised me and I think of him as a brother more than a cousin. I didn't go into a lot of detail about anything, playing the act of a regular 4-year-old. In fact, I purposefully left out crucial pieces of information so it wasn't obvious I was the 4th Hokage's missing son. I made sure that it was not obvious I was leaving something out, meanwhile also keeping an eye on Nagato's reaction as I was getting a hunch he was hiding something. Upon mentioning my mother was from the same clan as him, I saw Nagato tense up. It was barely visible, but having sharp vision thanks to my Uchiha genes, I noticed it clearly. From then on I kept a closer eye on him. I would get him go crack and I'd do it before Ojiazan and Aniki came back from their mission. Third person POV. The first day Kazan was there, most of his time was spent chatting away with Yahiko, who was making conversation to get the boy to feel more comfortable before starting training. Conan, who had just arrived from patrolling the borders and completing a few D-ranked missions, also joined the conversation. Nagato was still distant. He was tense and on edge. Mostly out of guilt. Indeed, he wanted to get to know Kazan better, but it felt wrong to cooperate with Madara's plans like this. It frustrated him. When the clock struck 10, they decided it was time to start training. After going outside, Nagato used Almighty Push to massacre the clouds to stop the rainfall, giving them clear skies. Kazan was impressed by the jutsu, and after the skies were all cleared, Yahiko asked him what he knew about chakra. Kazan explained everything he knew and Yahiko then asked for a demonstration of his chakra control. First was keeping a leaf on his forehead, then the tree climbing exercise, and finally walking on water. After doing all 3 exercises perfectly and without flaw, Nagato speaks for the first time and asked him to do something. Tobi tells me you've been practicing a few basic jutsu. What can you do so far? Nagato asks him. Hearing Nagato say the word basic, Kazan knew Obito didn't tell the Uzumaki about his real power and skill level. It was a message to Kazan not to use his full power yet, as Madara didn't want him revealing anything to anybody about his real strength. So Kazan went along with it and only listed the 3 most basic jutsu he knew, not speaking a word about any of the others. I can do Doden, Doryuheiki Earth Release, Mudwalt Raiden, Raiko Boruto Lightning Release, Lightning Bolt, and Kaden, Gukakyu Fire Release, Fireball. Kazan answers. Please give a demonstration of each one so we can know exactly what we're working with and how much skill you have. After performing all 3 jutsu to the exact same level that a low-level genin would, holding back most of his skill and progress, Kazan asked to work on his water release first. At that, Yahiko stepped forward and began teaching him the hand seals after demonstrating the jutsu beforehand. Still hiding his skill level, Kazan purposefully took a lot longer to do the Sweden, Teppo Dama water release, liquid bullet at the same level as Yahiko. 7 attempts to be exact, which was 4 more than what he actually required to master the jutsu. His progress stunned the trio of AIM Nin to say the least. While Yahiko sulked, muttering something along the lines of, "It took me years to perfect that jutsu," Nagato began teaching Kazan how to use wind release in combat to boost his speed. Needless to say, by the end of the 3-hour training session, Kazan was able to run even faster than Nagato. Kazan dodged Nagato's every attack with ease and even went so far as to manifest wind into the palm of his hand and use it to successfully blow Nagato away a couple feet. "I thought you didn't know any wind release jutsu," said Nagato as he dusted himself off. "I don't. I just tried channeling the wind into my hand instead of my feet and use it to knock you away like with a chakra-infused punch." Kazan replies. "Well, you learned 3 new jutsu in just 1 day. I think that's more than enough training for now. We'll teach you more tomorrow." Later that night. Kazan POV. I was in the guest bedroom lying on my bed staring at the ceiling. I knew Swirly was inside the wall at the foot of my bed, so I told him to come out. It took you a lot longer than it should have to master those jutsu. Why hold back? He asked me. Because Ojiizan doesn't fully trust them enough to let them know my real skill level. They don't even know about Project Tasuki no Mi. He's taking precautions not to get caught, so I'm just making sure not to mess up and foil any of his plans. I answer him. Oh, okay then. I then shoo him away as it was 11 p.m. and his high-pitched voice would wake the others. He sang a good night in an annoying whisper, if you can even call it that, and melted back into the wall. Finally alone, I lied back down and slipped off into the world of sleep. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. September 15th. Third-person POV. Kazan's second training session with Nagato and Yahiko started at 8 a.m. Before they taught him any new jutsu, they worked on physical training. After a few different exercises, they reviewed the 3 jutsu from the previous day before taking a small break. After the break, both older boys taught him a total of 2 jutsu each, having 30-minute breaks after every jutsu he mastered. So for the whole day on his second day there, Kazan learned 4 new jutsu, 2 water style, and 2 wind style. To be honest, he genuinely enjoyed staying in the village hidden in the rain. He started taking a liking to Yahiko, Nagato and Konan too. Even though Nagato was still distant and on edge, Kazan was able to spend time with him and get to know him. This night in particular, Yahiko was sound asleep snoring away on the couch while Konan was in her room upstairs. Kazan was alone with Nagato and saw this as his opportunity. While also being a genuinely curious toddler, he asked Nagato a bunch of questions, sneakily slipping the topic of family into the conversation. Kazan went from asking how long he knew Yahiko and Konan to asking if he had any siblings. Nagato instantly tensed at this, and because of that singular move, Kazan now had his answer. My mother, Kushina, is your older sister, isn't she? How'd you come to that conclusion? Nagato questioned. Kazan replied by saying, when I asked you if you had siblings you tensed up. Just like how you tense up each time I mention my mother. It's not hard to put 2 and 2 together when you give obvious hints like that. Nagato, Which do you prefer, uncle or sensei? There was a brief moment of silence. Just stick with sensei for now. If you call me uncle, Yahiko will bombard us with questions non-stop. Kazan agrees and mentally praises himself for achieving his goal before the deadline. Meanwhile in Konoha. Minato POV. Ever since he showed up, mine and Kushina's lives have been nothing but hell. The whole village are ganging up on the Uchiha and blaming them for every bad thing that has happened since the Kyuubi attack. Poor Fugaku is under so much pressure. The more he tries to prove that he and the clan are innocent, the more arguments it raises. As a loyal shinobi, he is trying his hardest to abide by Konoha's laws to prove their innocence, but his clan is starting to rebel against him and his leadership. If this keeps up, it'll spark a civil war and other villages may invade. Not to mention Madara might attack in our moment of weakness. It is clear that with every passing day he is becoming more and more hungry for chaos. He goes around the nations and wreaks havoc on civilians and shinobi alike. His threats become more and more bold by the day, and sacred items have even started going missing. Everything was just such a mess. And all thanks to a man who should be dead for over 50 years now. I growled in frustration as I slammed my elbows on the desk while tugging my hair. Damn it all. I closed my eyes tightly while tugging my hair harder and gritting my teeth. Minato. Kushina says my name, her voice laced in worry. I turn my head and see her standing in the doorway of the study room, concern brimming from her violet eyes. You should take a break. You've been working day and night and barely get any rest. Lack of sleep is bad for your mental health, TTE Bane. I let out a long tired sigh as she stands beside me and gives me a loving hug. You need to sleep, at least for this one night. That little bit of rest will take you a long way. You can't come up with solutions if you're too tired to think. Seeing the look in her eyes broke me. She has already been so worried every day since the kidnapping. She always smiles even though deep down she isn't really happy. I didn't want to put any more weight on her shoulders, so I gave in. Alright. I'll get some sleep, I say as I stand up from the office chair. Relief washes over her features as her lips form into a small smile. Third-person POV. Minato went to bed to get a moment of peaceful shut-eye, but unbeknownst to him, chaos was about to strike the leaf yet again. Kazan age 4. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. September 15th. Third-person POV. Minato went to bed to get a moment of peaceful shut-eye, but unbeknownst to him, chaos was about to strike the leaf yet again. In the midst of the forest within the Uchiha compound, hiding under the cover of darkness was Obito. Once the clan members all settled down after returning home from the meeting, the masked Uchiha made his move. He went from house to house, warping inside using Kamui and sucking up all the members of the household. He only did this with lower-ranking and corrupted members of the clan, trapping them inside his Kamui time space. After getting all the targets Kuro Zetsu had mentioned, Obito shunshined away, leaving no evidence he was ever there. Upon entering his Kamui dimension, he was met with the sight of a pile of dead bodies and Madara wearing a rather bored expression, his cloak soaked in blood. "That's everyone on the list Kuro gave us." Madara grunted and sheaths his sword. After that they both exit the dimension and Madara orders Obito to dispose of the bodies but keep all the Sharingan. He was about to protest, but upon seeing the elder's stern soul-freezing gaze he bit his tongue and obeyed. The next day, September 16th, the entire village was in a state of absolute chaos. Fugaku was furious, rage burning brighter than that of an inferno. His Sharingan drilling straight through whoever was in his line of sight. And that was everyone. He demanded to know what happened and why over 30 members of the Uchiha clan went missing overnight. The heads of the other clans were cold as ice towards Fugaku, not caring at all about the missing individuals. It was no secret that some members of the clan were rebelling and threatening to leave. It was why none of them took Fugaku seriously. In fact, they were actually glad the Uchiha clan was being torn apart. This infuriated Fugaku even more and he stormed out of the meeting hall. Minato was the only one out of everybody there who sided with Fugaku and stood by him through everything. So, he asked Hiruzen to take over and excused himself from the meeting, going after Fugaku. As his friend, Minato offered support in a difficult time, and as Hokage he made it his top priority to find the missing Uchiha clan members. Minato and Fugaku went into the houses of the missing people and looked for any signs of forced entry or a struggle. They found none. A thought clicked into Minato's mind and his gaze darkened. "Fugaku. I think I know what happened here," said Minato in a grim voice. What happened? Tell me." Fugaku's voice was laced with earnestness, his eyes still glowing with rage he was trying his hardest to suppress. "I think it was Madara," Minato answered in a tone barely above a whisper as a dark shadow covered his face. Fugaku's breath hitched in his throat. His rage had increased tremendously, but the natural fear and intimidation associated to Madara's name overpowered it and he froze. After about 5 more minutes of discussing with Fugaku, Minato returned to the meeting with flying Raijin to share this piece of information. As soon as he had finished explaining what really happened to the Uchiha, panic struck. If Madara did that to his own clan, would he do it to the rest of the clans in Konoha? Were their families to share the same fate as the 30 Uchiha who were now declared dead? After that one meeting, the state of chaos in the Leaf only worsened by the day. Madara continued kidnapping and killing multiple individuals from various clans for the heck of it, and the stress from this situation weighed heavily on Minato as the Hokage. The guilt from it all was taking its toll on him as well. He knew that Madara was doing this to spite him. Meanwhile in the shadows, Madara was gaining great satisfaction from Minato's suffering. "Now then, let's see how long it will be until you finally crack under the pressure. This dance is only just getting started." Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. September 16th. Third-person POV. After 3 days of causing chaos in the Leaf, Madara and Obito split up. Obito went to Kurigakure to put the Mizukage under a genjutsu and recruit 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Meanwhile, Madara stayed within the borders of the Leaf and kept a keen eye on the shinobi there. Specifically 3 young prodigies that really piqued his interest. 2 were orphans and 1 was the son of a clan head. These 3 prodigies were Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha and Shikamaru Nara. The Uchiha elder stayed within the borders of Konoha, waiting for nightfall to strike under the cover of darkness. This would be his final interaction with Konoha until he started Project Tsuki no Mi. Time skip a few hours later. Since Shikamaru was only half Nara, she lived outside of the Nara compound. She stayed in an apartment with her mother who was frail from an incurable disease until she died 2 months ago. Now the young girl lived there alone, and considering that it wasn't anywhere near the Nara compound, it was no challenge at all for Madara to get to her. Now the only thing left to do was to get into the Uchiha compound to get Itachi and Shisui. This would prove to be a bit more of a challenge, but still no sweat for the legendary shinobi. Itachi POV. At the moment Itachi is 10 years old and a Junin and Shisui is 13 and an Anbu. Shisui shunshined next to me by our meeting place next to the Naka River. "Why did you ask me to meet you here this late, Shisui?" I asked. "Itachi. We cannot trust the Anbu or the route. He answered before wincing slightly in pain as his hand shot to his arm. It was only then that I noticed the gash in his shoulder and all the blood leaking from it. I immediately bolted to his side, quickly pulling out the first aid kit in my ninja kit and began wrapping him up. Shisui, what happened? I asked in a serious tone laced in concern as I wrapped his wound. Danzo. He said that he just wanted to talk, but then, he started acting strangely. The Root Anbu members around him too. I tried using Koto Amatsukami on him, but he broke out of it, and tried to steal my right eye. What I heard made my blood boil and my Sharingan automatically activated. I used the substitution jutsu to get away, but one of his Root members managed to hit me with a kunai before I could teleport away, and it cut pretty deep. He says in between winces as I finish wrapping his wound. HN. Well, that's on you for trusting the shinobi of this village. A voice came from behind us. Both Shisui and I immediately got into our fighting stances, Sharingan activated and Anbu swords unsheathed. We were ready to attack but froze immediately as soon as we made eye contact with the mysterious being. He wore a red mask with black markings, had long spiky black hair and wore a black hooded cloak with oversized sleeves. Two Sharingan glowed brightly through the holes of his mask and his chakra was on a whole other level. There was no doubt. It's you. Madara, I say, my voice laced in anger. He's the reason that the clan was in shambles. That the village was at the brink of a civil war. My grip on my sword's handle tightens as rage fills my whole body. But I didn't dare make a move. As hard as I tried, my body wouldn't respond. Itachi. Shisui. Why suck up to a village as pathetic as Konoha? Why suck up to anyone at all? You are Uchiha. You are prodigies. You have so much potential. Why waste it running around and completing every order thrown your way like a bunch of animals in a circus act? He speaks, as he began walking towards us. When in a serious situation like this we had two options. Fight or flight. Knowing that fleeing was useless and that fighting was suicide, both our bodies chose the third option. Freeze. Pathetic. Hashirama's rules have corrupted my clan and turned them into a bunch of lapdogs for the Konoha Council. The fact that peasants like you are considered prodigies in today's age is proof of how low this clan has fallen. Before we could react, we heard his voice right behind us again. It's so infuriating. And then a sharp pain shot through the back of my neck and everything became hazy as I fell to the ground with a thud. I heard a second thud and saw Shisui fall as well. We lay there, defenseless, and unable to do anything other than listen to Madara's voice as he towered over both of our limp bodies. But regardless, you are the best options I have. So, both of you brats are coming with me. Despite fighting it as hard as I could, my eyelids involuntarily shut and everything turned to black as I lost consciousness. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Still September 16th. Shisui POV. I begin regaining consciousness and all the sounds around me become clearer and clearer. They were still distorted though, and it was difficult for me to open my eyes. Through my blurred vision I see the figures of three people. One was definitely Madara's. The second looked to be another Uchiha, but from his voice I could tell he was much younger. The third figure was quite strange. Only his torso was visible, as if his lower body was melted into the ground. I try to force myself awake but fail and slip back into my unconscious state for a few brief seconds only to wake up again and repeat the same cycle. Their voices were still distorted but slowly started sounding clearer as I finally started fully waking up. What the hell, Madara? Itachi and Shisui of all people. And not only them, you took a toddler too. The younger Uchiha shouts, to which Madara has no response other than a slightly annoyed facial expression. You said you needed high-ranking shinobi for your little scavenger hunting team, the Akatsuki, so I brought them to you. But if you're so dissatisfied with who I brought, then feel free to take them back. Madara says in a monotonous voice. I'm not going all the way to Konoha just to take them back. And it's too risky anyways. Itachi is Fugaku's son, there's no doubt he already noticed that he's missing. I could get caught. Then stop complaining. Simple as that, Madara says in an annoyed voice before grunting. Hey. A new voice speaks. What is it, Kurozetsu? The Uchiha ghost asks in an irritated manner. The curly-haired one is awake, sir. A fourth voice, Shiroi Zetsu, speaks. I tense as both Uchiha rogues' gazes fall on me. The younger Uchiha, a teenager to my surprise, smacks his lips and continues complaining. Great. Now we really can't let them go. It's only a matter of time before he realizes who I am. That sentence had fully caught my attention and my line of vision fixated on the masked teenager. I couldn't see his face, but his chakra. I sensed familiarity in it. It was faint, but it was definitely there. I knew him. HN. Since you said it yourself, they aren't going anywhere. They are officially your problem now, brat. Madara says in a bored tone as he begins losing interest. So you're gonna leave just like that? He received no response. Oh sure. Dump them on little old me. It's not like I already have Kazan to take care of. Not to mention Kisame Mangetsu and the AIM trio Nagato Yahiko and Konan. He continued ranting, causing Madara to get up and walk away out of annoyance. At this moment I heard the sound of shuffling next to me and noticed that Itachi was fully awake and struggling in the grasp of wood wrapped around him. I looked at what was binding me and saw the same thing. What? Mokuden. Madara didn't have wood style. So this must be his doing. I looked back at the masked Uchiha who was still ranting. What am I to you? A free babysitter. HN. That sounds about right. Madara mutters in an annoyed tone as he exits the room, fed up with the barrage of complaints. The bi-colored man with green hair who definitely wasn't human melts into the ground, and now Itachi and I were alone with this faintly familiar teenager. Obito POV. I grit my teeth as I glare daggers at Madara's back while he leaves. You're an even worse pain in the butt than Bakashi. I mumble in a tone just above a whisper. Immediately after that I hear surprised exclamations from the two hostage Uchiha. Looks like they recognized me. No use in wearing this anymore. Since you clearly know who I am now. I mumble as I take my mask off. This is gonna be a long week. Back in AIM. September 17th. After finally coming clean to Kazan about who he was and their relation, Nagato was more at ease. He was finally perfectly comfortable around his nephew, however, he still had that sense of guilt about complying with Madara's plan. Regardless, he loved spending time with Kazan. Vice versa too. As the deadline of his visit in Omegakure approached, the boy actually felt sad about the fact he had to leave. He only had one more day there, since he couldn't really count the fifth because Obito would pick him up at 8 in the morning. After waking up on the fourth day, Kazan had a request for Nagato. Nagato-sensei. I have a request. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. September 17th. Third-person POV. Nagato-sensei. I have a request. Since it's my last training session with you today before Toby comes to fetch me tomorrow morning, I want to learn something different. Can you train me in Genjutsu? Seeing the great interest Kazan showed in the category of Genjutsu, Nagato agreed to teach him. It didn't take Kazan very long to be able to cast strong illusions, and he easily began to tell the difference between reality and an illusion. Kazan enjoyed Genjutsu training. He enjoyed it even more than his ninjutsu training and showed great skill in the category. In his first day of training with Genjutsu, Kazan was able to cast B-rank illusions and break out of a rank Genjutsu with no sweat. However, casting and breaking so many Genjutsu after one another took up more of his chakra than training with regular jutsu did. Because of how much chakra Kazan exerted throughout his constant training, he was flat out exhausted when he was done. So exhausted that during his break he fell asleep. Seeing his nephew's peaceful state while sleeping, Nagato picked him up and took him to bed. Kazan didn't stir or respond as Nagato moved him because of what a deep slumber he was in. Kazan was in such a deep sleep that he was able to enter the deepest, darkest part of his mind, and while there he came across something very strange. A small sphere of light floating around in the pitch-black landscape. What is this? I sense a presence coming off of it. Kazan stared at the floating orb, watching as it flickered with a look of confusion and curiosity on his face. Chakra. But whose? He inched closer to the orb, slowly extending his hand. As soon as he made contact with the sphere, a wave of chakra was forced into his body, filling his entire chakra system. Sensing the new chakra flowing through Kazan's body, a chakra he was all too familiar with, Kurama woke up and forcefully pulled Kazan into his part of the boy's psyche. Kazan was still confused by what happened and thought it was a dream. Kurama stared him in an analytic way, studying his body and aura to see if anything was strange or out of place. He picked up nothing and was relieved that Kazan was fine. If he had done anything to corrupt his chakra, my promise would be for naught. Kazan was still stumped about what exactly happened, but was still flat out exhausted, so he left the psyche plane and went back to sleep. Unknown POV. Now that we have some sort of connection, I can finally contact him. If I'm careful enough, I can convince the boy to free me in advance with my plan. I just have to approach him correctly. First impressions are very important. Third-person POV. After the strange encounter, Kazan felt that something was off with his chakra. It was more negative and didn't exactly feel like his own. Almost as if it had been contaminated with someone else's hatred. But he could tell it wasn't Kurama's. So what was really going on here? Kurama became very bothered by this as well, because with each passing second, Kazan's chakra only became more and more dark. So dark, that it started reminding him about something, or rather someone, he didn't want to remember. Kazan had learned to suppress his chakra thanks to spending time with Kabuto a while back, so no one other than himself and Kurama knew about this change in his physical energy. After being taken home, Kazan put his training on hold and focused more on reading to distract himself. The darkness in his chakra felt like a demonic shadow slowly corrupting him, in a way much worse than back when Kurama tried breaking the seal. Throughout the day he randomly heard a faint whisper. A ghostly voice calling his name. It crept him out but he kept to himself. Unfortunately, and much to Kurama's annoyance, Kuro noticed the change in Kazan's chakra. He too, being familiar with the presence slowly corrupting Kazan, found it quite entertaining and laughed to himself each time he passed the boy. September 19th. What's so funny, Kuro? Shiroi asked him. Oh, nothing much. Just that someone I know is finally coming out of the shadows. Kuro chuckled to himself in a really dark tone, putting Shiroi on edge and making Kurama growl inside Kazan's psyche. Knowing what was happening to Kazan and who was behind it, the crafty shadow-like creature began formulating a plan to get Kazan to make contact with the mysterious being. After all, with Obito beginning to get suspicious of him, a backup plan could come in handy. And the man corrupting Kazan was the perfect plan B to achieving his goal. The only way to get Kazan to make contact with this mysterious man was to infuriate him until he used the corrupted chakra. That was going to be easy considering how much the boy hated him. All he had to do was wait for the perfect chance when no one was around to see what he was doing. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. October 5th. Kazan POV. Kuro is definitely up to something. That smirk on his face could tell me as much. It creeps me out each time he fights back his laughter. Like he knows what's going on. Maybe he does. But one thing was certain. That strange ghostly whisper I keep hearing definitely creeps me out way more than Kuro's ugly mug. Besides being skin-crawling and the stuff of nightmares, the voice actually gave useful advice. I noticed this while playing a game of shogi with Ojiazan. Usually he'd beat me, but this time I won the game. And all thanks to advice given to me by the strange voice. It helped me out with a bunch of other stuff too. Something really interesting is what it said to me when I looked at Kuro a few minutes earlier. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't trust him. If that wasn't a huge red flag about Kuro, I didn't know what was. Iniki didn't trust him, Kyuubi didn't trust him, I didn't trust him, and now neither does the voice. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. Third-person POV. But Kazan was wrong. The person behind the eerie voice in his head was anything but good. And his plans for the shinobi world were much darker than Madara's. Slowly but surely, the voice began to get Kazan to lower his guard. He had been watching for quite some time now, so he knew Kuro would make his move at any given time. He just had to wait for the opportunity, and once it arrived, he would pounce. He didn't have to wait very long either. Kazan POV. October 6th. Well, what have we here? What's wrong, little fox? Why the long face? I glanced at Kuro, my gaze penetrating him like a sharp knife, evident distrust and suspicion glowing inside them. The shadow-like figure then put on a devious smirk and spoke in that innocent tone that I despised with every cell in my body. Kazan, did anything strange happen to you recently? Hearing any ghosts whispering in your ears? Kuro asked as innocently as he could to push my buttons. He was trying to get me angry for something. As much as I wanted to yell at him or rip him a new one, I suppressed my rage and channeled it all into only glaring at him. Whatever it is you want, Kuro, I'm not giving it to you. Leave me alone, I say in a blunt and unfriendly tone, before grunting and diverting my eyes away from his hideous face and back to my book. Of course, he does the exact opposite and continues pestering me. You know, your chakra feels different, he comments in a suspicious voice. So that's what this is about. I take it he knows the person behind the voice in my head. It's darker, more ominous. A bit concerning. So tell me. What exactly do you have planned here? His words make me look back at him and raise an eyebrow. He was fully aware of how much I distrusted and disliked him. Was he trying to set me up for something? At this moment, in the back of my mindscape, the Kyuubi woke up and let out a deep earth-quaking growl. The voice in my head spoke up too. Keep your cool, he's trying to trick you. My eyes narrow down on him once again and I spike a small bit of my chakra defensively as a signal for him to back off. Well, answer me. What little plan are you devising to foil Project Tasuki no Mi? What the hell are you doing? Kuro's reverts back to his usual entitled and commanding tone. This really started to peeve me and I was about to snap when the voice stopped me. Remember what I said, boy. No matter how hard he makes it, don't attack him. I take a deep breath and exhale, releasing as much tension as possible to keep my cool. Calmly, I get up and look Kuro's clone dead in the eye, faces centimeters apart with myself towering a few inches above him. Listen here, you piece of crap. You may get away with that entitled attitude around Ojiazan and Aniki, but don't think for a second you can get away with it around me. Don't think for a millisecond that you have me fooled either. I know you have something planned. And one way or another I will expose you. He grit his teeth and I continued while leaking some malice to show how dead serious I was. I don't trust you one bit and I don't like you either. My health, well-being, and chakra signature are none of your business, so keep your non-existent nose out of it. You mean nothing to me and I want nothing to do with you. Now get the hell out of my sight and never talk to me again unless you want be sealed away. Third-person POV. At this point Kuro was growling at Kazan, but as much as he wanted to, he knew he couldn't do anything to harm the boy. It enraged him even more. And in that moment of rage, he said something that really hit a nerve. For a brat, you sure as hell have a big mouth on you. Obito's obnoxiousness rubbed off on you. Guess I better give you a lecture to set you straight. Kuro emerged fully from the ground, and this time, he was the one towering over Kazan. This had no effect on the boy though, and he stood firm in his spot, glaring harder with every passing second. Respect your elders or I'll show you the consequences. Kuro says with a scowl on his face, angry that Kazan used such a tone with him. Hearing Kuro starting to lecture him like he was some sort of parent to him, leaned on Kazan's last nerve. The boy feels his eyes begin to sting slightly as his vision sharpens and that same dark chakra from earlier leaks into his system. Kurama didn't like Kuro's tone either, so the fox spiked his hatred, infecting Kazan's chakra with even more negativity, and Kazan's eyes glowed red as his pupils turned to slits. But the dark chakra overpowers Kurama's hatred and the pattern in Kazan's eyes changes from a slit pupil to a three-tomo Sharingan. Kuro begins chuckling as he sees himself successfully achieve his goal. You can't help but become enraged. You're just like that fox. Better yet, you're just like Indra. This won't be difficult at all. That pattern in your eyes is proof of it. A look of confusion spreads across Kazan's face. P pattern. What? Kazan age 4. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Still October 6th. Third-person POV. Kuro chuckling as he sees himself successfully achieve his goal. The more satisfaction he felt, the louder he laughed, until the point where he was straight up cackling like a psychopath. You can't help but become enraged at the mere sight of me. You're just like that damn fox inside of you. Better yet, you're just like Indra. This won't be difficult at all. It's all such a breeze. I will never fail in getting what I want. That pattern in your eyes is proof of it. Kuro begins laughing again and a look of confusion spreads across Kazan's face. P pattern. What? He mumbled to himself, totally clueless and just puzzled. Kuro finally stops laughing and says, he's taking control. At this, Kurama's eyes shoot wide open. Oops. This image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. You're turning into him. Sooner or later you'll fall victim to darkness. To the endless void of hatred, just like your ancestor. The evil will corrupt you. It's an inescapable fate now. Enjoy your hell, Otsutsuki reincarnate. Kazan was still completely confused and didn't make a single move. Kurama, however, the fox growled louder, finally losing his temper and all control of himself. Kurama explodes with anger, leaking the most massive waves of chakra and ki that he could as a powerful earth-quaking roar left his throat. An explosion of chakra spews out of the seal, forming a much smaller version of the fox next to Kazan. Stop corrupting my Jinchuriki, you bastard. The fox then opens its mouth widely and blasts a mini Bijudama at Kuro, destroying the clone. After Kuro's clone was completely destroyed, Kurama's chakra above Kazan fades away and disappear into nothing, like it was never there and nothing happened. Kazan couldn't believe what just happened. The Nine Tails protected him. Before he could come to reality and properly process what happened, he was pulled into his psyche. Don't listen to a damn word uttered by that scumbag. Don't let him corrupt you nor get into your head. As soon as that happens you will lose everything. Yet another weird surprise for the day. You just spoke. Kurama stayed quiet, still uncomfortable with speaking to a human. Seeing as, it's been 2,000 years since he last did so. And he didn't even know if Kazan truly was the shinobi of prophecy, so he was conflicted about if his moves were the right ones. After all, he didn't even fully trust Kazan, so why reveal everything to him now? In fact, why reveal anything and risk screwing over the other Biju? Was this the right move? He then heard a faint voice in the back of his head. A voice that sounded like Hagoromo. It's the right thing to do, Kurama. Just trust the process. Trust him. The rewards will be priceless, my son. Father. Even after death, you still guide me. The Kyuubi closes his eyes before finally replying. Yes, I can talk. And I know what is happening to you. That chakra is corrupting you. It's feeding on your anger and growing ever stronger each time you are enraged. Block it. Keep training your mind and strengthen your mental state as much as possible. It's the only way to resist. Don't let it consume you. Don't let him get a grip on you. Those were the last words the Biju spoke before forcing Kazan out of the psyche plane. The boy stood in the backyard of the base, frozen in one spot as he thought over everything that just happened. Who is this character Kyuubi was warning him about? Kuro mentioned a name earlier after his fit of psychopathic laughter. Indra, he mutters just above a whisper while deep in thought. Did you say something to just now? Kabuto asked out of the blue, catching Kazan off guard, making him flinch. Don't sneak up on me like that, Four Eyes. Kazan says, annoyed. Kabuto replies with, I didn't sneak. You just had your guard down. Pretty out of character for you. You alright? I'm fine, just deep in thought. What are you doing here anyway? Kazan asked, puzzled as to why the Silverette was at Madara's base. Toby called Orochimaru-sama over to heal an infected cut of one of the new recruits. I just tagged along, Kabuto answers. New recruits? Geez, how many surprises am I gonna have today? This is getting annoying. Kazan age 4. Timeline, before Naruto Part 1. Still October 6th. Kazan POV. Nobody told me about any new recruits, so the first chance I got I questioned Aniki about it. He confirmed that there were indeed new recruits in the base. And exactly how long have they been here? I asked. We went to get them 3 days after taking you to AIM. I thought you sensed them already. Aniki replied. How could he have sensed them if the rooms are in the dungeon and all protected in a barrier that blocks chakra? A Shiroi Zetsu clone asked. Aniki disregarded the clone's topic and told me he had to get to a mission. And just like that he left and I was stuck with Four Eyes and Swirly to watch me. Just a bit after he left, Orochimaru came from out of the underground rooms where was assuming the mysterious new recruits were. Kabuto, our task here is done. We should be leaving now. Go and pack up the medical kit, said the Sannin while facing the silver-haired teen. Kabuto then went down to get the supplies and I was now alone with Orochimaru. You seem a bit puzzled, young master. What's on your mind? He spoke, now referring to me. Out of curiosity, Orochimaru, who are these new recruits I keep hearing about? Aniki didn't bother explaining before he left. I replied. So far I only know of Kisame Hoshigaki, Mangetsu Hazuka, and a young girl named Shikaru Nara. She was the one I had to patch up. There are 2 others as well. But Madara exclusively told me not to enter the room where they were being held. You'll have to ask him or Obito to know more. At that moment Kabuto arrived and told Orochimaru that he had sealed everything away, handing the scroll to his master. Farewell, sweet child. Orochimaru bid me goodbye as he annoyingly ruffled my hair before exiting the base. After that I spent my time playing shogi alone and reading book as usual when I sensed Ojiazen's presence enter the base. After greeting him I asked him who the 2 other shinobi were and what exactly they were recruiting them for. Obito needs them to rebuild the Akatsuki so gathering the Biju can be easier. He answered my first question. There was a bit of silence after that. And who are the other 2? I asked again. I could tell he didn't really want to answer but he did anyway. Their names are Itachi and Shisui Uchiha. Uchiha. They're from our clan. He grunted in response and changed the topic, clearly not wanting to answer any of my questions related to the Uchiha. He has always been like that. It's why I always went to Aniki when I had questions related to the Uchiha. Third-person POV. Obito needs powerful shinobi with great potential to rebuild the Akatsuki and complete our goal. If you want to be a part of it, you better train hard. Seeing the hesitant look his great-grandson had on his face, Madara questioned him. What if I don't want to be a part of the Akatsuki? Can I do something else instead? He asks. We'll see. Just train hard and master your skills. Once you do that I'll give you your own task to complete. At that, Madara exits the room and Kazan goes back to reading his book. However, he couldn't focus on it. He needed answers. His brain was restless without them. Even when Obito came home he wouldn't answer Kazan and the boy could tell that Madara was the reason behind that. The boy was slightly irritated by that but still respected his great-grandfather's wishes. After all, there had to be a reason behind why he wasn't allowed to know more about them. It still bothered him though. Time skip. October 9th. Kazan was sitting in the library and Swirly was being particularly irritating, whining about some stupid topic while next to the boy. Would you, please, shut up? The white Zetsu clone paused for a moment. You don't have to yell. What's gotten into you? You seem irritated by something. Swirly spoke in his usual annoying tone of voice. More like someone, Kazan muttered under his breath. What was that? Swirly asked. Nothing, just leave, Kazan said plainly, cutting himself off. Oh come on, tell me, Swirly begged. Kazan continuously said no, but the metahuman kept bothering him, even poking his cheek. That was enough. Weaving a single hand sign, Kazan summoned a continuous stream of lightning around him, electrocuting the white Zetsu clone. After that, Swirly definitely left him alone, and Kazan, now more irritated than before, muttered a few insulting words under his breath before returning to his book. Or at least he was about to do so, when in the corner of his eye he noticed a figure in the doorway and directed his gaze towards them to meet with unfamiliar forest green eyes. Who are you? He asked, confused. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. October 9th. Third person POV. Who are you? Kazan asks the mysterious person. I'm Shikaru. The 6-year-old girl stutters. Shy was quite shy as she was in an unfamiliar place, but she was also quite surprised because she saw Kazan electrocuting Swirly. Shikaru. The girl Orochimaru came to heal a few days ago. He asks. She abruptly turns her face away shyly with an embarrassed blush on her cheeks. A moment of silence passed as Kazan didn't know how to respond to that, this being his first time encountering someone who was embarrassed. Emotions like that confused him. What do I do now? I've never met someone my age. The voice in his head then replied, just say that last part. But introduce yourself first. As always, Kazan followed the voice's advice. I'm Kazan. I've never met someone my age before. That got her out of her shell. Wait, really? You never met another kid before? She asked, surprised. No. I just stay in here and read most of the time. I don't really go out. And when I do, it's only to train or go with my brother to run errands or complete small side missions. Kazan replies. They exchange words for a while, Shikaru getting more comfortable around him, and Kazan starting to enjoy her company. And then Shikaru asks this question. Kazan, do you have a family? Kazan replies with basic answers, not going into detail. Well, there's Tobi, Madara, and my uncle Nagato. And then the question he expected. What about your parents? Shikaru asks. I don't know much about them. Just that they live someplace else. A moment of silence. What about you? He asks. It's a long story. My dad was a shinobi. But he died protecting the village when I was just 2 years old. My mom was a civilian. She was very sick. She passed away a few months ago. Sorry to hear that. Don't be. They're not suffering anymore. They're in a better place. A happy place. One where they don't need to worry anymore or live in this world of hurt. You're a really positive person, Shikaru. Kazan notes. And you're not? She asks. Kazan says that he doesn't know. I'm not a pessimist, but I'm not an optimist either. I don't see a glass half full or a glass half empty. I just see a glass. I'm not positive and I'm not negative. I'm just neutral and it doesn't bother me. And that's how Kazan's friendship with Shikaru began. The two kids began spending a majority of their time together. They did things like reading, training, meditating and face-off in shogi. Seeing that Kazan now had someone else to spend his time with and was no longer just in his room all day with his nose buried in a book, made Obito happy. Kazan was less stressed as well. With his time being taken up by something else, he didn't worry about Kuro all the time. It gave him a boost in emotion and he was no longer as worn out and easily irritated. One thing still bothered him though. Who were the two Uchiha Madara was keeping him away from? Meanwhile, Shisui POV. The fact that Obito was the masked man who attacked Konoha left me in a state of pure shock. My own cousin attacked our village, killed hundreds and nearly killed the Hokage, his own sensei. How could someone as bright and cheerful as Obito end up willingly helping a monster like Madara? With every though that zoomed through my brain, my head started to pound. All I could think about was the image of my once cheerful cousin whom I looked up to fading into darkness. My role model, who I previously thought was dead, was actually my enemy. And now here I am, tied up and at Madara's mercy while Obito watched from a distance with an unreadable expression on his face. It hurt seeing him so cold. Third-person POV. Seeing how conflicted Shisui was took a real toll on Itachi. He had never seen his friend this sad, this angry. Indeed, he too was shocked speechless that Obito was the masked man, but not like Shisui. The sight of his best friend's pained face enraged Itachi enough to skip his third tomo and advance straight to Mangekyo. With each wave of rage that overcame him, blood seeped from his eye sockets as they automatically advanced to Mangekyo. Unable to fully hone his new abilities, Itachi set multiple things ablaze with the Amaterasu as well as randomly cast the Tsukuyomi, sometimes spamming it. Because of this, Obito and Madara were the only two who could safely enter the room. Obito, thanks to his Kamui ability, and Madara because of the white Zetsu cells restoring his vision each time he uses the Izanagi to escape the inextinguishable black flames. Shisui was in too deep of a state of shock to do anything, but there was still the risk that he could snap and use Kodo Amatsukami or any other dangerous abilities. Because of this, it was a neutral decision for Kazan not to know any more about the two, or come anywhere near them. Not yet at least. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Still October 9th. Itachi POV. I have no clue how long we have been here. Shisui hasn't said a word since Obito took his mask off. He was just sitting there staring into space with an expression of pain on his face. My eyes stung from involuntarily activating the Mangekyo so many times. My chakra was low as well, and the Mokuden retraining me was starting to really hurt my wrists. I've been glaring at the ground with my 3 Tomo Sharingan activated for a while now. Hours in fact. There was nothing else I could do. I was completely powerless against Madara and had given up long ago. I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Madara and Obito were the only two who ever came here, and I had gotten so used to hearing their footsteps that I could tell them apart long before they even entered the room. From their light echo alone I could tell which of the two it was this time. But I kept my head down, not bothering to spare him a glance. Just looking at him would trigger me, so I continued glaring daggers at the floor with my dojutsu. Keeping your Sharingan activated for so long after overuse will severely affect your eyesight, Itachi. He commented. Don't act like you care, Obito. If you really did, we wouldn't be here, I said coldly. At my words, he sighed. I heard him pull a chair out from under the desk and place it down a few feet in front of me. He sat down in it and I felt his gaze on me for a few seconds before he spoke again. I didn't want you here in the first place. If you want somebody to blame, then blame Madara. He acted without filling me in. If he had, then trust me, you wouldn't be here. I raised my head slightly and glared daggers at him. My eyes advanced to Mangekyo, but I couldn't do anything other than that. My chakra was too drained. You're making this a lot harder than it needs to be. Resisting is just a waste of time. And as long as you keep wasting his time, Madara will grow tired of you and execute you both. This path you're going down will only lead to death. For the first time since Obito revealed who he was, Shisui spoke. We'd rather die than work with Madara. Because we are loyal to Konoha. Unlike some people. He emphasized the last part, referring to Obito, and said man grunted in response. What happened to you? You used to be so enthusiastic. So bright. You wanted to become the Hokage. What happened to you? Third-person POV. A cold silence filled the room. Hell, Shisui. Hell is what happened. And I am only working with Madara to ensure that nobody else has to live through that same hell ever again. I'm trying to recreate the world. To get rid of all the hatred and the pain. All of the suffering. The tears, the bloodshed. I'm trying to rid the world of all negative things and bring true peace. You're a shinobi. One who has witnessed death and experienced sorrow. You've lost friends, family and comrades over and over again. Your Mangekyo is proof of all the trauma you've lived through. So tell me, don't we desire the same thing? Shisui didn't answer him. Look. You don't have to pledge loyalty to Madara, and you don't have to work for him either. Just agree to help me in my goal, and I'll remove the wood-style restraints. Just say yes so I can let you go. I don't want to lose you too, Shisui. And all over your own unnecessary stubbornness. Don't do that to me, cousin. Shisui looked at Obito silently with a conflicted expression. He wanted to say yes, but he couldn't. He couldn't because he was deciding for Itachi too. The younger Uchiha was dependent on his answer. It was a tough decision. One with bad consequences either way. But finally, after 2 agonizing minutes of silence, while keeping in mind that Itachi's life was on the line too, Shisui gave his answer. 1 day later. Madara POV. October 10th. As expected, when I arrived at the Hokage monument on the night of October 10th, Minato wasn't there. But my traitorous son Raiden was. Well, isn't this nice? The backstabber finally pay his old man a visit. I could tell he was scowling. That's no face to be giving your father, now is it? What game are you playing, Tu-san? He asked me in a blunt tone. Why Itachi and Shisui? He asked as he turned around to look at me. Why not Itachi and Shisui? After all, since you chickened out on taking lead of the clan and left things to Fugaku, they are the only good things left of the Uchiha. The only ones with any sort of potential at all. This Senju-led village has contaminated their minds, but not to the point where I can't still correct them. They are the only hope for the Uchiha and I won't let them be corrupted too. That is why I took them. At this point, he was stabbing holes through me with his Sharingan, but he didn't dare do anything because that is how I raised him. To not make a move against anyone who is stronger or in a higher position than him. Not at all affected by his glare, I closed the distance between us and stopped right in front of him, looking him dead in the eye. If you want somebody to blame, then blame yourself. I sent you here to correct the Uchiha and bring them back to the right path, but you betrayed me and left them to go astray. Wherever those two brats end up, whatever they do from here on out, all of it falls on you. Because I wouldn't have had to take them had you just done what you were told. Everything happening to this village, to your son and to your grandson. It's because of you disobeying me, Raiden. These are the consequences of your actions, son. Now learn to live with them, and if you can't, go back to the plan. While you still can. Those were my last words to him before I teleported back to the base. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Still October 10th. Shisui POV. Keeping in mind that Itachi's life was on the line too, I made the choice that seemed the best for both of us. Obito offered us a way to not betray Konoha. A way to not work with Madara, but to help him instead. So reluctantly I took it. I made the deal with him and he let us go. However, when Madara came back, he stated outright that he doesn't want us outside of the base or outside of the floor of the base we were currently in. His reason being he didn't trust us and that he wanted us to prove we wouldn't try anything funny before granting us true freedom. And that is how we ended up walking around freely on what we found out was the lowest level of the underground base. We were kept under the strict supervision of the strange creatures called Zetsu clones, and our chakra was sealed instead of us being restrained. So we weren't truly free, but it was a lot better than before. I still don't know if my decision was the right one, but we'll find out soon enough. Obito POV. October 12th. I was with Nagato in one of the storage rooms getting a bunch of scrolls that he needed when my sixth sense went off. TCH. What's he up to now? I mutter under my breath. Nagato questions what I mean and I explain. I have a feeling Kazan's gonna do something. It's a little instinct I developed that warns me beforehand about him losing his temper. Almost like a psychic ability. I explain as I exit the room to find my troublesome little brother and put an end to whatever it is that's about to happen. He was in the backyard of the base with Shikaru and Swirly, probably practicing his deductive skills or something. Damn it, Swirly, I'm gonna kill you, I heard him yell from across the yard. Of course Swirly would be the cause of his temper tantrum. I mumble annoyed. From the distance I saw him weave signs for a Raiden jutsu and lightning bolts appeared from thin air and struck everything in his field of vision. A little help, Obito-san. Swirly screeched out from the boulder he jumped behind. I was about to turn around when I saw Nagato next to me. You're not gonna help him? He asked. No, this is his own fault, he has to get out of it himself. Third person POV. Not satisfied with Obito's response, Nagato decides to help Swirly alone. He weaves a tiger hand seal and Rinnegan chains shoot from the ground and wrap around Kazan, instantly sealing his chakra and ending his tantrum. You really are your mother's son. Kazan was surprised to hear Nagato's voice and his head snaps in the Uzumaki's direction. Uncle Nagato. Why don't you apologize to Swirly for almost killing him? Nagato says in a half-lecturing tone. Kazan scoffs at this. Pooh. As if I'd ever apologize to him. He deserved it. Stubborn too. A real Uchiha. Nagato lets a sigh out through his nose and releases the chain around Kazan. I knew I was setting myself up for disappointment by asking you that. Still, no harm in trying. He's stubborn. Like an immature version of Madara. Obito says as he walks up to them. Kazan glares at him for his comment and unfazed by his glare, Obito tells him to follow him. Kazan says no out of spite for being called immature, and Obito, tired and in a hurry to complete a mission, responds by dragging him inside. Kazan POV. Hey, where are you taking me? Put me down. He says nothing as he keeps dragging me. Where the hell are you taking me? I ask again. First off, watch your language. And second, I'm going on a mission in AIM. I don't trust leaving you here alone with Zetsu clones anymore, so I'm taking you to the new recruits and you're staying there under their supervision until either Madara or I get back. I continuously argue and rant while trying to resist, and Shikaru sighs while following using her catchphrase. What a pain, she sighs. For the rest of the trip to the downstairs floor, you best believe that I fought his grip and tried my absolute hardest to get away. At the end of it, he trapped me in Kamui dimension and walked the rest of the way, until he brought me out of it, dropping me in the room. He's your problem for the day. Be careful. Whatever threat he makes, he definitely will do. I sealed his chakra so he won't severely hurt you, but I still advise to watch out though. Iniki says to the two recruits who were just staring at us confused. I glared back at him and spoke through gritted teeth. I hate you. No you don't. Shikaru interjects and I glared at her slightly. Kazan, Shikaru, listen to Itachi and Shisui, he said in his big brother voice while giving me a stern look. I would glare at him, but the second he said, Itachi and Shisui, all my rage vanished. He was actually leaving me with the two Uchiha who I've been dying to know more about since the day I found out about the new recruits. I wouldn't call myself excited, more like intrigued. Third-person POV. Seeing all of Kazan's rage towards him vanish and be replaced by an expression of curiosity, Obito took this opportunity to warp away with Nagato. Shisui was surprised to see Shikaru there and his gaze was fixated on her, meanwhile Itachi's was fixated on Kazan. He could immediately see the resemblance between the boy and Minato. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. October 12th. Third-person POV. Hey, Shisui. Shikaru greeted the curly-haired Uchiha. Shikaru, what are you doing here? He asked. She then went on to explain that she was brought here the same night as them, and while they spoke, Itachi engaged in conversation with Kazan. While the boy was interested in learning more about the two Uchiha, he was still quite secretive and one-sided. A habit he'd picked up from spending a lot of time with Shikaru. Kazan POV. While I did converse with Itachi, I kept my replies short and vague, answering in only enough detail for him to just barely understand and not make any assumptions or discoveries. I already knew he was aware of who I was, judging by the expression on his face when he first saw me, so I didn't bother hiding it. So, you're Kazan. Shisui addressed me, now done with his conversation with Shikaru. HN. And you're the fearsome Konoha Anbu, Shunshin no Shisui. I recognize you from the bingo book. Quite the reputation you have. I reply. You're sharp for your age. Shisui speaks again. I may be young, but I'm not as oblivious as I look. What people choose to show you and how they actually feel, think, or act are entirely different things. So don't judge me by my appearance. Shisui POV. After hearing Kazan's answer, I was intrigued by him. Not only does he look exactly like Lord Fourth, he acted just like him too. I could tell he was smarter than he was letting on, and more skilled in other areas as well despite his age. You read a lot, I ask him. It's a good hobby. I like training my brain. You never know when you could need the information or strategies. I hummed in agreement. Indeed, he was way smarter than what I originally expected. Looks like we have found a fellow bookworm for Itachi. I thought to myself. I glanced over to him and saw that look on his face he wears when something is bothering him. What is it, Itachi? I ask. Itachi POV. Kazan. If you're Lord Hokage and Lady Kushina's firstborn son, that means you've been here for 5 years now. Before I even said what was bothering me, he answered my question. I know what's on your mind and the answer is no. I am not being held here against my will. I simply do not want to go back to Konoha. Shisui and I both had the same awestruck faces. Why don't you want to go back? Why choose to stay here when your family are all there looking for you? I ask him. Kazan takes his focus off the kunai in his hand and he looks me dead in the eyes. Listen closely to what I have to say and consider the facts behind it. So we did. Because. By going back to Konoha and becoming a shinobi there, I am required to pledge loyalty to that village. That is why I don't want to go back. I dislike Konoha, as I do all villages, but only because of the systems they choose to follow. I simply find the shinobi system incompetent, and the idea of pledging loyalty to a village that isn't being led properly completely absurd. His words caught us completely off guard. What? Both Shisui and I half shout in unison. Tell me, as a shinobi you fight for your own sense of justice and protect your village to bring peace to the people living there. Now, what if someone who is doing the same for an opposing village crosses your path and you end up fighting? Which one of you is right and which one is the bad guy? I looked at Shisui and saw the same look on his face I was wearing. Awestruck and utterly speechless. I looked to Shikaru and her face wore the expression that symbolized she agreed with Kazan. You agree with this? I asked her. Listen carefully before judging, Itachi-san, she said before cutting herself off from the conversation and reading a book. Kazan continued, the shinobi creed tells us to protect and fight for what we love to keep it safe, and in that way peace will be established. Yet that creed itself is the reason for all conflict in the present time, and even all conflict dating so far back to the era of the Rakudo Sennin. It has always been broken. The cause of all wars and battles is because shinobi are trying to protect their villages from threats. But the only threat to a village is other villages who are doing the same thing as them. Merely protecting what they hold precious to them. The more I thought about it, the more his words made sense. As long as shinobi pledge loyalty to individual villages and fight for what they love, this cycle of war and bloodshed will continue to rage on and on unless someone does something about it. So far, the only person who's coming close to that is Madara, and I know you don't like the answer to that. But what can you do about it? Challenge him. If you truly wish to establish peace, start by renewing the system you follow, accepting others for who they are and stop judging them based on their faults. Acceptance is the key to peace. Not meaningless truces, alliances, or treaties. Because the piece of paper the treaty is written on can easily be torn, but if someone truly accepts you, that bond will only strengthen over time. Right or wrong? I had no reply. And no, this isn't a method of brainwashing Madara used on me to get me on his side. These are my questions for you as loyal shinobi to your village. I still had no answer. And by the look on his face, neither did Shisui. You don't need to answer. Your expressions alone indicate that you realize the shortcomings of the shinobi creed and that you do agree with me to some extent. Even if it's only partially. That's all I need. After that he didn't speak a word again. Because of his questions and the points he made, our thoughts were all mixed up. In truth, what he's saying is accurate. But by agreeing with it, we'll be disagreeing with Konoha and their teachings. We only had 3 available options. Konoha's way, which was looking really faulty at the moment. Obito's way, which we still knew nothing about. And finally Kazan's way, which involved some kind of renewal of the shinobi creed. Kazan's way was valid and truthful, but even though it went against Madara, it still went against Konoha. What is the right answer here? Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Still October 12th. Kazan POV. I left the Itachi and Shisui to their thoughts and went back to reading my book. They didn't engage in any conversation after that, because their mindsets were completely jumbled up. I knew that their loyalty still leaned towards Konoha, but I also knew that my little talk with them was making them waver. I myself didn't truly know if this plan would work since I only came up with it yesterday, but it wouldn't hurt to test it out. We sat in complete silence until Aniki came back from his missions in AIM. The second he walked in the room and saw their expressions, he pulled me aside and asked what I said. Obito POV. What did you say to them? I ask. He lowers the book and looks at me. Just that the shinobi creed is the reasons for all 3 wars. I threw in a couple more details, and now they're doubting Konoha's teachings. You have a way with words that is unrivaled in this world. I say. It's all about technique and how you use it. However, they'll still have trouble working with you because they don't fully trust you or whatever plans you have. What do you mean, plans I have? You come up with something of your own. I ask sarcastically. He gives me an expression that says he was dead serious. Knowing you and looking back now, that was a dumb question to ask. I mutter just above a whisper. Indeed it was. He replies and I respond by glancing at him with an annoyed expression for his comment. He ignores my expression and then goes on to explain his plan. It's a theory. Nothing more than a little hypothesis I'm still working on. But if executed correctly, it might just work. If we could renew the system of an entire village and show how much its inhabitants prosper off of it, it could set an example for other villages and spread throughout all the nations. How do you plan on executing this? I ask. Like I said, I'm still working on it. At the moment I see only 2 options. Either you enforce it in Kurigakure since you have the Mizukage under your genjutsu, or we enforce it in AIM with the help of the renewed Akatsuki. It's not half bad of an idea. I say while thinking about it. I knew you'd agree with it more than anyone else. After all, you yourself stated on multiple occasions that this system is corrupt, and I just built off of your words. I'm interested in seeing how things will go if we change the system up a little bit. Not that I care about the state of the world. I'm just curious, he said bluntly. I hummed softly, putting my hand to my chin as I weighed the pros and cons. A new creed, a new shinobi system. Maybe it's worth a shot. And at least this way we'll have a whole village under our control. It actually benefits us for the time being. More pros than cons. In fact, there doesn't seem to be any cons at all. That was when I made up my mind. Alright. Since Nagato is the leader of the renewed Akatsuki, I'll talk to him and see when he's free, then you explain everything to him. Kazan just let out a monotonous grunt and returned to reading. Kazan POV. October 19th. After I spoke with Aniki, the next few days were comprised of gathering more members for the Akatsuki and trying to expose a corrupt man in some kind of high position named Hanzo. He told me that once all of that was over and done with, he'd take me to talk with Uncle Nagato. Now it was just a waiting game. Itachi and Shisui were going out on missions with the Akatsuki now, and Ojiazan and Aniki were barely at the base either. Because of this, Orochimaru's four-eyed teacher's pet was constantly playing babysitter to Shikaru and me. And I hated it a lot. Shikaru got along with Kabuto relatively well, but the energy between the Silverette and me was anything but positive. Since Orochimaru helped me out with a few things before and vice versa, Kabuto has become resentful toward me for taking his dear master's attention from him. I never liked Kabuto to begin with, so we're on the same terms with one another. Over the course of the past few days being left under his watchful eye and spiteful authority, I have been provoked to seriously injure him at least 12 times a day. The only thing stopping me was that ghostly whisper in the back of my head. Hurting him will only inconvenience you. Don't do it, boy. As of lately, he's been very talkative. What did Kuro say his name was again? Indra. It was really bothering me about what Kuro called me. Otsutsuki reincarnate. If I am an Otsutsuki's reincarnation, is this Indra the Otsutsuki he was talking about? Is he the voice I keep hearing? Something bothering you, kid? Yahiko asked as me placed a hand on my head, much to my annoyance. I groaned and removed the ginger's hand from my head. No, it's nothing. Just a passage in a scroll that confused me. But I understand it now. I lied. Afterward, Uncle Nagato came in the room wearing his Akatsuki robe and a traditional cage hat to match. After news spread about him defeating and banning Hanzo from AIM 3 months ago, he had become a really exalted figure in the village. In fact, he was so exalted throughout the nations that he was named the Amekage and accepted as the official 6th age in the great nations. Aniki had finally gotten a chance for me to talk with him, and now we had a lot of things to discuss, since this whole new system thing was my original idea. I was glad that this meeting took my mind off Kuro's words at least, but as soon as it was over, my mind shot straight back to that question like a boomerang. Damn it, who is this Indra person Kuro was talking about? Third person POV. Little did Kazan know, he was about to find out the answer to that question. An event that would lead to great chaos for the shinobi world. Kazan age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. October 24th. Kazan POV. After an exhausting training session, I once again met with that floating sphere of chakra in the dark landscape. It felt just as realistic as the first time I was here. But this time I was floating around with the chakra in complete silence for what seemed like an eternity. Then whispers slowly started echoing through the area. Those same ghostly whispers that I hear almost every day. As time progressed ever so slowly, I started thinking that maybe this was actually real. I have been reading a lot of books related to the human subconscious lately. So maybe this wasn't a dream. The more I considered it, the more I thought that this was reality and that I was just in a very deep part of my subconscious. That could be it, and if so, this could be my only chance to get the answers I need. Over time, the whispers got louder and began echoing more. I opened my eyes and looked at the floating sphere of chakra, deciding to seize this opportunity. Are you? I started. The whispers stopped as if he was waiting for me to continue. Indra Otsutsuki? I asked. Pin drop silence. It was dead silent for what felt like hours before a deep chuckle cut the silence. The sphere of chakra glowed brightly, nearly blinding me, causing me to shield my eyes, and when I opened them I was met with a pair of Sharingan. Just barely a foot from me was a man with long brown hair wearing a white cloak with strange tomo markings on it. Very good, boy. I wasn't expecting you to guess this quickly. You really are a prodigy. I narrowed my eyes at him in distrust. What do you want? I asked him sternly. I was met with silence. The yin and yang is quite a remarkable symbol, is it not? The good and the bad are the light and the dark balancing each other out. Like the sun and the moon in the sky. Or even the luck and misfortune that befalls one in life. He spoke, completely disregarding my question. Answer my damn question, I say, irritated. Quite the mouth you have on you. What I want to see what number you rank on the chaos scale. Then I'll decide which half of the yin and yang you fall under, my dear reincarnation. That was all he said before I was forced out of my subconscious. When I woke up my chakra felt different again. Even darker than it did before. I pondered on what he said for a long time but was still left confused. Which half of the yin and yang I fall under? His words left me confused but curious as well. I never picked a side to stand by in the world. Am I good or am I bad? Am I on the path of light or the path of darkness? Maybe he was just curious too. But even so, his aura still put me on edge. Recalling how it felt sent a shiver down my spine. Kazan, did you mess around hair dye or something? Swirly asked me, grabbing my attention. First of all, where would I get hair dye when we live in an underground base miles away from the borders of any village? And secondly, why would you even ask me something like that? He hesitated. Maybe, look in the mirror. Upon doing so I noticed that a bit of my hair had turned black. What the what? And that's how we ended up in Orochimaru's lab again. As far as can tell, his Uchiha DNA has suddenly become more dominant. Nothing else. Orochimaru says to Aniki. DNA changing with no clear cause. Ever heard of it? Aniki asked. No. But all tests come back with perfect results. We picked up nothing abnormal whatsoever. Just that his Uchiha genes are overpowering his other genes. Kabuto answers. But just to play it safely I'll have to test him again in about a month's time. Orochimaru spoke while reading through a clipboard. They kept talking but I zoned out. My DNA is changing. After both my encounters with Indra, my chakra changed. So maybe, he's behind this too. Is he doing this to me? And if so, then why? That thought kept bothering me for a very long time. I tried training to get my mind off it, and that's when I noticed something that left me stunned for a moment. My skill in genjutsu spiked drastically overnight. It spiked so much that I was left confused in my own illusion. And considering that I now had the Sharingan and could easily detect and break out of A and S rank genjutsu, that was saying a lot. Wait. This happened back in Omegakure. After he gave me chakra, my skills in all areas dramatically increased. Especially in genjutsu. That time with Kuro, when he gave me more chakra, I even gained a fully mastered 3-tomo Sharingan. So each time his chakra fills my system, it not only changes my chakra signature and DNA, it affects my performance and skill in jutsu as well. I was curious, so I tested out my genjutsu once more, this time to the max of my ability, and indeed it was extremely powerful. It had increased at such a level that it felt to me like I was trapped in a different reality. I couldn't tell what was real and what was the illusion, and by casting this genjutsu on an individual instead of an area, I could trick them with such ease it was like I was reprogramming their brains. It was like I could use Shisui's Kodo Amatsukami without the 10-year cooldown or even a Mangekyo. In fact, I didn't even need the Sharingan for it. For my skill level to spike this greatly overnight would draw too much attention to myself. How would I explain it without mentioning Indra? It was impossible. So, not knowing what else to do, more like not having enough motivation to think, I kept it under wraps and didn't tell a single soul about my newfound skill level nor my dujutsu. And besides, as of right now, I had other things to focus on. I had to help Uncle Nagato set up the new shinobi system for Omegakure. We also had to find a new place to house the S-rank criminals we recruited for Akatsuki, as well as figure out how to clear their names in order for them to legally live in AIM. Only when that was all said and done, could I resume experimenting with this new genjutsu and worrying about this problem. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 14th. Third-person POV. Kurama lay dead silent inside Kazan's mindscape, watching him carefully. He noticed the boy's sudden increase of skill in genjutsu as well as the whole situation of his hair color and DNA changing. His gaze darkened and his concern began to grow. With his Jinchuriki's chakra constantly changing, Kurama began to clearly sense Indra's chakra inside of Kazan. It was constantly active, spiking and dropping randomly through the day, but it was located way too deep inside of the boy's subconscious for him to do anything about it. This irritated him, causing yet another clump of negativity in Kazan's stomach. So he entered his mindscape and spoke to the fox. Usually you're only this negative when you sense Kuro anywhere near me, but now it's happening all throughout the day and night. What's going on with you? Kurama didn't respond. He stayed quiet and just looked at the boy with an uncertain expression. He didn't know if revealing the secret of Biju being able to talk was a good thing or a mistake. Though Hagoromo's spirit gave him advice, Kurama was still hesitant about it. Each time he has ever gotten close with a human, he always ended up getting hurt, and he wasn't prepared to go through yet another situation like that. Not after what happened with Ashura and Indra. Kazan was still half expecting an answer from him, but after seeing the Biju's expression he gave up. Fine. You don't want to talk and I respect that. You don't have to respond, Kyuubi. Maybe just try to keep the negativity on the low down. I can't have another dark chakra constantly contaminating my system. Kazan sighs. Indra's is enough, he mutters under his breath. Kurama's ear twitches at the sound of the Otsutsuki's name. He was tempted to ask Kazan how he knew Indra, but he abruptly stopped himself, and as a result the opportunity slipped through his fingers as the boy left. After that, the fox just kept watching as Kazan practiced his genjutsu in secret. Watching him train reminded Kurama more and more about his days helping Indra train. However, Kurama wasn't the only spirit watching Kazan throughout the day. In a realm unreachable to mortals was a man in white robes with pure white hair and piercing ice blue eyes. His figure emitted a brilliant light as blue chakra swirled around him while he looked down on the boy and his biju from his domain in the sky with great interest clouding his eyes. It seems that even after your advice, Kurama is still hesitant, Hagoromo. He spoke with a gentle yet powerful voice. Said late sage simply exhaled with an expression of slight disappointment etched into his features. This outcome was expected, yet it is still rather disappointing. However, we cannot force him to do something he does not want to. I am afraid it is out of my hands now. I can no longer be of any assistance to you in this matter, old friend. The white-haired man merely closes his eyes and exhales through his nose in response to Hagoromo's words. Rather disappointing indeed. However, just because it is out of your hands does not mean it is out of mine. I will not force Kura to talk to the boy, but I will convince him to assist the lad in terms of chakra, skill, and strength. With what I can decipher from all my visions involving Indra's present and future actions, young Kazan is going to need this help from Kura. After ending his sentence, the white-haired man stands up from his seat and Hagoromo once again turns his head to face him, with a surprised look on his face. Hold on. Are you actually going down to the mortal realm to deal with this problem personally, Inari-sama? Sort of. My power is too overwhelming for the earth to handle in its present state. Going down there in my current form is liable to cause the planet to crumble and collapse in on itself. So instead, I will send this. Inari channels a strange-looking energy into his hand and creates a small white fox with it, which he then uses his eye to transport away. Back on Earth. Inari's fox appears in the forest area around Madara's base where Kazan was. It looks like an ordinary white fox, but it is actually a fraction of the deity himself in a different physical form. Although, now that I think about it, it'd probably be best to talk with all of the Biju about the current situation. As all 9 of them are being held responsible for the balance of creation and destruction in order to keep the peace, they have a right to know about their younger brother's little stunt, he thinks to himself as he walks to where he senses Kazan. Kazan POV. I was sitting outside sharpening a bunch of kunai and shuriken because Aniki told me to go out and get some fresh air for a change. I expected to just sit there and do only that until I finished sharpening all my weapons, but quite unexpectedly, a small white fox appeared out of the forest and approached me. It came way closer than what other foxes would and calmly stood just under 2 feet away from me, not showing any sign of caution or hostility at all. Very out of character for a wild animal, especially for one of its size inside a forest where shinobi often pass through or even battle. I watched as it circled around me with its head tilted and an expression of interest brimming from its eyes before it came closer and sat down next to me holding eye contact. Becoming suspicious of if this fox was a Ninken or a Kuchiyos, I activated my Sharingan to see if there was a chakra seal from an owner or summoner on him. I saw no seal on him, but I saw that he had some kind of strange chakra. I raised an eyebrow at this because it wasn't ordinary chakra and there was a lot of it too. What are you? I asked as I narrowed my eyes out of suspicion and slight distrust. Kazan age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 14th. Third-person POV. Becoming suspicious of if the small white fox was a Ninken or a Kuchiyos, Kazan activated his Sharingan to see if there was a chakra seal from an owner or summoner on him. The boy saw no seal on him, but instead discovered that the small canine had a strange-looking chakra that he had never seen before. Kazan rose an eyebrow at this because he hadn't seen anything like it before and he could sense a great pressure coming from the chakra. A pressure similar to what he felt coming from Kurama. That alone was enough to tell Kazan that this was indeed no ordinary fox. What are you? He asked as he narrowed my eyes out of suspicion and slight distrust. In the few seconds that Kazan scanned Inari from head to toe and from nose to tail with his Sharingan, the Kitsune had hacked into his seal and entered Kurama's subconscious where he gained access to the deepest part of the Biju psyche plane. As soon as he entered the empty mindscape, all 9 of the Biju immediately joined him there. But upon arriving inside the psyche plane, the tailed beasts weren't met by a small white fox nor Inari in his human form. Instead they were met by a white nine-tailed fox, not his true, full-power form, much larger than what all of them were. "Greetings to you all. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Inari greeted. "Inari-sama. What brings you here?" Yuki asked. Inari's face turned serious. I am sure that Kurama is aware of the unfortunate answer to that question. All eyes were now on the Kyuubi, and a moment of silence befell the entire Psyche plane. As I have explained to you all when you were younger, I only get consecutive visions about the same thing when a very prosperous or destructive event is going to take place. And never in the 3,000 years since the arrival of Otsutsuki Kagaya have I ever had visions about the same event this many times over. Expressions of nervousness and slight panic overtook the features of all 8 Biju except for Kurama, who still had the dark unreadable expression on his face. The era of the second Rakudo Sennin has come. At this, all 9 Biju let out surprised breaths. They were all expecting bad news. "Nani?" Shukaku asked. "With the way you started off I thought you had bad news for us," said Son Goku. "It is great news. However, it is not all." Inari's voice was dark, causing the tense atmosphere to return. "I never expected that Hagoromo's final vision would come true in the same era." As they all started to understand the situation, the 8 other Biju were now wearing the same expression as their eldest brother, and Inari turned to said Biju. "Kurama. The Jinchuriki of your yin half is the reincarnation of Indra's soul. And as stated in your father's prophecy, both his mind and his chakra system are linked to the Otsutsukis through his affinity of Ryoten." Kurama stayed silent, and his brothers and sisters looked at him with mixed expressions of surprise and pity. After all, they knew what Indra had done to him and how he resented the Otsutsuki for his actions. With the current events involving Indra taking place and revolving around your Jinchuriki specifically, I can only imagine how terribly you feel, Kit. The conflicted expression of pain, anger and sorrow in his eyes showed in detail how he felt at the moment. Indra is altering the boy's chakra and genetics, causing him to become darker as well as more similar to the spirit himself with each passing day, and he has been doing so on a daily basis for over a month now. And from what I can depict from my visions, this tiny action from Indra is going to spark a warring state more terrible than all 3 previous shinobi wars combined. My other visions include the sudden appearance of a chakra so ominous it puts Indra's to shame. A period of devastation so terrible that it causes a massive decrease in the human population unlike anything ever seen before in this planet's history. Indra's spirit being freed from its curse. And finally, though it is faint, probably only present for a few hours or a little bit over a day, I sense the chakra of the Jubi. 10 tails. They all exclaim in unison. The expressions of darkness that they had on their faces before couldn't compare to the ones they were wearing now. All of these events come back to one thing. Indra force-feeding Kazan his corrupted spirit chakra. That is the singular key event that sets off this entire chain reaction. Inari pauses for a few moments to let the information sink in. But why talk to us about that? This whole situation only involves Kurama's Jinchuriki, so why not talk to him alone? Chomei asked Inari. I will get to that momentarily, Chomei. Inari's line of sight reverts back to the orange-furred fox before him. In your own point of view, Kurama, it was bad enough that Kazan was not only Indra's reincarnate but his descendant too. He is so similar to Indra it's as if they are doppelgangers. Despite all of his similarities to Indra though, the single ray of light is that the boy's opinion about you as well as how he views you is more similar to that of Ashura's and Hagoromo's than it is to Indra's. I know you are aware that he holds no negativity towards you, and you label it as him being a clueless child. But what you never seem to consider, or rather what you won't allow yourself to believe, is that the boy is actually fond of you. Kazan age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 14th. Third person POV. But what you never seem to consider, or rather what you won't allow yourself to believe, is that the boy is actually fond of you. He not only likes you, but he trusts you too. All of the Biju were astonished by Inari's words. They were definitely not expecting something like that to happen, especially in this current era where Biju were despised by all humans. In this current point of time in the world where humans only hunt you Biju for your power, and seal you into vessels as the worst form of punishment for wrongdoers, Kazan is willing to protect both you and all 8 of you siblings from those who are hunting you. Even though the primary person who is hunting you is Madara Uchiha, the boy's own great-grandfather, he is still unwavering in his goal of protecting you. I know it's difficult to accept, but it's the truth. Kurama was silent as he continued listening to Inari. Kazan does not see any you as sources of power or beasts of destruction, he sees you as living beings with emotions and desires. And he wants to help you. It is not clear through my visions, but I truly believe that if you were to open up to this boy, you could alter the final prophecy and change it for the better. Kurama. If you dominate his chakra system, Indra won't have as much control and you could prevent this terrible chain reaction from ever happening. Going back to Chomei's question, the reason I am speaking to all of you is to convince you to do the same. Help each other in this time of difficulty. Seize your opportunity to get better lives. Because after 2 millennia, you finally have the chance to start over and bring actual peace to this world. If you can stop Indra's plan and keep Kazan on the right path together, you will not only prevent disaster, but you might finally get the praise and recognition Hagoromo wanted for all of you. The praise and recognition you all deserve for the hardships you've been through. Indra and Kazan are both the problem and the key. I understand you don't trust humans, but I am not asking you to trust Kazan. I am just asking you to assist and guide him. Take your time and consider it. That is all I ask from the 9 of you. By the end of that sentence, Inari's figure had faded away and disappeared from the psyche plane, leaving the Biju there in complete silence. It was a really difficult decision to make. After how badly humans have treated them, they were reluctant to step in and help them. Especially in a way like this that involved one of them sharing their chakra. As more time passed, one by one they left the psyche plane until Kurama was all alone there with the most conflicted expression on his face, before he too left and returned to the mindscape of his Jinchuriki. Linking his field of vision to Kazan's, he saw the boy staring at a fragment of Inari in his fox from. The small fox gave him an expression of pity through the seal, to which Kurama responded by shifting his gaze away. Having nothing else to do on this planet, Inari got up and walked away, returning to the forest that he appeared in. Kazan POV. After about 2 minutes of staring at the strange fox, it suddenly just got up and left, going back to the forest it came out of. What was that? I suddenly sense a feeling of negativity in the pit of my stomach. But not the usual hateful negativity Kyuubi leaks when sensing Kuro around me. It was more of a hurt or sad negativity. This made me question the strange white fox even more, as I had a hunch that it had something to do with Kyuubi's sudden sadness. What are you staring off into space for this time? A familiar irritating voice sounded from behind me. Nothing your immature, simple-minded brain would understand, I say plainly while turning my gaze to the swirly-faced Zetsu clone. He huffed in a hurt tone of voice. HMPH. You've been spending way too much time with Obito. He started mouthing off about something, but I zoned out and completely cut myself off. Time skip. November 16th. Still Kazan POV. Even days after it happened, I was still wondering about that strange fox. But that wasn't the only thing bothering me. I was reminded of my problem with Indra every single time I saw my reflection. More and more of my hair was turning black, and I could feel the darkness of his chakra spreading through my whole system. Then on one particular day, I woke up to find that all of my hair was now completely black. Not a single red strand was visible. I sighed, already knowing what came next. Kabuto POV. Obito and Lord Orochimaru were talking in the other room, more like Orochimaru was trying to calm the panicked Uchiha down, and of course since we were alone I had to start teasing Kazan. When I said living with so many Uchiha would turn you into one of them, I was joking. You didn't have to take it so literally. Kazan sighed, glanced at me with that familiar soul-piercing glare, as his expression clearly read that he was on the point of restraining and strangling me. With what detailed messages your facial expressions hide, I don't know why you always have to walk around with a poker face. You should smile more often. Before you forget how to. Third-person POV. The Uchiha and Snake Sanin could hear the sound of Kabuto choking and gasping for air from the other room. They turned their attention to the two and saw Kabuto restrained with adamantine chains while Kazan had him in a headlock. However, because things like this were a regular occurrence between the two boys, they did nothing about it, knowing that Kazan would eventually calm down and stop choking Kabuto. It might not be any time soon, but it would happen before the Silvert could pass out. Kazan age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 20th. Kurama POV. Kazan may not be the second Rakuto Sennin like I originally thought, but he is Indra's reincarnate, which Father's final prophecy speaks of. An Uchiha who with the power of a Biju will change Indra's fate. But will he change it for better or for worse? It has been a week since Inari-sama spoke to us, and I spent the whole week thinking over his words. Though I hated to admit it, he was right. We couldn't just stand by and do nothing to stop Indra, especially when his actions would spark a state of chaos that disastrous. But I was still hesitant about the idea of giving my chakra to Kazan. It states directly in the prophecy that he would change Indra's fate using the power of a Biju. But if I don't dominate his system and overpower Indra's chakra, he will gain control of Kazan. He would then most likely use Kazan's Sharingan to control a Biju and use the power to start another war anyway. What do I do? Third-person POV. Kurama would never say it out loud, but he actually did consider the fact that the boy liked and trusted him. He always has. At least since after Kazan directly told Kurama that he didn't want the Biju to get hurt or even get involved in the situation before figuring out Kuro's real plan. If you don't remember, then it happened in chapter 9. The Kyuubi's view of the boy had begun to change since that moment. It changed enough for him to step in and protect Kazan from Kuro, even revealing to the boy that Biju could talk. But it still wasn't enough for Kurama to trust Kazan with his chakra. For the time being, he just continued to watch his vessel through the seal. Outside of Kazan's mindscape, Kazan was reading a book in the library, but he wasn't actually focused on the book. Instead, he was focused on Obito's conversation with Zetsu happening in the room next door. In the other room. We're still rebuilding the Akatsuki, we can't launch an attack now. Obito said sternly. It has been over a year now, Obito. All you've done in that time was get Itachi, Shisui, Mangetsu, Kisame, Sasori and Kakuzu to join your little group. Other than that, I see absolutely no progress. It's as if you're stalling because you don't really want to complete Project Tasuki no Mi. Kuro argued with a scowl on his face. Obito grit his teeth at Kuro and was about to argue when Madara intervened. That is more than enough out of you, Kuro Zetsu. I understand that you are getting impatient, but accusations like that are unacceptable. Kuro clenched his jaw and Obito lets out an Uchiha's grunt. A plan like this takes time to complete. You don't just jump into it unprepared because you can't wait anymore. Have patience and go through each step carefully, whether it seems like a waste of time or not. Madara continued. If we make one mistake, it could lead to terrible consequences for us all. Being impatient won't get us anywhere. So cool your top and stop taking your frustrations out on me, said Obito. Shiroi Zetsu agreed with Obito, causing Kuro to become even angrier. Baby steps, Kuro. Trust the process. With a project this delicate, careful step-by-step planning and perfectly timed execution is necessary, not optional. Madara ended off. Kuro growled in annoyance before scoffing and melting back into the ground, with Shiroi leaving the two Uchiha alone in the room. He is right though. We have been slacking a bit, Obito says. Madara merely grunts in response. If you think so, then go on ahead and pick up the slack, Obito. Back in the library. A serious expression overtook Kazan's face. Kurama's too, as he heard everything as well. Not only that, but a certain Otsutsuki had been eavesdropping and wasn't all too impressed about his uncle's plan, glaring an arsenal of weapons at the ground with his onyx eyes. Obito and Madara were going to pick up the pace, which in turn meant that Kazan didn't have much time left until the Akatsuki would start targeting the Biju. Great. As if I didn't have enough on my plate right now, he thought to himself while inwardly damning Kuro for causing this new problem. At this moment, Indra once again began leaking chakra into Kazan's system. Speak of the devil. He's like a demon hiding in my shadow, always watching and waiting for his time to pounce and inconvenience me. Damn you too, Otsutsuki. The boy thinks to himself. Kurama had everything Kazan did because of linking their senses, so he was also aware of the situation. Madara. Who would have thought that a problematic bastard like you would actually be of help to me? Kurama thought to himself as he sat up from his sleeping position. Trust the process, huh? I guess even though Inari said it wasn't necessary, this is a matter of trust. The fox was hesitant, but his hesitation slowly vanished as he sent a pulse of his chakra through the seal, and just like Inari said it would, his chakra dominated and overpowered Indra's, forcing it back into the Otsutsuki's part Kazan's subconscious. Both Indra and Kazan were caught completely off guard by this, letting out breaths of surprise. Damn you, brother. Indra spat out in a voice filled with venom, his 3 Tomo Sharingan glowing. Kazan, still shocked, enters his psyche plane and asks Kurama why he did that. Though he asked, he didn't expect the fox to answer. I will not let Indra have his way with you any longer. This shenanigan ends today. From his part of Kazan's subconscious, Indra grits his teeth before scoffing. We'll see about that. Watch me. Just you watch me, Kurama. No matter what you do, I will have my way. Kazan, age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 22nd. Kuro POV. Shiroi and I have been away from the base for 2 days now. We were completing a spying mission given to us by Madara in the village of Kumogakure. While spying on the requested target, it was as if we were being spied on at the same time. We both have the feeling that someone is watching us. The uneasy sensation of piercing eyes on our back for hours on end. It was obvious someone was watching us from the shadows, but each time we look, nobody was there. Even after we sink into the ground and appear somewhere else, that same ghostly presence follows us. It's annoying. We couldn't focus properly on our mission and Shiroi got paranoid, resulting in us not being able to get anything done the first day. When we returned to Madara's hideout, the presence disappeared as if it were never there. Then when we went out the next day, it was the same thing all over again. This happened repeatedly for a course of 4 days in total before I just got plain sick of it and demanded that the being following us just show themselves. Instead, the presence disappeared again and I growled with annoyance. November 25th. Shiroi and I were on a spy mission once again, but we didn't once feel the presence behind us. Since I called them out on following us yesterday, we didn't once feel eyes on our back or sense a trace of chakra in the shadows. I had begun to think that I scared them away when suddenly, I was pulled out of reality and into another world. I was confused and looked around with my guard raised. It wasn't possible to put me into a genjutsu. I am completely resistant to illusions. Even the Mugen Tsukuyomi won't work on me, so what was this? Who dares to transport me to a genjutsu world? A clump of pitch-black chakra appeared before me and manifested into the faceless figure of a man. Who are you? I asked with a growl. He laughed at me. That is not important, Kuro Otsutsuki. I tensed up hearing his words. He knows I am of Otsutsuki descent. How? How the hell does he know who I am? And who is he anyway? One question at a time, you demonic shadow. I let out a breath of surprise. I didn't say that out loud. Did I? No. But you thought it. And I am able to read the thoughts of anyone I want using my mind-hacking genjutsu. My identity is unimportant. All you need to know is that I am just a spirit with certain connections. He said as he advanced towards me. I couldn't move, I was frozen in one place. He looked me dead in the eye, faces centimeters apart. The spot of his face where his eyes should be started glowing with a purple hue, revealing a Rinnegan stabbing straight through me like a flaming dagger. Why, you're a Rinnegan user? I stuttered out in disbelief. Yes. And visions from my Rinnegan tell me that you are untrustworthy. On a related matter. You disgust me, Kuro. Both you and your so-called mother. Progenitor of chakra or not. I will not allow either Kagaya nor you or any of your followers to have this planet. Because I am the only one destined to rule it. And rest assured that I will have complete control of it within the next decade. And nothing you do will prevent that. The world around me melted and began spinning around, swirling into nothingness, and I was released from his hold, my consciousness returning to my body. Because our minds were linked, I knew Shiroi was aware of what just happened. This is very bad. We should report to Madara immediately. Later. The Rinnegan. Madara asked, surprised. You both mean to tell me that besides Nagato, there is another Rinnegan user in this world? It appears so, Shiroi replied. And his abilities with the eye are drastically different from that of your average Rinnegan. He was able to put Kuro under a genjutsu. Do you have any other information on this unknown character? Madara asked. No. He was extremely cautious not to give out any detail of himself other than the fact that he has the dujutsu. He didn't even reveal his face. Although, I could tell from his demeanor that he appears to be extremely smart and cunning as well. On Orochimaru's tier, if not higher. Madara's gaze darkened at my words. This man is no joke. His aura is darker than yours and the massive pressure behind his suppressed chakra. Even while inside that genjutsu, I could sense that the amount of power he possesses puts the Biju to shame. He is far beyond cage level, Madara. Maybe even stronger than you. My naive Uchiha pawn smacked his lips at my statement. A shinobi born of this damn to hell era stronger than me, the ghost of the Uchiha. I doubt it. Leave this arrogant fool to me, Zetsu. He'll learn the hard way that there is no man greater than a god. Shiroi and I stayed silent as we couldn't confirm this mysterious man's true power. But both of us and the dozens of white Zetsu clones who overheard the conversation had the exact same hunch that Madara was being too confident. Third-person POV. From his seat in the library, Kazan had once again overheard the details of the conversation. And because Indra had been eavesdropping on him a lot more since the day Kurama gave Kazan his chakra, he too overheard everything the boy did. He merely smirked after hearing this newfound information. A genjutsu so strong even my accursed uncle Kuro falls victim to it. So my plan is working after all. Indra chuckled in an amused tone. Good. That means I can get you out of the picture with ease as well as a lot sooner, Kurama. And from today on out I will execute my plans without you as an obstacle on my path. You will not always be sealed inside of the boy, Kurama. You cannot guide him forever either. And I will make sure that you are separated from him so that I can achieve my goal. Because like I said, I will have my way. The Otsutsuki's psychotic laughter rung in the back of Kazan's head, and the boy immediately knew that Indra either knew what was happening or had something to do with it. With this knowledge in mind, he knew for a fact that Madara wouldn't stand a chance against this new threat. Damn it, the boy cursed under his breath. Kazan and Naruto age 5. Timeline: before Naruto Part 1. November 26th. Minato POV. Today was an exhausting day. First I had to settle a dispute between the Yamanaka and Aburame clans. Then I had to attend 2 meetings, one with the council and another with the public council. After that I had 2 entre stacks of paperwork to fill in, and finally I had to verify and approve of the documents of Kakashi's transfer from the root Anbu to a regular Junin. Once that was all over and done with, I could finally head home. I was completely drained both physically and mentally, and I wished only to sprawl out on my bed and slip into a deep, peaceful and undisturbed slumber. As soon as I walked through the front door, Naruto pounced on me, locking his arms around me in a tight hug. "Welcome home, Dad," he greeted me with a toothy smile. "Thanks, Naruto." Seeing his bright face and radiant smile made me forget for a moment how tired I was. He then ran off to do who knows what, and I went to the kitchen to greet Kushina. "Minato. You're home early. After what a hectic day it's been, I couldn't bear to stay in that office any longer. But nothing refills my drained energy reserves more than coming home to my loving wife and son," I reply as I walk towards her, giving her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. "I just started cooking. Dinner will be ready in about an hour or so, Tte Ibane," she said as she turned her attention back to the vegetable she was cutting up. "Okay. I'm gonna try to get a bit of shut-eye in until then. A 45-minute nap would do wonders for me right now," she replied with an "okay," and went on humming a tune as she continued to slice the carrots. The fact that she was back to doing that again honestly surprised me a bit. She seemed happier than usual. Like a light inside of her had been turned on again. Curious as to what exactly happened, I immediately spun on my heel and made a 180 back to the kitchen. Kushina," she hummed in reply. "Did something happen? You seem very happy all of a sudden." She hesitated. I could tell that she wanted to keep it from me but was too excited to do so. "I wanted to surprise you later, Tte Ibane. But I guess you won't leave me alone until I tell you." She put the knife down and went to our bedroom to get something. When she came back, she handed me a small box and stared at me with sparkling eyes. "Well, open it, Tte Ibane." And so I did. The second I saw what was inside, my heart skipped a beat and I stared at its contents with my eyes wide before looking back at her. "Kushina. You're really..." She nodded excitedly. "We're gonna be parents again, ya know." Tears of happiness streamed down my face as I hugged her tightly and laughed joyfully. "I can't believe it. This is actually real. Kushina, I'm so happy right now." Third-person POV. Hearing the commotion, Naruto goes to the kitchen and asks what was happening. The moment his parents told him, his eyes sparkled and he too exclaimed in excitement. "I'm gonna be I big brother, Datbayo." News of Kushina's pregnancy spread fast throughout Konoha and many gifts and well wishes came flooding in. Of course, Nagato heard about it and he went all the way to Konoha to tell his older sister congratulations. He went with Yahiko and Konan and left Obito in charge of AIM while he visited. And of course all 3 AIM nin were under strict orders from Madara not to say a word about Kazan. The Uchiha elder popped by on an occasion to keep an eye on Nagato and remind him that he was watching them closely, and it was through that brief 2-minute-long visit that Raiden had figured out that his father was there. Because of the seals Madara had placed on both his brain and his chakra as a child, Raiden knew when he was close by and could pinpoint his exact location in a 200-meter radius without even sensing him. Knowing that Madara was inside of Konoha at such a time, Raiden knew that he was aware of Kushina's pregnancy. So after his father left, he teleported a distance away from the border of the exact hideout he knew Madara was staying in. The instant the Uchiha elder sensed the familiar chakra behind him, he stopped in his tracks and let out a chuckle. "Overprotective as always, huh Raiden? It seems you will never grow out of your foolish habits," Madara said in a plain tone. "HN. Speak for yourself, Tusan. What were you doing back in Konoha? You better not be planning anything again," Raiden said in a threatening voice. At Raiden's tone, Madara rose an eyebrow and turned around to face his son. Both of them eyed one another with a piercing gaze. Madara with his Sharingan and Raiden with his Dujutsu deactivated. You already kidnapped 4 children from Konoha, my grandson included. You killed off more than half of the Uchiha clan and you caused an indescribable form of despair for my son, his wife and the rest of the Leaf. I won't let you take anything else from us. More specifically, from Minato and Kushina. Madara scoffed. I was never interested in taking anything else from Minato. But regardless. Don't tempt me, Raiden. Better shut your mouth before I have second thoughts about leaving that village of yours intact. Suddenly a bone-chillingly ominous chakra appears out of nowhere and both Uchiha's eyes immediately dart in the direction of its source. Above them, hidden in the shadows of the forest canopy was the ghostly figure of a man in black robes aiming a wave of killer intent at both of them. Kazan age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 27. Third-person POV. The man in black robes looked down at the 2 Uchiha, while aiming waves of ki and negativity so massive it made them sick to their stomachs. I will not let you lay a finger on Konoha, Madara. He spoke in a dark eerie voice. Almost demonic. At this Madara narrowed his eyes at the figure and advanced to Mangekyo. And exactly who the hell are you to make such a statement? Madara asked as he too began leaking killer intent. I am a nameless killer. A predator hunting from the shadows who is not to be taken lightly. In your relation to Konoha? Raiden asked, his Sharingan activated as well. None. I'm bored out of my mind. Honestly, I just think that erasing every trace of it from existence would be a fun activity to complete in my spare time. Raiden advanced to Mangekyo after hearing this and the masked Ravenet merely continued speaking unfazed by their glares. So don't go hogging all the fun now, my dear relative. Or we'll have ourselves a problem here. Having enough of the mysterious man, Raiden threw a handful of shuriken towards him but he held a finger up and stopped them in midair making them hover in one place. And believe me. You don't want that. A sudden hue of purple flashed through the hole of his mask revealing an activated Rinnegan in his right eye. Later. And at that a stream of black chakra swirled around his body and he disappeared as if becoming one with the pitch-black shadows of the night. Rinnegan, Raiden muttered. Madara merely grunted as he turned around and walked away. Looks like you have someone else to be concerned about. I'll leave you to your paranoia. Raiden's onyx orbs narrow at his father's back and he follows Madara as the Uchiha elder walks to the entrance of the base. You're telling me that you are not at all concerned about this? Raiden asks. Madara grunted in reply and continued walking through the door as Raiden kept talking. If he said every trace of Konoha, that means he'll erase the Uchiha as well. And who's to say that he won't move on to the rest of the world once he's over and done with that? Why should I care what he does? Madara asks as he hangs up his cloak. This world is damned anyway. If anything, him getting rid of the great villages eliminates all those against me and automatically makes my job easier. Raiden stays quiet for a few brief moments. Aren't you trying to bring peace to the world in your own sick and twisted way? Raiden asks, making Madara halt. How can you bring peace to the world if there's no world to bring it to, father? Madara stood in place for a few moments thinking about it. He wouldn't say it out loud, at least not in front of Raiden, but he had a point. A very valid one at that. Not having any snark responses coming to mind, he stays quiet. Raiden, having inherited his stubborn nature from his father, kept at it, continuously pushing Madara's buttons, making his eyebrow twitch. Then when he's had enough, Madara cuts Raiden off. And what if he destroys the great villages? It doesn't mean I'll do anything to stop him. If he wipes out the competition, it makes hunting the Biju all the more easy. No resistance means I'll achieve victory much more easily. I am not in danger here. But your village, however, that is a different story. Either way, whether I do something or not, that bastard is still your problem, son. Knowing that was the best he would get out of Madara, Raiden inhaled deeply and let out a defeated sigh. You're underestimating the enemy, San. It may not be any time soon, but one day you will regret this. Madara scoffed. Shouldn't you be getting back to Konoha to warn your son about the new threat, Raiden? Madara asked, annoyed, but then a familiar deep voice came from the wall beside them. He is right, Madara. You are being too arrogant. Too careless. And it's not just my opinion. All of Shiroi's clones as well as Obito think the same thing as well. Though he doesn't say it out loud, your other brat great-grandson does too. Kuro Zetsu spoke. Raiden's expression darkens at the mention of his firstborn grandson. Meanwhile, Madara glares at Kuro for his opinion and comments. Everyone objects your method of dealing with this, masked Rinnegan user. You encountered him yourself now too. You sensed the pressure behind his suppressed chakra and the amount of ominousness in his aura. How can you still underestimate him after that, Madara-sama? Shiroi Zetsu asked. An enemy we know nothing about is the most dangerous kind of foe. The kinds of people you don't want to mess with. Challenging him and now leaving him to do as he wishes. Respectfully, Madara, do you have some kind of a death wish? Kuro asks, his raspy voice cutting through the silence like a sharp knife. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 27th. Raiden POV. Father hated being opposed. Now being subjected to everyone's opposition of his decisions and having his mistakes rubbed in his face, his rage was evident in his wildly swirling crimson Sharingan. His glare-off with Zetsu was interrupted by the sudden sound of crackling electricity from a jutsu too advanced to be Raiden. Rantan, I mutter in a surprised tone. Right after the crackling of electricity, the distressed screams of a familiar annoying swirly-faced Zetsu clone rang through the air as he begged for help. I was puzzled, but Zetsu and Father were annoyed. You gonna help him? Kuro asked. Father let out something in between a growl and a grumble as he walked down the hall. And although he was irritated, I knew he was happy that the argument was interrupted. Curious about the Rantan jutsu, I follow behind Father, and upon reaching the location of the caster I was stunned. Third-person POV. Weaving a Hitsuji hand sign, Madara casts his jutsu and restrains Kazan with Mokuton, sealing his chakra and putting an instant end to his Rantan jutsu. Swirly lets out a relieved sigh before thanking Madara, and Kazan just glares daggers at the metahuman. He then senses the unfamiliar chakra signature and directs his gaze to the midnight blue-haired Uchiha behind Madara. Ojiizan. Who is that? He questions. Raiden glances at Madara and immediately reads the very detailed threatening message hidden behind his facial expression. I am a former comrade of Madara's. No one relevant. I was just leaving. As Raiden left, Madara began to scold the two. Swirly for annoying Kazan and Kazan for using such an advanced jutsu on Swirly. The two apologized and the elder left the room while pinching the bridge of his nose. Raiden POV. Before exiting the base, I direct my gaze to Zetsu, whose head was still poking out of the same wall, and question him. From that conversation earlier, I take it you encountered this masked Rinnegan user before, Zetsu? I ask him. Kuro stayed silent as usual, but Shiroi, being the softer half, answered me with no attitude. He confirms that they both have encountered him before, and I ask if they know any more information on the mysterious man that could be useful. No. When he was following us, he didn't even appear in physical form like he did with you and Madara-sama. If anything, you know more than we do, Shiroi answered. I frowned in disappointment. Having no other business there, I finally left and returned to Konoha, making sure no one noticed I was gone. I carefully began thinking of how to explain my encounter with this nameless killer, as he called himself, without mentioning that I was with Father. Konoha shinobi were extremely strict and very suspicious. If my story doesn't line up even a little bit, I could end up being brought in for questioning by T&I. After a long time of coming up with the perfect story with no inconsistencies, I went to the Hokage Tower and spoke with Shikaku. Third-person POV. All knowledge of the new threat was kept a strict secret between the Konoha Council and the clan heads, and after a while of arrangements, there was a 6-cage summit where the cage discussed what to do. Not much was known about this mysterious man. Just that he was a Rinnegan user with unknown powers and a nauseatingly dark chakra signature who showed interest in causing chaos. However, there was no evidence that he truly wanted to bring about war and destruction, so there wasn't much to do besides watch out for him. That was until a few weeks later when he launched his first attack. December 20th. During the sealing of the Gobi 5 Tails into its new Jinchuriki, he had slipped into the village and killed the Fuinjutsu user who was performing the sealing, resulting in the now freed Biju going on a destructive rampage in the center of Iwagakure. He didn't seem to have any interest in the Biju itself, but only in the destruction and bloodshed it caused. In order to stop the chaos, Onoki sent the Anbu out to deal with both the beast and the masked spirit, but the masked man summoned 9 spirits who took the form of masked foxes with different abilities and used them to keep the shinobi away from both him and the rampaging 5 Tails. Iwagakure sustained a lot of damage for the 45 minutes that he was there, and an estimated 20,000 shinobi and civilians alike lost their lives before the tailed beast was finally restrained and sealed away. Seeing that his fun was now over, the ghost-like man dispersed his summoning spirits and disappeared in a swirl of irregular black chakra as if he were never there. Now that he had proved that he was a threat to the nations, the 6-cage held another summit and great precautions were taken to keep their villages safe and their Jinchuriki out of the Rinnegan user's grasp. Madara cussed aloud after hearing what happened from Obito. Originally, he sent the younger Uchiha there to obtain the Biju before it could be resealed, but then the masked man appeared and foiled their entire plan. If this bastard continues to target Jinchuriki for the sole purpose of causing trouble, the rest of the cage will only make their villages more secure and their Jinchuriki more guarded. Once that happens, we will not be able to obtain any of the beasts to complete Project Tsuki no Mi. He's an even greater problem than I thought. TCH. How bothersome. Kazan, who was once again listening in from the library, started looking at the current situation from multiple angles. Was this man purposefully trying to stop them from achieving Project Tsuki no Mi? But even if he wasn't, the boy was kind of grateful to him. Because now he had more time to plan his strategy of keeping Madara away from the Biju until he could prove how untrustworthy Kurozetsu really was. And with the Kyuubi on his side now, things actually started looking up for once. But for how long? Kazan, age 5. Timeline: before Naruto Part 1. December 28. Third-person POV. Kazan was thinking of a way to explain the situation with Kuro to Madara. He stayed dead silent while staring off into space and had been doing so for about an hour now. He had a book in his hand, but he hadn't even read through the first sentence yet, as his mind was too occupied for him to even focus. And a certain one of Madara's subordinates who was tasked with watching him that day noticed this. Orochimaru POV. Kazan, sensing my gaze on him, broke out of his trance and faced me. My questioning facial expression was all he needed to receive the message I was trying to get across. Orochimaru, can you give me an honest reply? Kazan asks me. I was taken aback by this, and my expression goes from a questioning one to one of confusion. Why would he be asking me something like this? I ask myself. Kurozetsu. What do you think about him? Is he trustworthy? I thought about it and how to answer him. To me in my research, no. But to those who are actually following Madara, I'd say you're in the safe zone. He is Madara's will after all. Kazan didn't seem satisfied with the answer I gave him. You don't seem satisfied with my answer. Did something happen between the two of you? I ask. I don't want to go into detail about it, but it's like he's trying to get rid of me because I'm an obstacle in some kind of goal he's trying to achieve. Something other than Project Tsuki no Mi. He considers me a threat and wants me gone. Although Madara would never allow him to do anything to me, and now he's just constantly glaring at me. Analyzing my every move, trying to find fault in anything I do. I cut him off and continued his sentence for him. So he can obtain a motive that neither Madara nor Obito can argue with in order to get rid of you. He nodded. Another thing that's bothering me is that he claims to be Ojiizin's will, but their mindsets and desires are completely different. The opposite of one another, in fact. Ojiizin has a strong opinion against the Uchiha, yes, but he doesn't wish for the clan's annihilation like Kuro does. If he really is the physical embodiment of his will, then how can something like this even be possible unless he's lying? And your concern is that he is using all of you for something darker, something other than Project Tsuki no Mi. But you don't have any proof of it, and with no proof you run the risk of looking suspicious and actually aiding him in his goal of having a motive to get rid of you. Correct. I never realized before how well you actually know me, he said. I smirk. Although we are nearly nothing alike, your curious nature and analytical mind isn't all that different than mine. We have the same thought process when it comes to answering questions, whether they are basic or scientific. I know what you're thinking because it's what I would be thinking if our roles were reversed. He let out a monotonous grunt. So, back to my problem. Any advice? He asks. Kuro is a cunning one. The slightest slip up from either of us and the consequences would be dire. I don't want to say anything that would result in the both of us ending up in hot water with Madara, for my own safety and yours as well. Apologies, young master, but in this current situation, I have no advice to give. Understandable, he said through a disappointed sigh. I respect that. Thanks for hearing me out. He ends off. Not a problem in the slightest, I say and ruffle his hair, gaining a pout from his as always before leaving him under Kabuto and Kimamaro's supervision while I checked up on one of my latest experiments. Granted, it was a foolish choice to leave them alone, as when I returned Kabuto was unconscious on the floor, his complexion pale and slightly turning blue from lack of oxygen. Meanwhile Kazan was back to reading his book and Kimamaro was sitting across from him with a blank expression etched on his face. A few hours later. Kazan POV. As I lied in my bed while staring up at the ceiling, I heard a familiar voice ringing through my ear. We're related, you know, Indra whispered, his voice a lot clearer than usual, as if he were actually right beside me. TCH. Obviously we are. You're the founder of my clan, bastard. I think to myself. Cut that snarky attitude out, Kazan. I'm not talking about you and I, he said, making me tense slightly as I didn't expect him to be able to read my thoughts. Then, who? I asked, confused. Kurozetsu. And not distantly either, he answered briefly. This new information caught me off guard and I abruptly sat up. But how? You died millennia ago. And I start off but he cuts me off. Existed since before I was even born. You were right. Kuro is not Madara's at all. He is lying to all of you. He's just using you. His chilling voice echoed through my head. There was a silence between us for a while before I broke it. How are you related? I asked. Kuro is my uncle, Indra continued. My father, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's youngest brother. And the thing he desires would undoubtedly be the end of this world as well as many more thereafter. What is it? What does he want? No answer. Indra. Nothing but silence. Answer me, damn it. His ghostly chuckle made a shiver run down my spine. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. If you take another portion of my chakra, I'll tell you what Kuro Zetsu's real plan is. I paused. Randomly giving me answers and then leaving me in suspense. Bribing me with critical information just to try and corrupt my chakra even more. Exactly how low of a snake are you, Otsutsuki? He chuckled with amusement. Lower than you'd ever expect, my dear reincarnate. His voice faded away and my mindscape returned to pin-drop silence. I knew he had severed the link and I sighed before lying back down again. After a long time of questions zooming through my head, my brain finally exhausted itself and I slipped off to sleep. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 28th. Third-person POV. Unbeknownst to Kazan, his conversation with Orochimaru had been overheard by someone. Though he didn't appear to be on the smart side, Swirly had a surprisingly good way of dealing with this situation. While Kazan was asleep, the swirly-faced Zetsu clone melted into the ground and left the hideout going to Itachi in a megacar. Swirly knew that Itachi would come up with a much better way of helping Kazan out and indeed the young Uchiha did. The next time he saw Obito, Itachi convinced him to bring Kazan to aim. The boy's reason being that leaving him with Orochimaru wasn't safe because the masked Rinnegan user might attack the Sannin because of his goal to destroy Konoha. After bringing this topic to Madara's attention, it was a neutral decision between the two to leave Kazan in Nagato's care until the threat was dealt with. After all, since both of them were always busy and never really at the hideout or on the scene to protect him if necessary, leaving Kazan with Nagato was the safest option. In the event that the masked ghost-like man chose to go after him for the Kyuubi, the Amekkage could rival him with his own Rinnegan and hold him off until one of the two rogue Uchiha could help overpower him. The decision was finalized and within the next 24 hours, Kazan was now living in the Hidden Rain village. December 30th. Kazan POV. Honestly, I was completely stunned at first. Moving to the Rain village. Even though Uncle Nagato was one of his subordinates, I didn't think Ojias entrusted him enough for me to live with him. Apparently, I was actually wrong for once. And it feels weird admitting it because I'm never wrong. But on this occasion, I'm actually glad that I was. I never realized how constantly stressed I was, living in the same space as Kuro. But now that I was away from him, I felt relaxed for the first time in forever. Although, I couldn't relax completely and slack off at a time like this. Who knows for how long this masked Rinnegan user interference will keep Project Tsuki no Mi stalled. Honestly, I wished Indra could tell me what Kuro really wants. But I'm not so desperate that I'd ask someone like him for help, let alone make a bargain with him. I didn't trust him one bit. Probably less than I did his bastard of an uncle. TCH. Now that I think about it, it's not that big of a surprise to me that they're related. They are both equally as untrustworthy and each is nothing but a pain in the neck. You do realize that I can hear every word you think, right? His voice suddenly ringing in my ear startled me a bit. Oh great. You're stalking me now. Are all Otsutsuki like that or is it just you and Kuro? I speak out loud. Besides the Kyuubi who was currently asleep, some Anbu checking in on me now and then, and Rin who was in the other room still in a comatose, I was alone after all and could respond to him. He laughed once making my poker face turn to one of sheer annoyance. You don't have to keep breaking your head like this for answers, Kazan. Just take my chakra and I will give you all the information you want. His disembodied voice sounded in my ear. I know that your chakra is the thing that's changing my DNA, Indra. I don't know what you want or how it benefits you, but I won't allow this plan of yours to progress any further. So don't ask me to take your power again. TCH. You say that as if you can do something about it to stop me. While the Nine Tails can overwhelm each bit of chakra I pulse into your system and push it back, he doesn't truly block it or cancel out its effects on you. Your DNA is still being altered, even if my chakra doesn't win the fight against his. His method is not a permanent solution. Useless, and if you don't believe me, look into a mirror and pulse chakra into your eyes. Despite already knowing about my Sharingan, I look into the mirror anyway and activate it. I already know about the Sharingan, Indra. I've used it on multiple occasions. Pulse even more chakra into your eyes. I was confused by this and did as he said. Nothing happened, but he told me to focus harder. After focusing to the point that I felt I was about to get a bloodshot, the tomo in my eyes began to spin, forming a new pattern. Startled, I immediately stopped the flow of chakra to my eyes and they switched back to just my regular Sharingan. You didn't know about that, did you? I didn't reply to him. My chakra has altered your DNA so much that you now possess my Mangekyo Sharingan. That is the only reason I stopped fighting against the Kyuubi's chakra. I am satisfied with what I was able to achieve with you. And now all that is left is to see what you do with this power. But if he already changed so much of my DNA, why does he want me to take more of his chakra? Because in due time, you'll need it to keep that masked Ryoten user away from you. It's the only thing that will ward him off. His voice finally added away, leaving me alone in complete silence. It didn't last long though, as a knock on the window broke it and snapped me out of my daze. It was Aniki. After opening the window for him, I questioned him. Why didn't you just use Kamui to phase through the window? I was about to, but I saw you were in a daze. He answers as he takes his mask off and I tilt my head questioningly. Since your knee-jerk reaction to being startled while you're alone is to attack the individual, I decided that knocking was the best way to get you to snap out of it. He explains. Oh. Good decision. Since I have my weapon pouch on me, I most likely would have stabbed you. What were you thinking about anyway? He asks. Nothing important, I answer. He says he doesn't believe me and I ask why. Because you look stressed. Damn, he picked up on it. Knowing him, he'll interrogate me until I crack, either from annoyance or from the pressure. I can't tell him about Indra or about Kuro. How do I respond in a way that he'll be satisfied and immediately think I'm telling the truth? Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 30th. Still Kazan POV. What were you thinking about anyway? Aniki asks as he sits down. Nothing. Not anything bothersome, at least. I lie. Yeah, right. I don't believe you, he says through a scoff. Why not? I ask. Because you look stressed, he answers briefly and I go silent. Damn, he picked up on it. Knowing him, he'll interrogate me until I crack, either from annoyance or from the pressure. I can't tell him about Indra or about Kuro. How do I respond in a way that he'll be satisfied and immediately think I'm telling the truth? The annoying voice rang through my ear again. Here's a simple solution. The masked Rinnegan user is targeting Jinchuriki. What if he goes after your brother? Though it's a blow to your ego to admit it out loud, you're worried about him. Since it is part of the reason you are stressed, you're not technically lying. That will be enough for him to believe. Since I had been silent for a period of time already and couldn't think of something else in the nick of time, I sucked it up and went with Indra's excuse. That masked man. He's targeting Jinchuriki, right? By his facial expression, I knew he assumed that I was worried he'd come after me. So before he could say anything, I continued. I know he can't get to me for my half of the 9 tails. But. What if he targets the other half? The one inside my twin brother. He paused. By the conflicted expression he wore, I could tell he didn't have a response. No response is necessary, Aniki. So skip the headache of trying to come up with one. Coming up with a positive response to something like that is next to impossible. I know that you can't make any promises. Not ones that you can keep anyway. I appreciate the effort though. After that, one of Shiroi's clones appeared through the wall and told Aniki that Kuro was looking for him. He looked at me with an, "Are you sure you're okay?" expression and I responded with a yes. Very reluctantly he left in a swirl with Kamui and the Zetsu clone melted back into the wall, completely disappearing. Now that I was alone again, I went back to the mirror and activated the Mangekyo again. It really was Indra's. If I have his Mangekyo, then that means I have his abilities. Having a curious nature, I reluctantly tested it out. That was a bad idea as I set the mirror on fire with Amaterasu. Luckily I managed to extinguish it before the black flames spread onto anything else. If you're curious about my Mangekyo's abilities, they include Amaterasu, instantaneous teleportation, chakra absorption, and advanced lightning release for my left eye, and time reversal and a genjutsu similar to both Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukami for my right. And you're telling me this because when that masked Rinnegan user comes after you, I don't want you to die. After all, if you do, my soul leaves this world along with yours. And I'm not in the mood to begin another cycle of reincarnation this soon. You're quite fun to watch. I'm just trying to keep things entertaining for as long as possible. The genjutsu stuck out to me. I always liked training with illusions. And with this genjutsu being similar to both the Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukami, I actually had the urge to cast it. I didn't know how to do it though. All I knew was that it was cast by his right eye. But what if I accidentally use one of the other abilities? The Daikokutenjin is an altering genjutsu. It can be used to alter memories, time and emotion to torture an individual, like the Tsukuyomi, or it can be used to rewrite their brain and thought process, like Kodo Amatsukami. However, unlike the two, it can be cast on multiple people at once and it does not take any chakra to keep it up, nor does it have a time limit or cooldown. One of its many uses includes inducing a tortuous comatose that can last over the span of decades. I used that a lot back when I was alive. Seeing their tortured faces was intoxicating. Third-person POV. Kurama, sensing Kazan's sudden amount of unease and feeling Indra's chakra spike back in the deepest part of his subconscious, woke up from his slumber and spiked his own chakra, forming another barrier between Kazan and Indra's separate chakras. All Kurama could do was overwhelm the feeling of Indra's presence to ease Kazan's tension, but he couldn't do anything to keep the Otsutsuki quiet. Though merely not having to sense him anymore was a great relief for the boy, and he thanked the fox despite still hearing the voice. After all, ignoring people was his specialty, and not having to sense the negative presence of the ghost anymore made it a lot easier to do so. Seeing that the toddler wasn't listening to him anymore, Indra gave up, and Kazan occupied himself by going for a walk. After a few minutes of strolling aimlessly, he senses eyes on him and looks in the direction the gaze was coming from but sees no one there. Focusing very hard on the area, he senses the faint, almost ghost-like presence of an individual lurking in the shadows, but nothing else. Not a glimpse of a silhouette or even a shadow. No chakra signature either. Not even any sort of emotion or negativity could be picked up with his enhanced senses thanks to his link with Kurama. It weirded him out immensely. What was even stranger was that the presence felt different from that of any living being he had ever sensed, yet at the same time it felt familiar. With an uneasy shiver running down his spine, Kazan decides to just leave the area and go somewhere else. Thankfully, the presence didn't follow him. Kazan, age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. January 6. Third-person POV. Though they had been in the same building together for 5 years already and had sensed one another's presence inside their Jinchuriki almost every single day, Kurama and Isobu never spoke. But ever since Inari summoned all the Biju to the joint psyche plane and told them what was happening between Kazan and Indra, Isobu initiated conversations with his eldest brother on a daily basis. Being one of the more positive siblings of the 9, the Sanbi acted as a support pillar to Kurama, giving him daily motivation and all in all just being there and listening while Kurama vented. Isobu POV. So how is he handling this? I ask. The kid is disturbed by it. I can overwhelm Indra's chakra, but I can't stop the bastard from speaking with him. It's infuriating. From the way you describe him, Anija, your Jinchuriki has a strong will. Even if Indra keeps talking to him, he won't be swayed. Not as long as you keep intervening at least. He grunted in response to my words. I know that. That kid is something else. The sharpest mind I've ever seen in a human. His intellectual level and deductive skills just keep on surprising me. All these years being sealed inside him, there is never a dull moment. Albeit a hell with Indra constantly sticking his head out. I chuckle and he raises an eyebrow while looking at me with an annoyed expression. What do you find amusing enough to laugh about, Isobu? He asks. You seem to be growing very fond of him, Anija. Annoyance floods his features and he lets out a scoff as he reverts back to his prideful demeanor and denies his feelings despite it being painfully obvious. I sweat drop at this and the area slips into a long silence. What is he doing now? I change the subject. He's sitting beside your Jinchuriki. Ever since he discovered that he has Indra's Mangekyo, he's been pondering on using the Daikokutenjin to wake her up. This took me by surprise. He doesn't trust the Genjutsu though. And he hasn't asked my opinion on the idea because he doesn't want to bring up any topic related to Indra. He hasn't even told me about the Mangekyo. The only reason I know is because I watched him activate it to experiment with the Genjutsu these past couple days. He doesn't want to hurt you. It seems that he is protective of you as well. I say to lighten up the mood. A moment of silence passes. You say he's been experimenting with the Genjutsu. Anija lazily hums in response through his half-asleep state. He even figured out that casting a layer of the Genjutsu over a kage bunshin makes it impossible to detect. That really surprised me. After 40 years of using Daikokutenjin, not even Indra had thought about using it that way. After a while we run out of things to talk about and we each exit the psyche plane, returning to our respective Jinchuriki's mindscapes. Upon returning there I was met with the sight of the young brunette girl sitting in front of me. Since the meeting with Inari-sama, Kurama wasn't the only person I started talking to. I had begun to converse with my Jinchuriki as well and we have become rather close. Rin POV. You sense him looking at you. Sanbi speaks. Yes, I do. He has been coming to me more often lately. Do you perhaps know the reason, Sanbi? I asks him. Someone has given him a genjutsu ability to both put someone into and pull them out of a comatose state. He wants to wake you up. I nearly gasped from surprise. But he is reluctant. The boy does not trust the man who gave him the ability, nor does he trust the ability itself and does not want to risk hurting you. A moment of silence as I take in his words. This boy. He is so young, yet so open-minded. The more Sanbi tells me about him the more I want to meet him. Sanbi. Is it possible for a Jinchuriki to pull another Jinchuriki into their psyche? His answer disappointed me. However. My ears perk up and I look back at him with hope restored in my eyes. It is possible for a Biju to do so if the other person makes contact with their chakra. Third-person POV. As Kazan stares off into space, his mind occupied by 100 different topics, something snaps him out of his daze. The sound of something bubbling. Confused he looks in the direction he hears it coming from and sees a bit of red chakra seeping from Rin's body. The bubbling crimson energy was similar to that of the Kyuubi, so he immediately knew that it was coming from the Sanbi. The chakra pooled to a single point and continued to grow until it formed a snake-like stream that inched closer and closer to him. The bubbling stream stopped just about 1 or 2 centimeters from him and stayed in place. Curious, Kazan stepped to the left and watched in awe as the chakra switched directions and followed him, once again stopping a space away from him. Hesitantly, he held out his hand and made contact with the red chakra. Just as he did so he felt it pulse through his system before the world around him faded and the landscape changed to an area similar to his own mindscape where Kurama was. As his vision adjusted to the dim landscape, the silhouette of the three-tailed beast became clearer and the boy stared at the Biju with amazement in his eyes. Wow, was all Kazan could say as he maintained eye contact with Isobu, still in slight disbelief that he was meeting another Biju. Isobu broke eye contact with Kazan and diverted his single eye to Rin, who was standing just a few steps behind the boy. Seeing Isobu's gaze focus on something else, Kazan turns around and sees Rin standing behind him. Surprise overtakes him as he didn't expect to encounter her. Why you're... Rin Nohara. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. January 6th. Third-person POV. Kazan stared at Rin in complete surprise. Why you're... Rin Nohara. And you are Kazan, right? It's nice to finally meet you, she says with a smile. You too. Though he had answered in his normal tone of voice, Rin saw his shy expression through his straight face. So she initiated small talk to make him more comfortable. Obito talks about you a lot each time he visits me. A slight expression of annoyance overtakes the boy's face. Does he complain about me? He asks. Sometimes. Rather rarely. He mostly exalts you. Brags even. From his descriptions, you're a talented little boy and a rather skilled shinobi. And from what I can depict, you're well-behaved and respectful as well. At Rin's compliment, a light shade of pink dusts his cheeks. Arigato, Oni-chan. He says shyly. Rin continues making conversation with him for a while, and when she sees that he was finally completely at ease, she brought up the subject that she really wanted to talk about. Kazan. I feel your gaze on me a lot lately. I sense you sitting in the room beside me for hours on end these past few days. Why is that? She already knew the answer but wanted him to tell her himself. The thing is, I achieved a genjutsu that can reverse a comatose state. I want to wake you up, but I don't really like the idea of altering the functions of somebody's brain. And I've never used the genjutsu in this way before. I fear something could go wrong. Oh. Well then, do you have a specific reason for wanting to wake me? She asks. Well. Aniki is rather stressed lately. He's always tense and exhausted. I can tell something is bothering him and has been for a really long time, but he tries to hide it and it's taking effect on him. I think that you waking up would be a really good thing for him right now. The one event that can turn the situation around. She listened to him carefully and stayed silent for a while after he finished. You have a very good reason for it. And if you truly think that it's the only thing that can make Obito feel better at the moment. I think you should give it a try. But what if it doesn't work or hurts you even? Kazan. Do you know why shinobi are ordered to put their personal emotions aside during missions? I ask him. To work more efficiently and ensure that they won't mess up. And why do shinobi who overthink things always fail? Because doubt reduces the quality of your performance. From his tone of voice, Rin knew he understood. Exactly. Don't doubt yourself and overthink about a problem that hasn't even happened yet. A problem that might not even happen. If you have faith in yourself and your abilities as I do, then I'm sure it will all work out. Things happen for a reason. And waking me up might be why reality allowed for you to achieve this jutsu. You'll never know if you don't try. Kazan thought about it for a long time. He never got a second opinion from anyone, and ever since discovering that he had Indra's Mangekyo, his attitude had become rather negative. Rin's words were the thing to broaden his point of view, and after being released from Isobu's mental link, he finally made a decision. Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, he focuses chakra into his right eye, and once he amassed enough, he cast the mind-hacking genjutsu on Rin and reprogrammed her brain to wake her up. He sat beside her bed for a few minutes waiting to see if anything had changed. She still looked completely unconscious and doubt began to set in. The Daikokutenjin is a complex genjutsu, kid. Give it some more time. Kazan was surprised that Kurama had been watching him the whole time, but said nothing and continued sitting in silence waiting for his desired results. Later. Obito POV. This damn Rinnegan user was becoming a real problem. To top it all off, Madara has been a lot more distant lately. His descriptions and briefings on missions have become a lot more vague, resulting in me constantly nearly messing up due to lack of information and being yelled at by Kuro for it. I would be fine if it were the only problem, but now a majority of my daily tasks consist of me constantly running around from village to village and nation to nation to get more information on the Black Fox. That was Zetsu's job, damn it. He's supposed to do work like this, but Madara hasn't given him a single order in a really long time, and now I'm stuck with all this unnecessary work. Between the amount of spy and assassination missions he has been handing me, it doesn't even seem like he's focused on Project Tasuki no Mi anymore. But of course, no one can argue with or even so much as question him because he's the big shot Uchiha legend. The only thing big about him is his ego. Arrogant old geyser. It's obvious this masked man is only causing chaos to prove a point to Madara for belittling him during their encounter and brushing him off. If he would have simply kept his ego in check and not have underestimated the enemy in the first place, we wouldn't be in this situation, and who knows how much progress we would have made in gathering all the Biju by now. For once I was on a mission other than following the Black Fox, but it was yet another assassination mission. Except this time Kakuzu was with me, thank Rakudo for that. Without him here I would have had to exert even more energy. Damn it. I'm so exhausted. I sigh while rubbing my eyes. Anyone with eyes can see that. Kakuzu says. Go home, brat. You need rest. You're a skilled shinobi. Even more than what I am, but as exhausted as you are, you'll only weigh me down. I can handle this myself. I didn't even argue. I left almost instantly with the intention to collapse face first into my bed, but Swirly had other plans as he popped his head through the wall and called out to me just as I was about to slip away. What? What is it, you annoying hell spawn? What? I yell at him. Geez, someone is in a bad mood. I narrow my Sharingan at him with a glare burning with rage, causing him to flinch and quickly continue. Kazan sent me. He says it's urgent and he wants you to come to aim immediately. Slight panic sets in and I immediately use Kamui to go to him. Third person POV. Swirly sweat drops as Obito leaves in a swirling vortex and lets out a relieved breath once his figure disappears. He really is just like Madara-sama. That glare is the stuff of nightmares. Sheesh. Swirly then senses someone's gaze on him and turns his head in the direction he feels it coming from. Through the doorway of the room all he sees are the shadows of the hallway and the distant flickering of the flame torches, but he senses the faint trace of someone's presence, making a cold shiver run down his spine. Now on edge and slightly terrified, he melts back into the wall to escape the chillingly cold atmosphere. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. January 6th. Obito POV. As soon as Swirly told me that Kazan was looking for me and that it was urgent, I immediately flew off of my bed and warped straight into the room where I sensed his chakra. What happened? Are you okay? He looked at me with his regular poker face, a slight bit of annoyance evident in his eyes. What are you? Takeshi number 2. Calm down, you damn drama king. I'm fine. This puzzled me. Swirly said you called for me and that it was an emergency. I thought you got hurt or something. In that moment his poker face was taken over by an expression of sheer annoyance. That was not the message I gave him. I just said for you to come over as quickly as possible when you're done with work because I have something to tell you. Not urgent but important. You'd definitely nag at me for hours on end if I didn't tell you immediately. My eyes instantly narrowed down on him. Did you do something stupid? Are you in trouble? I swear to Rakudo, if you punch Takeshi again I'm going to take away your reading privileges for a week. Why would you immediately assume that I did something bad? He asked. Because you're a mini replica of Madara. You're short-tempered, violent and you act childishly at the worst possible times. I answer plainly. Look behind you, idiot. And with that he was done with the conversation. My eyebrow twitched, but upon hearing footsteps behind me I turned around, and once I caught sight of the person behind me I froze. Was this a dream? If so, don't ever wake me up. There she stood, right in front of me. Wide awake, staring at me with those mesmerizing chocolate brown orbs. Her matching hair flowing so elegantly down her shoulders as a radiant smile graced her features. That smile that made butterflies in my stomach. The one that made me melt. Made my heart rate multiply by 100 each passing second I saw it. The same smile I thought I'd never see again. Rin. I felt my lip quivering as tears of pure joy silently streamed down my face. I tried wiping them away but they just kept flowing, and as I did, I felt her arms wrap around me pulling me into her warm embrace. Her scent filled my nostrils, and her warm touch sent a feeling of calmness all throughout my body. Obito. She spoke softly, her voice as smooth as silk. Taking in the sound of her voice and the warmth of her touch I relaxed into the hug. You're awake. You're finally awake. Kazan POV. I've never seen Aniki this happy before. I'm 1000% positive that Kuro's complaints about him skipping out on missions in the future wasn't even in his line of thought right now. He was too overjoyed to be thinking about that. After a while Konan came over per Aniki's request to give Rin Oni-chan a checkup. Once the checkup was done she told us that everything was perfectly fine because of the Sandy's healing properties and Oni-chan was healthy and strong enough to immediately go about a normal life. Just as I expected, Aniki took the next few days off, firmly denying Kuro's constant arguments that he had to go on missions. The bastard wasn't happy at all, and each time he lost the argument he glared at me. Why? Because he knew I was the reason Oni-chan woke up. He didn't hesitate to pass this information on to Ojiazan, but with no proof that I actually did anything, he didn't believe a word Kuro said. What the two-faced bastard didn't know was that a day before I woke Oni-chan I had also warned Ojiazan about him being untrustworthy. Lately I had noticed that Kuro wasn't around much, and upon asking Aniki if he had received any spy missions from Ojiazan his reply was, none that I know of, since Madara usually assigns us our tasks together first thing in the morning. So I used a layer of Indra's Daikokutenjin to completely cover the presence of one of my clones as well as make it invisible to the naked eye before sending it to tail Kuro. It turns out that Kuro was regularly conversing with Danzo Shimura of Konohagakure's council to have the root Anbu completely wipe out all remaining members of the Uchiha clan because, and I quote, they are a nuisance to his plans and cannot continue to exist. Knowing that they weren't that big of a threat against Project Tsuki no Mi, it was obvious that he was talking about some other plans. Plans he kept secret from Ojiazan. And with that one little detail now exposed, Ojiazan's trust in Kuro was wavering. He would be much more wary of the shadow-style bastard now and most likely pick up a lot more wrong with him than I could. After all, he was much more observant than me. So my work was done. Or at least the first portion of it. All that was left now was to somehow get Ojiazan to abandon Project Tsuki no Mi. He no longer trusts Kuro, so all I have to do now is show him that the plan can't be trusted either. Now for the big question. How exactly am I going to do that? Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. January 3rd. Shikaru POV. Kazan and I were sitting at one of the tables in the Akatsuki base playing a game of shogi, and to nobody's surprise at all, he was eating dango. So I hear you're starting the academy in a couple days. He hums in response. You don't sound too happy about it. It's social interaction. What do you expect me to do? Prance around with a smile on my face. This is my worst nightmare, Shikaru. Still as antisocial as always, I see. You seem irritated too. What's bugging ya? Obito. I'm already Chunin rank, so I see no reason to go to the academy, but he's forcing me because according to his opinion I have to do it to fit in and look normal. He answers as he plays his turn. I think for a while before placing my pawn on c5, forcing him to move his king. I can't argue there. He has a good reason. Between your relationship to Nagato-sama and your constant trips to the Akatsuki base, going to school like all the other kids would make you look more normal and less favored. Favored how? He asks. Favored as in the Amekage spoiling you because you're related. No kid should be able to make daily trips to the Akatsuki's hideout just to use their private training grounds without asking and not get in trouble on top of it all. I place my rook on e6 taking his knight. TCH. Walked right into that one, huh? I knew something bad would come of it. Then why keep doing it? I ask. Because the other training grounds are crowded and I hate people. He answered as he placed his gold general in front of my king cornering me. Checkmate. I groan. Damn it. Best out of 15. There's no way I'm having another 5 games with you. I have stuff to do, Titabashi. He says as he stands up to throw the 3 finished dango sticks away, and I looked at him with a surprised expression. What? He asks. That verbal tick caught me off guard. You act so much like an Uchiha I tend to forget that you're an Uzumaki. I answered. He then lets out a monotonous grunt. I have good self-control, but it slips out at times. Kazan POV. After I helped Shikaru pack the board and pieces away, I said goodbye and headed back home. Once again as I walked down the street, I sensed the same gaze on me as I did a few days prior. But when I looked, there wasn't anything there. This was now the second time that I sensed that ominous gaze but saw no figure following me. And those 2 times were 2 times too many. I hated eyes on my back, so I made the reluctant decision to teleport to the exact spot where I sensed them and use Mangekyo Sharingan to alter the individual's brain function and cut off their use of chakra so whatever invisibility jutsu they were using would wear off. And to my surprise, it was that same strange fox who approached me at Ojiazan's hideout. The fox's surprised expression when I cancelled out its jutsu was way too human for me to ignore. Its intelligence was far higher than what a normal fox's should be, in fact it seemed to be on par with that of an adult human. What the hell are you? You're way too human to be a fox and your chakra is abnormal. Silence. I know you understand me. Your facial expression is a dead giveaway. He didn't respond, but his face held enough emotion for me to know what he was thinking and feeling with just a brief glance. If you're a threat to me, my comrades, or this village, I advise you to leave. Pissing me off will be your biggest mistake. It shook its head and wasn't at all intimidated by my glare, which caught me off guard because even Ojiazan and Orochimaru show some small reaction to it. Can you talk? This guy was bad at lying even though he never said a word. He tried to hide his expression by maintaining a poker face, but unfortunately for him I could decipher one's emotions from their eyes alone. I'll take that as a yes. Now, who are you? Tell me. A long moment of silence passed by, and for that time each of us looked the other dead in the eye and didn't dare to blink. I'm a kitsune spirit with no summoner. I just decided to visit the realm of the living because I was bored. I mean you no harm. All I seek is entertainment, and you are quite the intriguing individual, so I chose to follow you around for a few ticks. Nothing more. I narrowed my eyes on him. His expression held no trace of deception, nor did his eyes. However, I still didn't trust him, and I made that clear. I also told him to knock off the sneaking. Listen, I'm not just free source of entertainment for to use when you're bored. I hate eyes on my back. So stop sneaking around in the shadows like a stalker and walk with me in public for all to see. It's either that or just knock it the hell off. No other options. And at that I left without another word. If he really were an enemy, then walking in public and revealing his existence to high-ranking ninja like Ojiazan in the Akatsuki would be extremely dangerous and most likely fail. The only option he would have would be to leave me alone. And if he does end up revealing himself, he is either stupid or not a threat. Either way I'll have nothing to worry about, and that is just how I like it. All that's left to do is wait and see what choice he makes. In the spirit realm. Inari POV. I see, so that's what his plan is. Quite the cunning and foolproof strategy. He really is impressive. Possibly even more skilled than Indra. The edge of my lip tugs upward to form an amused smile. Clever boy, I say through a chuckle as I recall my fraction from the realm of the living. Alright Kazan, I'll play your game. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. January 7th. Kazan POV. It's been 4 days since my encounter with the Kitsune. I purposefully spent a majority of my time around Aniki and the Akatsuki in case he decided to show up, but after half a week there was still no sign of him. I guess he flunked out. My guess was wrong. On my way home I heard the sound of paws patting on the cement pavement following close behind me, and I turned around to see the Kitsune just about a foot or two behind me. Considering that I was in our front yard and not surrounded by people, I didn't bother whispering to him. So you chose to take the risk. He just chuckled as he sat down. Very well. Let's see how long you'll last. First challenge, my paranoid brother. Speak of the devil, he arrived at the front gate with Kamui and immediately stopped in his tracks when he saw me and the kitsune. What's this? He asked me. I shrugged my shoulders. He just started following me. It's the third time now. Iniki's eyes narrowed on the kitsune. For a moment his expression held suspicion, but then it just vanished. Don't feed him. He'll follow you even more. After that he just walked into the house, which left me confused. The kitsune's abnormal chakra was impossible to overlook. How did Iniki just brush it off? You possess a special skill, you know. I look back at the white-furred spirit. What skill? The ability to sense spirit chakra. In fact, this skill is so rare you are the first full-blood human to ever obtain it. Meaning that your adoptive brother over there does not have that skill. Therefore he cannot sense the same abnormal chakra you've been sensing from me and only views me as your everyday fox with slightly abnormal behavior. In his mind, maybe I am a fox who has socialized with humans from a young age, and for that reason I just feel comfortable interacting with them. And spoiler alert, the case will remain the same with Madara, Nagato, and every member of the Akatsuki. So I guess that means game over. I smacked my lips and both of us remained quiet for a moment. Why do I sense spirit chakra? I finally asked. He stayed quiet for a brief moment before answering. Well, I don't know exactly. It could be because you're Indra's reincarnate, or maybe it's something else. Maybe your fate is destined to cross with mine and it has nothing to do with your lineage or the Otsutsuki's cycle of reincarnation. Who knows? All I know is that it's very intriguing. My suspicion multiplied as did my level of confusion. Why are you telling me this? I think that the more you know about your current situation, the higher your chance of survival will be. Entertainment isn't the only reason I am here, Kazan. After all, I am one of this planet's celestial guardians. I can't have danger hazards like Indra and the Black Fox running around on the loose wreaking havoc on the current world. There's enough meaningless bloodshed without them in the picture. And you can be a great asset to me. After that he just disappeared in the blink of an eye and I could no longer sense his presence. I didn't sense him watching me for a few days after that, and his words kept lingering in my mind. The next day. Nagato POV. I was sitting in my office signing a couple of documents when a particular one out of the stack caught my attention. Reading over it I was confused, so I called Obito in. What's the problem, redhead? He asked as he leaned against the doorframe. This document you want me to sign. You're sending Kazan to the academy. I ask. What's the problem with that? He questions. The problem is that I've seen his skill level. He practically covers all skill requirements of an entire genin team on his own. Why bother with the Ninja Academy? Because being at a higher rank at the age of 5 will draw too much attention. My goal is to make him seem as average as possible. We don't need anyone questioning him about anything. He answers. Then why not give him a private mentor or something? Many people with talented kids do that. It's not out of the ordinary. I say. Because the kid already has a superiority complex and an attitude problem. I'm not gonna feed his ego by giving him special treatment. And besides, between having your last name and strolling into private Akatsuki property without permission on a near daily basis and not getting into trouble for it already looks like you're spoiling him because you're from the same clan. And now you're suggesting a private tutor. The last thing we need at a time like this is our cage being accused of favoritism. The whole structure of the village will crumble in on itself. It took a while for me to realize what he said. Wait, just now you said, with your last name. Kazan changed his last name to Uzumaki. Why not stick with Uchiha? I ask. For the same reason he has to go to the academy to look normal. Avoiding unwanted attention. Due to members of the Uzumaki clan being more spread out through the nations than members of the Uchiha clan, it will be less likely that anyone will figure out he's related to Madara. You know, you keep talking about avoiding attention and you really think that sending him to a ninja school full of loud, energetic, and bossy snot-nosed kids isn't gonna draw attention to him? He slid his mask to the side and looked at me with a raised eyebrow. He is a short-tempered Jinchuriki with a boss complex and an attitude problem. He's on par with a majority of the teachers there and doesn't like being told what to do. Not to mention that he hates people who are loud, energetic, and bossy. That is the basic description of almost every kid in the Ninja Academy. He is going to lose his cool and cause problems, and none of those Junin will be able to handle him. It's a disaster waiting to happen, Obito. Especially with Takeshi being there due to temporary demotion. You know how much they hate each other. He stayed silent with his eyes closed and thought it over. I still think that getting him a private mentor is a bad idea. And besides, it will only be about 2 weeks tops before his skill level outgrows said mentor and we'll need to get him a new one. Before you know it, Aim won't have any more private mentors of any rank left to teach him. Then why not just leave things as they are? Let him keep coming to the Akatsuki hideout and let the Akatsuki keep teaching him in their different arts as they have been doing for the past few months now. Just stick to it. The budget is cheaper and it's guaranteed to be less of a disaster. His expression still held doubt, but from his eyes I could tell he was persuaded and hesitant about his choice, so I gave him another push. I'm speaking as the Amekage right now, Obito, not as Kazan's uncle. Sending him to the academy is the wrong move and will have bad effects on everyone. Now, speaking as his uncle, I don't want anything negative happening to him. It's only natural. And as his brother and guardian, I'm sure you don't either. He put his finger to his chin and thought more deeply about it. I knew he was already properly swayed, but I made one last statement to stand my ground. Look, Obito, I can't tell you what to do with him or how to raise him. But if you make a choice that I know will affect him negatively, then as his uncle I have the right to step in, override your word, and make a decision myself. And if it's for his well-being, then I don't give a damn if it looks like favoritism. He stayed silent for a while before exhaling and lowering his arm. Fine, Nagato. We'll do it your way, he said before slipping his mask back on and walking out. Kazan, age 5. Timeline: Before Naruto Part 1. January 11th. Unknown POV. From my throne in my domain of the spirit realm, I glanced down at the fraction of Inari's life force roaming around in the mortal realm as he appeared to be tracking the fraction of my life force. I close my eyes and clench my jaw as the scene before me irritates me immensely. For millennia, members of the human race have been in constant battle amongst themselves. Daily bloodshed and massacres, leaving countless orphaned, traumatized, consumed by hatred, or without reason to live. And despite having the power to instantly stop it, the White Kitsune remains in the spirit realm and does nothing but survey the situation. Yet, the second I send a fraction of my life force to the mortal realm, he departs from the comfort of his domain to exterminate my clone. How vexing. I grit my teeth and clench my fist tightly as my rage boiled like a pot of water over an open flame. He uses pacifism as an excuse to do nothing about the warring states, yet disregards that excuse and targets me when I attempt to fix his mistake. I can just hear his lecturing voice in my ear. Violence is not the key. The amount of times I've heard that phrase is severely annoying. TCH. What foolish ideology. For a supreme deity, you sure are naive, Inari. Kazan POV. As I walked towards the Akatsuki base, I once again heard the patting of little paws following slightly behind me. So, you have a name or what? I ask. Oh. Why the sudden interest? I thought you didn't trust me. He speaks. I don't. But since you're a kitsune, a supernatural kuchiyos, I can't exactly get rid of you either. And you've proved difficult to outsmart. So I figured that because I'm stuck with you, and because you make it extremely hard for me to ignore you, talking to you and accepting it is just the best and less annoying option. I explain. Smart. Then again, you are a genius. Just answer my damn question already. Okay then. If revealing my name has even the slightest chance of winning your trust, then I am willing to talk. But in exchange I ask you to keep wearing that poker face and not openly show surprise. Like saying that was gonna make me trust him any more than I already did. If anything, he just did the opposite. My name is Inari. My breath hitched in my throat as I immediately froze in my tracks. Is he playing with me right now? The power of the White Kitsune is said to be hundreds of times more than all 9 Biju combined. Yet he seems to have less chakra than me. Even if he were suppressing it, I'd still feel some kind of crushing pressure when I focus on his chakra. But I don't feel even half as much pressure emitting from him than I do from Kyuubi. It doesn't add up. He seems too weak. Then again, I don't know how power rankings work with deities. And that irregular chakra emitting from his body. Spirit chakra. Maybe I can't tell how strong he is because I'm only learning to sense it. You're half right. I tensed again, realizing that he had read my thoughts. You are just learning to sense spirit chakra and your body and mind are only now beginning to adapt to it, therefore you cannot sense everything. However, the reason you cannot sense how strong I am is because I am only a fraction of the real Inari. Something like a clone made up of his own life force. And if you still do not believe me, then go ahead and ask the Kyuubi if I am deceiving you. He and his siblings know me quite well. Upon doing so, Kyuubi indeed confirmed that he was not lying to me. This left me baffled and I stood in silence for a long while, taking it all in. You're really the guardian god of our planet. He nods and I stay silent again. If it's too much for you to take in at once, I'll leave and come back another day. No, it's not that I don't believe you or that it's too much to understand. It's a lot to take in, yes. But I can handle information overload pretty well. It's just that I'm more confused than surprised about why an actual deity is walking around in the mortal world. Well, that's simple. This Black Fox individual, I have the suspicion that I know him. And I am just here to confirm that suspicion. If it turns out that he is in fact the individual I think he is, then I have no choice but to exterminate him myself before he has his way with your planet. If not, then I believe that with a little bit of mentoring you will be perfectly capable of handling the situation. Third-person POV. The area fell into a moment of silence before Kazan broke it. You want me to fight the Black Fox? Problem. No disrespect, but it feels forced. Like you want me, a kid, to do the work for you, a god whose literal job is to deal with the situation. Again, no disrespect, just honesty. Inari didn't reply for a long while. He definitely is smarter than Indra. And while they are similar, his personality is more like. Inari quickly brushed the thought aside and responded to Kazan. Kazan, if the Black Fox is indeed who I suspect, then he already expects me to be on his case. As a matter of fact, he's probably watching my every move already. He knows me and can in fact predict my actions. But he doesn't know that you can sense spirit chakra. And if you can do that, there's a possibility that you can learn to use it and get rid of him. There is a reason you have this power. If there weren't one, then there would be no way that Yurei, the kitsune of spirit and reincarnation, would have allowed you to obtain it. I am just trying to help you find that reason. Kazan doesn't say anything. You have the option to deny. No pressure. Because you're right, it isn't your responsibility. After that, Inari walked away and kept his distance for a couple of days, giving Kazan a long time to think about it. What will his answer be? Kazan, age 5. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. January 20th. Third-person POV. Kazan had been thinking about Inari's words constantly throughout his waking hours. There is a reason you have this power. If there weren't one, then there would be no way that Yurei would have allowed you to obtain it. I am just trying to help you find that reason. If he had the option and power to do something, then wasn't it his responsibility to do so, especially if something bad could result from him not doing anything about it? Wouldn't he then be directly to blame for the aftermath of the threat he could have stopped? Then again, you have the option to deny. No pressure. Because you're right, it isn't your responsibility. But even if it weren't, wouldn't it still indirectly be his fault? What if he indeed could have helped but didn't due to his own selfish desire of not wanting to do the dirty work for a god? TCH. No pressure, huh? I know that it's not my responsibility, but for some reason I still feel obligated to help. Maybe because it's a request from an actual god. Or maybe it's because I'm scared of the possible guilt I'll have to live with later for refusing to do something within the range of my ability. Kazan mumbled to himself. Or maybe it's your innermost subconscious telling you that it's what you really want even though you can't see it for yourself. What does your gut tell you? Oh, well, if you're really interested, Otsutsuki, right now my gut is telling me not to trust the deceitful scumbag of a ghost who is currently whispering nonsense into my ear in an attempt to brainwash me. Indra chortles in reply to Kazan's snarky attitude, after which he goes silent and doesn't pull any more tricks, which of course Kazan finds odd but is also rather thankful for the peace and silence. In truth, Indra was wary of Inari and could sense the god's gaze specifically on him. It was more of a stern gaze than his usual calm glance, so the Otsutsuki took it as a warning and backed off from Kazan. Over the next few days, Kazan thought long and hard about the options Inari gave him, and with a little bit of advice and a second opinion from Kurama, Kazan made the decision to accept Inari's offer. January 25th. Kazan POV. After revealing my answer to him, Inari-sama held a straight face for a moment before his lips curled up into a smile. So you accept my proposal? Although it would take you a lot longer to come up with an answer. After all, preparing to fight someone of that caliber by yourself is a rather big decision. And one you have almost no information on at that. I've made a similar choice before and under worse pressure. Are you referring to Kuro Otsutsuki? I nod in reply. At least this time I'm not in danger of being accused as untrustworthy and having my biju extracted from me because of a slip-up. Kuro might be a scumbag bastard, but you could also say he gave me useful training. And speaking about training, how exactly is this going to work, Inari-sama? Well, you can go about your day as usual. Studying jutsu and chakra natures, training with the Akatsuki, playing shogi, or sitting around reading as many books as you like. Your daily schedule won't change at all. But your nightly schedule will. I raise an eyebrow. Each night when you fall asleep I will reverse summon your life force to my domain and train you there. You will not become physically exhausted from this 24-hour schedule because all the training you endure at night will only affect your soul and spirit chakra. Not your physical body or your mental state, he explains to me. But, if you're extracting my life force to train with you, then what does that mean for my physical body during those few hours? Am I dead or in a comatose? Well, you're technically dead. Your body is not functional but your soul is still attached to it, unlike someone who has passed where their soul's connection to the body has been completely severed. We deities call it the in-between state, where you're not alive nor truly dead. And throughout all this your body is basically an empty vessel. During this state of vacancy the Nine Tails will be in complete control of your body, so Indra doesn't have a chance to possess you using his spirit chakra. Not that he'd even dare to do so under my supervision. Having now fully explained everything to me, Inari asks if I had any more questions. When I said that I did not, he ended off our meeting by telling me that training started as soon as I fell asleep tonight. Time skip a few hours. After slipping off into a sleeping state I felt my consciousness slowly fade away and lose touch with my physical body until I couldn't feel anything at all. No heat, no cold, it's like I was completely numb. I couldn't see anything around me either. It was all an endless abyss of pitch blackness and pin drop silence. Anyone who stayed there for over 5 minutes would lose their sanity. Thankfully I was only there a few seconds before a blinding brightness poured into the abyss and I soon found myself in a garden-like landscape that seemed to be floating in space as it was completely surrounded by the starry midnight sky, with nothing underneath it or around its edges. Isn't this a safety hazard? I ask aloud to soon hear a reply from behind me. There is a barrier around it. Should you slip, you will stop just a ways past the edge and be repelled back onto solid ground. If you put your hand out, you'll feel the current of chakra gently forcing your hand back. I put my hand out and just like Inari explained, I felt a current of energy slowly push my hand back towards me like some sort of inverted gravity. An interesting safety feature, I say as I turn around before momentarily freezing. I expected to see the same small fox as I did on Earth but instead saw a white-haired man wearing the same attire as Indra. Then I remembered that back in AIM he had said that he was only a fraction of Inari. So this is what you really look like. Not actually. This is just my humanoid form. It comes in a lot more handy during training sessions than my nine-tailed form. He explained. Okay then. So, may I ask how this training is going to work? I question. Learning to use spirit chakra is a lot similar to learning to use physical chakra for ninjutsu and nature chakra for senjutsu. But instead of training your body or mind to sense the chakra within you or the natural energy around you, you will be learning to sense the spiritual force and living essence both within yourself and all those around you. As you begin completing this phase, the first thing you'll sense clearly is my chakra in the barrier around the island. Then you will sense the other celestial Kuchio's animals who live here and are in hiding from you. Only after you have mastered the sensory technique to its fullest will we move on to the second phase of your training. In this case, quality of your results is more important than quantity of results you get. In short, even with your genius mind, quick learning rate and fast adapting ability, we're gonna be here for a really long time. Years in fact. So prepare yourself to see my face every night for a decade or more. He said with a chirpy closed-eye smile. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 14th. Kazan POV. As of lately the Akatsuki have been more focused on completing local missions than completing any tasks per Ojiazen's order. The group has become known as more of a second branch of the Anbu who specifically complete private tasks for the Amekage. The mission ranking system of the Rain Village has now changed to DC rank for Genin, CB rank for Chunin, AS rank for Junin, SSSSS rank for Anbu, and the newest T rank for Akatsuki. Due to some difficulty in the Mist Village caused by the Black Fox, Aniki dispatched a duo of Akatsuki members to deal with the upraise of conflicts between rogue ninjas and assassins to avoid a civil war, with the cover-up story being that the Yondaime Mizukage, who was still under his genjutsu, had hired the duo. And ever since then, news spread to the other cage and they began hiring Akatsuki members for extremely high-ranked missions as well. Bonds between AIM and other nations strengthened through this action and the village began to prosper even more than before, securing Nagato Oji's position as the sixth cage, in return gaining him more respect. As a result of him becoming more recognized, smaller villages around AIM's borders that weren't under the rule of a cage before formed an alliance with AIM and became known as the Typhoon Federation. The alliance between Kusa and AIM was especially strong and the entire federation adapted the D to T ranking system. So in short, AIM is doing extremely well for itself, even during this difficult time with the Black Fox on the prowl. You could call the Rain Village the glue that was keeping this broken world from crumbling in on itself and falling into a fourth warring state. As for my training with Inari-sama, I have made significant progress over these last few months. I have learned to detect all life force within a 5-kilometer radius around me, but no further than that. Inari-sama said it was my limit because I am immortal and have limited access to spirit chakra, but with more training there would be a possibility of me gaining more control over it. After the first phase of my training was over, Inari began teaching me how to use spirit chakra to perform special jutsu like creating things out of my own life force such as clones or even small animals that I could use as spies. As a bonus, he also taught me how to mark something using spirit chakra and then sense everything within a 200-meter radius around the marking or markings by focusing on all scattered portions of my own spirit chakra. With this knowledge I was able to build a sensory system for the Akatsuki by marking their masks, and now I am able to pinpoint their location even when they are in other nations. Yes, they all wear masks with the village symbol engraved on them just like the Anbu, and they are color-coded instead of animal-coded. P.S. Their color code is also their code name, e.g. Itachi is crimson and Shisui is emerald. It was due to this sensory system that I was able to pick up the spirit chakra of a certain someone in Kiri. Shisui and Mangetsu were on the lookout for any more rogue ninja around more rural areas of the Mist Village when I sensed an ominous life force near them. It felt similar to one of Inari-sama's fractions, only darker and with a suffocating amount of murderous intent. Third-person POV. Seeing the tense look on Kazan's face, Obito questions him. Tell Shisui and Mangetsu to fall back immediately. I sense the presence of the Black Fox near them and he isn't in the best of moods at the moment. Better not risk his encounter. Obito used his mental link with the duo to warn them of the threat and they instantly halted and returned to the Akatsuki base via Shisui's teleportation jutsu. When Madara later stopped by to question why he sensed the duo's chakra back in aim, Kazan explained to him what happened. And did you sense anything else? Madara asked Kazan. A second chakra signature was there with him. Whoever they are, I suspect they are to blame for the sudden spike of attacks from missing nin. Like a general leading a force to battle per the king's order. Kazan answered, keeping his gaze focused on the wooden general shogi piece in his hand. My suspicion. He pauses before placing the piece back on the board. One of Kiri's 7 ninja swordsmen. Most likely a rogue with a fearsome reputation and a lot of connections. Your reason of suspicion on one of my former comrades specifically being? Kisame asks. No, loyal, shinobi in their right mind would pull a two-faced stunt this risky. The culprit has to be a shinobi with selfish desires in their mind and no status to lose. Hence my opinion of them being a rogue. If they aren't and they still claim to be loyal to Kiri as if they're doing a bad thing for a good reason, then give them an award for the most two-faced stunt ever pulled in shinobi history. Such a big lie, they fooled themselves. Then again, people like the Black Fox can scramble your brain to the point where you'd believe any ridiculous lie they fed you as if your life depended on it, just for their own personal gain. Manipulators who are near impossible to outsmart. As he said this, the image of Kuro Zetsu flashed through his mind. After that meeting was over, a group of white Zetsu were sent to Kiri to further investigate the matter. It was then later discovered that Kazan's suspicion was indeed correct. The direct cause of the sudden internal conflict in the Mist Village was due to the Black Fox conversing with the fearsome rogue, Zabuza Momochi, and using the swordsman to stir up chaos so he wouldn't have to physically appear. Although, with the Akatsuki now exterminating all threats to the village and resolving the chaos, his fun was ruined, and now he had to get his hands dirty and risk being discovered. The last phrase left the Akatsuki confused, however Kazan immediately knew that the Black Fox did indeed suspect that Inari was on his case and was lying low to avoid extermination. But the mystery remained. Who exactly was the Black Fox and what was his relation to Inari? Kazan would ask the White Kitsune these questions during their next training session. But for now, he had another problem. His impulsive and rage-blinded older brother and great-grandfather who now had it out for Zabuza. How exactly would he handle this situation? Kazan age 7. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 15th. Kazan POV. Upon hearing that Zabuza was the reason that the Mizukage was losing power over Kiri, Aniki being his impulsive self as usual wanted to kill the swordsman. Ojiazan did as well, but with his motive being that he wanted to purposefully foil the Black Fox's plan. Another act of provoking him to prove to the Rinnegan user that he wasn't an enemy to underestimate. Your usual egotistical Uchiha consumed by his desire for revenge. At least I was able to talk some sense into Aniki with Oni-chan's help, but Ojiazan wasn't exactly the type to listen to reason when his ego was on the line. As a result, he went to the Mist Village, captured Zabuza and according to a report from Swirly, was torturing the assassin to the point of death. Knowing him, he was definitely going to kill Zabuza regardless of the fact that he had nothing to do with the previous situation between him and the Black Fox. And with what little I know about the Black Fox and his personality, his first act after losing an asset like Zabuza would be to kill Ojiazan and then the Akatsuki. After some thought I decided that the small and temporary benefit Ojiazan would get from the situation was not worth the trouble, and I immediately used Indra's Mangekyo to teleport to their location. In other words, I was going to risk my life to stop Ojiazan from signing the death warrant for us all. If the Black Fox was the kind of person to only target Ojiazan, then in all honesty would have left him to face the consequences of his actions. But I wasn't about to let him drag the rest of us into this mess because of his desire to feed his ego. When I arrived at the place where I sensed Ojiazan's chakra, I found him choking the remaining life out of a half-dead Zabuza. I then used Indra's advanced Raiden Jutsu to strike Ojiazan's right arm, causing him to let go of Zabuza's neck before deactivating the Dujutsu and summoning adamantine chains to restrain him. Sensing my chakra, he glanced at me and demanded an explanation. Ojiazan, remind me, who is more advanced in the category of sensory skills between the two of us? His formerly stern gaze turned into a sharp glare. And the point you are trying to make? He asked sternly in a voice that held rage and killer intent behind it. That I can sense the amount of power an individual is suppressing better than you can. And what I can tell from just a sliver of his chakra is that this Black Fox person is not human. His chakra is too massive for even the strongest of human bodies to contain. I know you don't want to hear it, but he is well above your level. Possibly equal to or even higher than that of the Rakuto Sennin. And you don't want someone of that level to have it out for you. His onyx orbs glowed red as the all-too-familiar pattern of a three-tomo Sharingan appeared, proof that my adamantine chains weren't enough to suppress his power. But despite his flaming glare burning a hole straight through me, I continued. You may be an apex predator surrounded by prey, Ojiazan, but don't think that just because you're a lion in a world of sheep and jackals that you can go poking at an already aggravated bear. I know you want to get back at the Black Fox, but killing Zabuza is not the way. Do you want to defend your ego? Then don't provoke someone who can shatter it. And exactly what entitlement do you have telling me what to do? He asked in the same threatening voice. Seeing that reasoning still wasn't going to work, I decided to use the very risky tactic of attacking his ego myself. Draining all former emotion from my expression, I looked him dead in the eyes with a poker face and continued. Not entitlement, but the advantage of common sense over egotistical impulsivity. Which would you rather have? Your dignity, the respect of your underlings, and a feared status with no downsides but a grazed ego? Or no dignity, no remaining respect from your underlings and a status that is no longer feared, all with the extra downside of living with a shattered ego for the rest of your life? Is your desire to have the legend of the ghost of the Uchiha to live on and continue to strike fear in the hearts of shinobi for generations to come, or for it to become past tense because of a single foolish mistake that cost you everything? Silence. And is saving the life of a traitorous scumbag like him really worth the price of your life, Kazan? He asked as killer intent leaked from his figure. I stayed silent for a while before answering. I don't care if you provoke the Black Fox. And I don't care if you die as a result. But I certainly do care if your naivety results in me and the others being lugged into a situation that we want nothing to do with. Do you want to fight the Black Fox? Do you want to kill him? Then go ahead and do it the same way you teach us to face our opponents. Head on, and no provoking him from a distance like a coward. Although it doesn't matter either way, because you'll lose. And when you die, remember that I won't so much as bat an eye. I have no sympathy for fools who challenge those far above their league without good reason. After all, that is what you taught me. No words in existence could describe the intense negative emotions burning behind his gaze. And with each word I spoke they multiplied and his glare grew sharper, as if the world's sharpest ragged blade was set ablaze and repeatedly slicing through every part of my body at once. The atmosphere was cold as ice, the only thing emitting some sort of heat in the room being the fiery red hue of his Mangekyo Sharingan, which I countered with my own, or rather Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan, stunning him for a moment before all trace of emotion drained from his features. Release me, he ordered in a stern voice void of all emotion but the rage and seriousness hidden behind the unspoken threat in his message. I exhale before dispersing the adamantine chains around him and walks right past me without sparing me so much as a word or a glance. After he exits the room I inhale deeply before sighing, relieved that it was over. What an interesting development. Though I knew you'd make use of it for your own benefit sooner or later, I never thought you'd use the Daikokutenjin on Madara of all people. Did the impending fear of your actions' consequences creeping closer and closer actually get to you? He laughed thereafter. It appears that even someone as seemingly collected and nonchalant as you can crack under pressure. I didn't grace him with the privilege of a reply nor an argument despite how badly I wanted to, and thankfully he left me alone afterward. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 15th. Third-person POV. Kazan channeled some of Kurama's chakra that he had stored in a reserve into Zabuza's chakra system, instantly healing all his wounds and replenishing his strength. The robe was conscious and completely confused as to why the boy was helping him, but Kazan didn't even make eye contact with him as his mind was occupied by about 100 stressful thoughts. "Hey brat. Why did you do that?" Zabuza asked him. There was a pause before Kazan answered. "In all honesty, I was tired of his impulsiveness putting myself and my comrades in constant danger." Zabuza grunted. "Well, which one was it? For yourself or for your comrades? Because from the looks of it, you acted out of impulse as well. And since no one else joined you in your little rebellion, it seems to me that it was more for your own opinion rather than that of your supposed comrades." Kazan's side glance at him with the slit crimson eyes of the Kyuubi, the hatred of the fox leaking out and nearly suffocating the Kiri nin. "Careful Momochi. I have dozens of ways to kill you, and all in under the span of 10 seconds. Unless you want me to set you ablaze with inextinguishable flames hotter than the sun's surface with nothing but a single pulse of chakra into my eye, then don't dare test me." Though Kazan didn't leak Kurama's chakra, Zabuza could sense the crushing presence of the beast inside him. Now thoroughly intimidated, he remained silent, and Kazan used a teleportation jutsu to take him back to Kurigakure before heading home himself. Kazan POV. I walked up the porch stairs and momentarily froze at the door as I sensed Aniki's chakra on the other side. Since I only used Daikokutenjin on Ojiazan to stop him from killing me, I prepared myself for the worst scolding of my life. I reached for the handle, closed my eyes and took a deep breath before I finally turned the knob and walked inside. To my surprise, when he saw me, Aniki's expression was perfectly calm as he diverted his eyes from the book he was reading and greeted me in his usual tone. "Swirly said you left in a hurry with no explanation earlier. Where'd you go to?" he asked. "Believe it or not, I made the stupid decision of trying to negotiate with Ojiazan." I answered hesitantly and a bit confused. "Negotiate about what?" he questioned with a raised eyebrow expressing confusion about my confused tone. "About not provoking the Black Fox any further by killing Zabuza. It felt like bargaining my life with the devil." As soon as I finished, he lightly hit me on the head with the book he was previously reading while giving me a quick lecture. "Maybe because that's exactly what you were doing." "What, did you hit your head or something?" Attempting to negotiate with Madara wasn't a stupid decision. It was downright idiotic. Especially for you of all people. I rubbed my temples. The oncoming migraine is enough of a reminder about my stupidity, Aniki. I don't need any of your nagging or lectures as well. But to be honest, I'm not having a good day. I'm gonna go lie down. After going to my room, I lied on my bed and stared up at the ceiling. He doesn't know a thing about what happened. So that means Ojiazan didn't tell him yet. It's strange though. Given how infuriated he was, I would have thought that he'd have come to aim right after leaving and immediately start ranting off to Aniki. But I don't sense his chakra inside or anywhere near the village. It's kind of suspicious. It isn't like him to just stay quiet and keep his distance after someone takes a swipe at his ego. Did I alter too much of his mind using the genjutsu? Just remembering that I used Daikokutenjin on him made my mood drop, and I covered my right eye with my hand before sighing. He's the only person who I didn't mark, so I can't even pinpoint his location. Then again, the second he comes back here, the consequences would be terrible for me. So should I really be worried about where he is? Time skip. Third-person POV. After lying on his bed for about half an hour, Kazan fell asleep, and as soon as the darkness swallowed him, Inari summoned him to the spirit realm. "You fell asleep a lot earlier than usual today," the kitsune commented. "I know you were watching me, Inari-sama, so you know my reasons." "Yes. That conversation with Madara wasn't one of your best ideas. Although, your intentions were good, your attempt was in vain. He may not have killed Zabuza, but he did after him. And the Black Fox knows this. It's already too late." The area goes silent for a few moments. "Inari-sama. I've asked you before and you never answer me. But I want an answer this time. And since he might come after us because of Madara's mistake, I think I deserve an answer. Who do you suspect of being the Black Fox?" Once again silence befell the area and nothing but the rustling of grass and leaves could be heard. For a period of time that felt like hours, Kazan held eye contact with Inari, his cobalt orbs narrowed, emitting a stern gaze, while the deity's ice blue ones held a mix of hesitation and sadness. After a while, Inari sighed through his nose and closed his eyes. The person I suspect of being behind all of this is. He paused for a moment. My youngest brother. The kitsune of chaos and despair, Amatsu Mikabashi. That definitely was not the answer Kazan was expecting. It was no wonder his chakra felt so massive. The immense pressure behind it too, as well as its similarity to Inari's. I was right about the black fox not being human. Because he's a celestial kitsune. No, he's not. Inari nearly cut him off. The black fox is human. He's an Uchiha who is following orders from Mikabashi. Or that's what I think. However, the possibility of this Uchiha's body being possessed by my brother isn't ruled out either. But no matter what way we look at it, Mikabashi is still connected to this, and you're certain of it. Yes, though I wish it weren't this way, I am completely sure of my brother's involvement. So here's a piece of advice for you, Kazan. Don't expect Madara to come back. Though he didn't kill Zabuza, your great-grandfather has already challenged the Black Fox by going after his only asset. That conversation you had with him was your last. Meanwhile, in an unknown dimension, a gateway opens and Madara's restrained figure exits through it, falling to the ground with a thud as the cloaked figure of a familiar masked Rinnegan user gracefully lands beside him. Madara grits his teeth as the masked figure towers over him and shakes his head. You should have heeded the little brat's warning, Madara. But it's too late now. The masked man then conjures a two-headed scythe out of his chakra and looks down at Madara with malice in his mismatched eyes. You've already poked the bear. And now this world of sheep and jackals will lose its only lion. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 19th. Kazan POV. Inari-sama told me that Ojiazan was most likely dead, and since 4 entire days have passed with no sign of him, I slowly began accepting it. After all, if the Black Fox really was Mikabashi or an Uchiha being controlled by him, then there was no chance of Ojiazan surviving after attempting to corner him. No matter how strong or near Rakuto level Ojiazan was, Amatsu Mikabashi was an actual god, and the pressure behind the little bit of his chakra that the Black Fox possessed was proof enough of the kitsune's rank. Though none of the Akatsuki knew who the Black Fox was, they knew he wasn't a foe to underestimate or provoke. So it wasn't much of a surprise to them that Ojiazan went missing after trying to kill Zabuza for revenge. They went about their days as normal, but everyone kept a keen eye out for any sightings of the masked man. After all, we were associated with the person who tried to corner him and were all in danger of being attacked at any time. And not just us, but other underlings of his as well. This included Orochimaru, and although the Akatsuki didn't have any real relation to him, much less any concern to spare, I still gave him a heads up. Between all the times he babysat me and each of the checkups Aniki brought me for when he was paranoid, I've spent a lot of time with the Sannin and thought that I at least owed him this. He may be a creep, but I've long learned to look past that. So it's true then. Madara Uchiha is actually gone? He asked. Yeah. And I tried to warn him too. But you know how he was. His ego was too big for him to follow advice from others. I say. And how is this affecting you? He questioned. I paused momentarily and he tilted his head in confusion. Nothing. It's just that, you're the first person to ask me this. Everyone else avoids bringing it up around me. I think they're trying to spare me the sadness, which to be honest I don't understand, nor do I actually care. He asked what I meant by that. I'm just unaffected by it is all. And since I'm unaffected, I don't see the point in avoiding the subject. I explain. And what exactly is your definition of unaffected in this situation? Well, it's just that simple. I don't feel anything. I always thought that I'd be more upset when Ojiazan died, but I just don't feel anything at all. No sadness, no anger, no emptiness, nothing at all. I think it's because he died from the consequences of his own actions. Maybe because he disregarded my warning and I cut myself off from him emotionally because deep down I knew this would be the end result. Or maybe I just didn't have as strong of a bond with him as I thought. I don't know, Orochimaru. And I'm confused by it. He took in my words and gave some thought to them before speaking up, bringing an end to the temporary silence in the room. It can't be the last one. Infants imprint on those who raise them. Madara played as big of a part in your upbringing as Obito did. There is no way that you didn't have a strong connection with him. You really don't feel a thing. I shake my head. A grim expression overtakes his face, and when I question him he merely says that it was strange, but he dismissed it as nothing worth worrying about too much. However, I could tell he was lying. After all, I am able to decipher the emotions of people like Ojiazan, Sasori and Itachi, who always wear nonchalant expressions. Seeing through him wasn't at all difficult, but though I knew he was lying I said nothing and left. Later. I was walking through the streets of Aim on my way to the Akatsuki base when a familiar voice rung in the back of my head. You knew he was lying and it's bothering you, is it not? Once again, like before, I didn't answer him. However, this time, he didn't leave me alone. Do you want to know what he was thinking? That there's no way you could have emotionally cut yourself off from Madara to the point where you really wouldn't feel a single thing after his death. Not even a sense of emptiness or some sort of regret about anything at all. Though you are mature for your age, Kazan, it's not exactly normal for a child to be this unaffected by the loss of a parental or elder figure. Closing my eyes, I pinpointed his life force within my consciousness and forcefully appeared before him. He was surprised by this as he didn't expect me to do such a thing and stayed dead silent as I looked him in the eye and spoke without fear or hesitance. I am young genius and an unrivaled prodigy who earned the trust of two Biju and the power of a deity before the age of 6, after which I was recruited as a student by the highest-ranking celestial Kitsune to fight a fraction of his younger brother in order to save the world from certain doom. And all in secret. So tell me, when exactly has the word, normal, ever described me, Otsutsuki? I ask him. Regardless. For you to feel this way is concerning. Not to me, of course. I have no emotional attachment to you. You are but a mere plaything to me. As well as the Black Fox and whoever else I may find interesting along the way. And you think I don't know that this whole thing is concerning? I ask. You can read my mind and I know that you have been doing so for months now. You're aware of what thoughts have been rushing through my head these past 4 days, so you know I've constantly been asking myself, what the hell is wrong with me, and I'm not falling for any of your tricks to manipulate me, so shut up. I'm just saying that Uncle Kuro's mind games have bad effects on everyone involved in them. I speak from experience, so believe me when I tell you this. You are not safe. You are still deep in the danger zone, my dear reincarnation. My fun has just started and I don't need my toy breaking so soon into the game's first climax. So I urge you to heed my warning and be very careful from here on out, Kaz. After that he flicked my forehead and I felt the area around me shift before suddenly finding myself back in the outside world, making me realize that he just forced me out of my own psyche. Exactly how much control of my subconscious and chakra system did he have if he was able to do that against my will? It was bothersome, but I had another thing to worry about besides that. Though I never trust a word he says, I had to admit that maybe he had a point. My game of cat and mouse with Kuro was really stressful and I didn't have any time to recover from it before the start of the Black Fox situation, which is still dragging on and for who knows how long. Between both of those situations he himself has constantly been playing tricks on me and I just never had a break. Problems like these have bad effects on your mental health regardless of your age or IQ. My young age just makes it worse. At this moment the quality of my mental health became yet another concern in my seemingly never-ending pile of problems. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 26th. Obito POV. Kazan has been more quiet than usual lately. It was evident that his mind was occupied, but each time I asked him what was bothering him he lied, saying that it was nothing, and every time I confronted him about this he still constantly refused to tell me the truth. It was concerning. While I was stuck worrying about him I failed to detect the chakra signature that suddenly appeared behind me. So you are the infamous second Madara I've heard about so often. Sensing the darkness in their aura I swiftly turned around with a kunai in my hand and attempted to impale them. Time seemed to slow down as I saw my hand pass right through them. It was like they were using Kamui. Concluding that physical attacks wouldn't work, I quickly put some distance between us and scanned them up and down with my Sharingan. A black cloak with a white kitsune mask. That dark chakra and a Rinnegan. It's him. Realizing what big trouble I was in at the moment I warped into my Kamui dimension to escape him, but upon stepping into my time-space I was immediately restrained by chakra chains and felt the sensation of a blade to my neck. Don't you dare think you can slip away from me that easily, Uchiha Obito. How did he get in here? Your Jikuken ninjutsu is useless against me. I am tempted to kill you for using it against me, but then again, killing off someone as skilled as you would be such a pity. You could be such a useful asset to me. So what say you? You really think I'd agree to work for someone like you, Black Fox? Please, call me Yakko. And I actually think that you will. After all, shall you refuse I will take the lives of your wife, son, and adoptive brother. Just like I did to Madara. And just like that he had me wrapped around his finger. I couldn't resist him because then my family would die. And since he was able to not only beat but also kill Madara I stood absolutely no chance against him in a battle. He was in complete control. Well, he asked, still awaiting my answer. After letting out a frustrated sigh, I surrendered and agreed. From his eyes alone I could tell he was smirking, and he released the chakra chains that were binding me. So what exactly do you want me to do? I asked. Nothing all that different from what you originally planned. I looked at him confused. Madara told me about the Eye of the Moon plan before I killed him. I think that this plan of yours to gather the Biju and start a fourth war would be rather entertaining to take part in. We're not doing it to start a war. We're doing it to end all wars. But to end all wars you're going to start one. Right or wrong? I didn't reply. My goal in this world is to start as much chaos as possible in order to make those in control of it open their eyes and start over so this broken reality can finally be fixed. Reviving the Ten Tails seems like a good solution, so I see no point in us butting heads any further. And you swear to me that you won't hurt them? I asked. It seems Madara was being truthful about you. You are way too soft to trust with just anything. How does it feel knowing that the bonds you were supposed to sever years ago ended up being your downfall, Obito? Had you done like he told you, you wouldn't be in this situation right now since I wouldn't have been able to use anything to manipulate you. It's such a shame. I love a good challenge. That would have been a lot nicer. You bastard. He chuckled in amusement. That feisty attitude of yours will definitely be entertaining. I definitely look forward to working with you. And by the way, not a word about this encounter nor our alliance to anyone. Or the only thing you can look forward to is a whole future of nothing but solitude. He disappeared in a swirl of black chakra, leaving me alone in my Kamui dimension. Meanwhile, third-person POV. In the Akatsuki's training ground, a serious expression suddenly overtakes Kazan's face. He briefly sensed the Black Fox's chakra near Obito's before they both disappeared off the grid. He was completely tense for the next few moments after that until finally Obito's chakra signature reappeared. Checking the state of his life force, Kazan found him to be perfectly unharmed, but despite that the boy was still agitated. It seems that the Black Fox has made his next move. He's creeping closer to you and your comrades. Will you really do nothing about that and risk losing them all? Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 26th. Kazan POV. Checking the state of Aniki's life force, I found him to be perfectly unharmed, but despite that I was still agitated. I knew I sensed the Black Fox's chakra with him, and if they had an encounter, it was definitely bad. It seems that the Black Fox has made his next move. He's creeping closer to you and your comrades. Will you really do nothing about that and risk losing them all? Indra's familiarly annoying voice rang in the back of my head. In response, I once again entered my subconscious to talk with him in person, and this time he wasn't surprised to see me in front of him. Are you seriously asking me to go against Inari and reveal my abilities to Mikabashi? I asked him in an, "Are you stupid?" tone. He remained in his relaxed position as he sat on the stone throne and replied to me in a tone that clearly screamed, "You are naive." And is remaining obedient to a pacifist in the middle of a dangerous dispute like this really worth the sacrifice of your comrades' lives? If so, then I really see no point in you having that talk with Madara. Or even trying to protect them any further. Since they'll all just end up dead because of your naivety. At his words I snapped and slammed my hands on both arms of the stone throne he was sitting on. You know, you sure are running your mouth a lot, considering that if our roles were reversed, you wouldn't go against Inari either. Don't try to talk me into doing something even someone as insane as you wouldn't dare to attempt Indra. It's not going to work. Surprisingly, for the first time since we met, he lost his cool and raised his voice at me. The whole point of me lending you my Sharingan and Spirit Chakra was so that you would use it to ward off the Black Fox. Well, I never consented to your little plan. I consented to Inari's. And I am going to stick with it whether you like it or not, because your opinion holds absolutely no worth in my eyes. As does your putrid, tenacious, and repugnant existence in my life. The area goes silent for a few moments before he scoffed at me. I can see it now. The day your opinion changes. And the expression of pain and regret etched into your face when you realize that I was right. I grit my teeth at him. If your concern about this is Inari refusing to teach you after you disobey him, then I'll have you know that I can teach you the exact same things about Spirit Chakra you are learning from him. Better yet, I can teach you spirit style techniques that will perfectly adapt to your fighting style and make things a whole lot easier for you. The techniques you are compatible with are the same ones that I am compatible with. The same ones I have used in my previous life. And if you just open your eyes and see that Inari's way of handling Mikabashi is the wrong one, you don't have to lose anything. I leaned in closer to him till our faces were centimeters apart and glared at him with the most threatening facial expression I could make. The day I go along with a plan thought up by the likes of you is the day I allow the darkness of this world to corrupt me. He grunted and closed his eyes. Well then, I'll be waiting for you on the dark side. You have more in common with me than any of my descendants that have ever lived. You are the most similar thing to a true Uchiha than any alive in this current era, and your curse of hatred is the pure and unfiltered one. Not the pathetically weak one that the Uchiha of today are cursed by. Because of these reasons and the way you are currently progressing in life, I guarantee you that this world will corrupt you. Like me, you will fall under the shadow half of the yin and yang and you will embrace it. And when that happens, you'll make a fine asset to me, Kaz. After all this time, his voice still sent shivers down my spine. Especially when he spoke while smirking with that devious glint in his eyes. It made my blood boil, but it also made me too uneasy to do anything about it. Since neither of us had anything else to say to one another, I exit the psyche plane. However, immediately after leaving I heard another voice speak to me. This time, however, it was one I preferred hearing. Third-person POV. You did well on your own against him, Kazan. But still, I don't like you going there to talk to him. Who knows what he could do to you in that part of your subconscious, and I won't be able to stop him because of how deeply it is located in your mind. Kurama's deep voice echoed through his head. I know you don't like it, Kurama, but you heard Inari. Indra won't try anything as long as he's watching. He may still talk to me, but he won't do anything else. He may be a daring trickster, but he's not stupid. Inside Kazan's mindscape, a concerned look overtook Kurama's expression. Entering that part of his subconscious isn't something Kazan would frequently do, but knowing him, the boy would do it if enraged enough. And provoking someone's anger is something Indra was good at. It was definitely something to worry about. And at the same time, Kurama was considering Indra's words. Inari was a pacifist, and his ways of handling bad situations before never worked because of his priority not to fight. Mikabashi was the complete opposite and loved causing chaos and indulging himself in meaningless battles. Merely talking to the younger Kitsune was not going to work. Unless Inari planned on going against his habit of avoiding battles, Kurama knew that whatever Inari was planning was possibly going to fail. But despite knowing this, he kept it to himself, hoping that it wouldn't. However, he would later find that staying quiet instead of warning Kazan was a bad decision. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 1st. Obito POV. It's been 5 days since I first met Yako. Ever since then he's been talking to me through a mental link, constantly giving me orders and reminders that he was watching me at all times. There was no escaping or outsmarting him, and the stress and frustration drove me mad. Through all of this time Kazan has still been silent and distant, although from his composure and attitude I knew he was aware that something was amiss. For this reason I too kept my distance from him. He was very perceptive, and there was no doubt in my mind that he'd put 2 and 2 together at even the slightest slip up I made, and I couldn't risk that. If he caught wind of what was happening, he'd be in danger. Who knows what Yako would do to him? I can't let that happen. Kazan POV. 5 days ago I sensed Yako's life force with Aniki just before they temporarily disappeared from the plane of reality before returning separately. My guess is that Yako spoke to him, most likely to begin manipulating him. He must have learned about Project Tsuki no Mi from Ojiazan before killing him, since Aniki just abruptly returned to the plan without warning right after their encounter. Though I hated that the Akatsuki was back to hunting the Biju again, I still helped them plan how to carefully target the Jinchuriki so that other nations wouldn't become suspicious of us. The only reason I did this was because I knew that the Biju were safer in our possession than in the hands of Yako and Mikabashi. We started by targeting the Jinchuriki who went rogue from their respective nations, taking them in and using the excuse that as long as Yako was on the loose it wasn't safe for them to walk around unguarded, since the beast inside them was what the masked spirit was after. Because of this strategy we were able to get 2 Jinchuriki so far. They were the hosts of the yin half of Yonbi, Son Goku, and the yang half of the Rokubi, Seiken. Kurama explained to them what was happening, and thereafter they were just as docile as him and Isobu, giving us no trouble at all. There were still 2 more rogue Jinchuriki that we hadn't tracked down yet, and once that was over and done with I needed to come up with a new strategy of getting the other villages to give us their Jinchuriki. Hopefully Inari-sama intervenes before that, because he's been watching what was happening ever since I told him about Aniki meeting Yako, and the events that were taking place since then were evidently displeasing him. Day by day his expression grew darker, and as the hours went by something else happened too. I began feeling an unsettling sensation in my gut. It was like I had a bad hunch, but not quite that simple. It was far worse, and the feeling ate at me day and night, putting me on edge constantly. Like an impending sense of doom that worsened as the deadline slowly crept up on me like a predator on its prey right before landing the killing blow. It made my skin crawl. And Indra's ominous comments about it made it even worse. What you're feeling can be described as an ability of perception that living beings gain from learning to use spirit release. It's a prediction as well as proof that your choice of following Inari's plan is the wrong one. Walking the path of a pacifist during a battle that you are very much involved in will only lead to your demise, boy. Heed my warnings and take the proper precautions before it is too late. His words were just as unsettling as this impending sense of doom, or whatever it was that he called it. I tried asking Kurama for advice, but he didn't give me any and seemed just as unsure as I was, which was a big red flag to me. This really made my trust in Inari-sama's plan waver, but I showed no signs of it and continued training under him as I silently racked my brain for a solution to yet another problem. Meanwhile, Kabuto POV. So you're saying that the Black Fox wants information on all of Madara's subordinates? I asked in an intrigued tone. Yes. After his sealing Madara in his Jikuken dimension before killing him, my bastardly former pawn apparently said something to him that put him on edge. You may think that getting rid of me will result in no more obstacles in your plan, but you're wrong. Try as you might to succeed, but at the end of the day the masterpiece of my lineage will stop you. And I think we both know who he was insinuating. A clump of unyielding rage formed in the pit of my stomach, making me clench my fist so hard blood began streaming down my knuckles, dripping onto the floor. Just the thought of him made my whole body quiver in uncontrolled anger. Kazan Uchiha. I spat his name venomously through gritted teeth. My associate smirked devilishly at my display of hatred. Since you hold such personal hatred against him for how he and the others have kept your dear sensei on a leash like a little pet, I think he'll give you the privilege of relaying this information to Yako. How does that sound? A smile formed on my face as the thought of the despair that would befall him made a surge of satisfaction shoot through my body, giving me goosebumps. As the shiver ran down my spine, I couldn't help but chuckle, eventually escalating to uncontrolled laughter. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Finally, after all this time of waiting and playing this infuriating docile act. Their karma will come. I clenched my hair in excitement and chuckled darkly. They're all gonna die, no doubt about it. And then Orochimaru-sama will finally be free to take over Konoha without dastardly dogs like them breathing down his neck. Those unworthy scum will burn in hell for their actions. I see someone is excited. Keep acting this way and I know this alliance won't be a mistake. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 11th. Kazan POV. The Akatsuki had just finished having a meeting which Aniki made me attend because they needed my help coming up with strategies to convince the other two rogue Jinchuriki to join us, since they were more stubborn-natured and had already refused previous offers. I was socially drained from the interaction with the chaotic group and was currently lying under a tree in the training ground with a book in my hands, since Shikaru was out on a mission and I had nothing else to do. The silence was just what I needed to charge up, but unfortunately the peace wouldn't last long. As I read through the book, I felt a sudden darkness wash over me, making me sit upright at the sudden feeling of nausea. It was just like when Kurama used to leak hatred each time I was around Kurozetsu, but at the same time it felt different. What is this darkness? This clump of hatred inside me? It's like my insides are turning black. It's not Kurama's. It's dark, but not in the same way. It's too different. Could it be Indra's? Just as it seemed to calm down and go away, another wave of the same nauseating darkness hit me. Only this time it was greater. And on top of that, it made that sense of impending doom worsen. Getting tired of it and now being certain that it was Indra because of the chakra I sensed spiking inside my subconscious, I demanded that he stop. Cut it out, would ya, you damn bastard. Listen to me, boy. You are not safe in this place. Get up and get out of here. I closed the book and replied to him. I'm not going anywhere, Indra. Especially not if you're the one who told me to. Don't you dare brush me off this time, you stubborn little bastard. It will be your biggest mistake, and not because I'll do anything to make you regret it. Get the hell out of this secluded area, now. He's coming after you. His words put both me and Kurama on edge, but before either of us could question him, a spiral of black chakra appeared before me and out of it emerged a giant crimson-furred kitsune. Immediately after appearing, it let out a demonic snarl and roared as it pounced towards me with a speed unlike any opponent I faced before. Instinctively I activated my Sharingan, predict its movements and dodge it, but even with the Dujutsu I couldn't perceive its movements. It was moving at a speed completely different than anything I've ever seen before nor thought possible. It was as if it were literally moving at the speed of light, and even with teleportation I wouldn't be able to escape from it in time. Third-person POV. Even though everything around Kazan seemed to be moving in slow motion with the perception ability of his Sharingan, the kitsune was still moving at high speed, almost as if it hadn't slowed down at all. As it moved closer and closer to him with its jaws opened widely prepared to sink its razor-sharp fangs into him, for the first time ever his mind pulled a blank and he had no solution to his problem. However, just as the nine-tailed spirit was mere centimeters away from him, Kazan was suddenly pushed out of its way at a speed even faster than the beast was moving, and before he could process what happened he landed on the ground with a thud. After realizing what had happened, Kazan sits up to see who shoved him, to be met with the sight of Inari in a larger fox form standing over him protectively while snarling at the red-furred beast who growled agitatedly at the white kitsune. The white kitsune then let out an assertive roar before teleporting both himself and Kazan out of the living realm and to his domain of the spirit realm. Kazan POV. What the hell was that? Who was that kitsune? That was Mikabashi. Inari-sama answered. Mikabashi. The guy you want me to fight. No, Kazan. That is not the portion of Mikabashi that I want you to fight. I want you to merely exterminate the piece of his spirit chakra that is inside of Yako. Not the actual version of him. I would never ask you to do that. I held my head and sat back down to calm myself and get my scrambled mind back together. I slowed down my breathing to calm my rapid heartbeat and closed my eyes so that my blurred vision would stop making my head spin. But just as I began to calm down, I felt the familiar sensation of Indra's chakra overwhelming my system. I really can't catch a break from you, can I? You just narrowly escaped the grasp of death, Kazan, and now you want to jump straight back into it a second time. What do you mean a second time? I yelled out loud. Kazan, you are a living mortal in the spiritual domain of a celestial kitsune. If the amount of spirit chakra in your body does not outnumber the amount of physical chakra by at least twice, your mortal body will be destroyed by the environment of the domain. Indra is keeping you alive. Inari-sama explained. You're welcome, by the way. Ungrateful little shit. A while later. After calming down completely, I looked back at Inari-sama. Why? I asked. Why what? He questioned. Why was Mikabashi on Earth? You said he didn't know that I can use spirit chakra, so why did he come after me? Inari-sama didn't reply to my, and I repeated the question. It has nothing to do about the fact that you can use spirit chakra. You've been extremely careful and only use it as a sensory technique, so I doubt he has any clue about that. I don't know the exact reason for him going after you, but maybe he learned of your perceptiveness after Yako killed Madara. And if that's true, then my brother now sees you as a threat to his future plans and thinks that you're too dangerous to leave alive. Kazan. He won't stop until he kills you. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 11th. Third-person POV. This is worse than Yako going after Madara. If he wants me dead, what do I do? What happens now? I don't know. You don't know? Kazan questioned in disbelief. You're the all-knowing god who dragged me into this situation to begin with, and you don't know. At this moment both Kurama and Indra attempt to calm the boy, but he ignores both of them and even completely resists their attempts to control his consciousness to make him stop. Didn't you have some kind of precaution in mind in case he found out what we were planning? You're the highest of the 6 celestial kitsune siblings. Can't you deal with him or something? Mikabashi is a force of destruction who only deals with situations through chaos, violence and bloodshed. It's in his title. How do you expect me to talk to someone who doesn't listen in the first place? Are you really that much of a pacifist? Kazan snaps. Oh brother, we're all dying today. Kurama once again tried to stop him, but the boy continued to resist and ignore him, even setting up a mental barrier so neither he or Indra could further interfere. Part of being a god is intervention for your subjects, whether it's through words or battle. Your job is to protect and preserve. It's in your title. And yet when the time comes for you to do that actual job, you sit up here and scratch your head. Mikabashi is in the literal center of my village right now, and if he really is like Yako but times 50, then if he can't get his hands on me, he'll go after those closest to me to lure me out. The entire village of Omegakure is in danger, as well as the rest of the entire shinobi world, and your reply to that is, I don't know. Well, here's what I know. I am most definitely not gonna sit up here in the comfort of safety of your domain while my comrades are down there dying. And I don't give a damn if it's a suicide mission, nor do care about whatever the hell you have to say about my choice. To hell with your plan, and I am going to help them my own way, without your assistance, even if it kills me. Now let me the hell out of this dimension, Inari. A cold hard silence befell the area and dragged on for what felt like an eternity, each passing moment spent holding eye contact tensely, Kazan glaring and Inari staring at him blankly. Meanwhile, inside the depths of his subconscious, both Kurama and Indra were panicked, fearing the end of their lives as a result of their host's outburst. They were terrified of what the deity would do next after being faced with this amount of disrespect. I'm at a loss for words. You have guts, kid. A voice unknown to Kazan shatters the tense silence between him and Inari. They both turn towards the direction where it came from only to see another kitsune inside of the domain. He had bright yellow fur with blue markings and the pressure behind his suppressed power was almost as immense as Inari's. Key word, almost. What are you doing here, Arashi? Inari questioned. Well, I sensed Mika's chakra in the mortal realm and came to ask you about it since I know you've been watching him, but I guess I got my answer. Arashi then shifts into his humanoid form and looks at Kazan. You must be one heck of an intriguing individual for Mikabashi to go down there to deal with you himself. Much less for a ninja to train you. And that chakra surrounding you. It belongs to Indra. My interest has been piqued. Kazan didn't say anything and merely stood there silently while holding eye contact with Arashi. You are the reincarnate of my former summoner, the one from Hagoromo's prophecy. I'd like to see for myself just how capable you are. What are you implying, brother? Inari asks. I'm saying that if the boy is truly no longer interested in cooperating with you, elder brother, I'd be fine with taking your place in an alliance with him. It'll be like old times. No more boredom, and a summoner to follow around in the living world. The younger kitsune answers. So what is your answer, boy? Arashi asks Kazan. He was taken aback by Arashi's words and put deep consideration into the offer. He undid the mental barrier and asked Kurama and Indra their thoughts since it appeared that they both knew Arashi and had more of an idea of what would happen in comparison to himself as he felt rather clueless at the moment. Advice. I suggest you accept the offer. After all, you are short of options. This is your only hope of getting rid of that pathetic red kitsune at the moment. And besides, with that outburst earlier, you already messed up any chances of Inari helping you out any further. Impulsive idiot. Though Indra advised him to accept it, Kazan still wasn't too convinced. Kurama. Your thoughts? Well, as much as I hate admitting it out loud, I agree. If you really want to confront Mikabashi, then having Arashi-sama by your side will be a great advantage compared to facing him alone, even with Indra's Mangekyo. As I'm sure you already know from the what Inari-sama explained to you early on in your training about each of the 6 siblings' ranks, Arashi-sama is far stronger than the Red Kitsune, and there's no doubt that he will not hesitate to intervene if Mikabashi were ever to target you again. He is protective of those he works with. After thorough consideration and with both Kurama and Indra advising that he do it, Kazan accepted Arashi's offer, much to the pleasure of the Yellow Kitsune. With their new alliance now established, Arashi took Kazan away and Inari only watched silently as the two left his domain. Though it was inevitable that they would meet, I didn't plan for it to happen so soon. As always, Arashi just can't shake his bad habit of interfering with my plans, especially when they involve Indra. You better not mess this up, troublesome brother. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 11th. Third-person POV. After Kazan teleported away with Inari, Mikabashi burst out into a fit of rage. If that brat is with elder brother, then there's nothing I can do to him. Although, I may be able to draw him out by targeting his comrades. After all, their trivial bonds always end up being the downfall of these humans. Even that stoic brat has got to have someone here that he values more than his own life. Now let me see, according to Princess Kagai's little demon spawn, the boy has 2 blood relatives that also lived under that infuriating Uchiha's control for some years. His second cousin Uchiha Obito, who Yako is in an alliance with, and then there's Uzumaki Nagato, the brat's maternal uncle. Considering their skills and potential usefulness, Obito is a much more reliable source of power and easier to manipulate, so killing him would be a waste. Nagato, on the other hand. A bone-chilling evil smirk formed on Mikabashi's face. Looks like I've got my target. And what do you know, his chakra signature is right in that building over there. This is gonna be easy and yet, so entertaining. As he ended his sentence off, a black swirl of chakra engulfed him only to disappear as his physical form split into 9 smaller portions, one heading straight for the Amekage Tower and the other 8 spreading across the village. Time skip. The village was in absolute chaos. Even with 100 shinobi fighting together, they couldn't so much as graze one of Mikabashi's 8 fractions. As the common ranked shinobi along with the help of some Akatsuki members dealt with the 8 fragments spread across the village, Nagato, Shisui and Obito dealt with the 9th inside of Obito's Kamui dimension. It made sense for the 3 strongest shinobi to deal with the strongest fragment, know that a numbers advantage was much of an advantage when fighting a literal god. Their inflicted wounds, drained chakra levels, and continuously failing strategies only proved this statement to be true. As the trio struggled on, jutsu after jutsu failing to either hit or inflict damage on him, Mikabashi only wore the same bone-chilling smirk on his face, his unnatural crimson eyes piercing straight through them and into their souls, making the fight all the more difficult as ever instinct they have told them to run away. The situation had escalated extremely fast, as Inari only left the mortal realm with Kazan only 2 minutes ago. Yet in that short time frame, all hell broke loose in the center of the village. Buildings had crumbled, landscapes were set ablaze. Corpses littered the streets like piles of leaves on an autumn afternoon, and terrified civilians were gathering together on the outskirts of the rural area to ensure their safety. After a while of struggling against one of the lesser fractions, Itachi had managed to make the spirit retreat by setting it ablaze with the Amaterasu. Since he had come back from a 3-day-long mission just hours prior, his chakra levels were low, and dealing just that one attack with his Mangekyu took a toll on him. The pattern of his Mangekyu faded away and his eyes returning to that of his normal Sharingan, blood running down his face from his tear ducts as he panted exhaustedly. I'm almost out of chakra. If we're struggling like this in a near 150 against 1 battle, I wonder how Obito, Shisui and Nagato are doing against that bigger Kitsune. And on top of that, the image of his missing comrade flashed into his mind. Where the heck is Kazan? Meanwhile, after teleporting away from Inari's domain, Kazan prepared to fight Mikabashi back on Earth, but instead they arrived in a different area, one similar to Inari's domain. Where are we? I thought you said you'd take me back too. Easy there, kiddo. I know what I said and I am a fox of my word. But there's something we need to sort out before that. Something to sort out. Every moment we stay away from Earth, more people die. I know that, which is why I want you to stop arguing and listen to me so we can get there sooner. Kazan finally stayed quiet and listened as Arashi explained. I can't assist you in a fight against another celestial kitsune if we have no solid connection. It would cause problems amongst me and the other higher gods. Therefore, before we do anything, I need you to establish a permanent summoning contract with me. Kazan was caught off guard. A summoning contract? Me and you? Yes. This solid connection is set in stone for as long as you live. Therefore I can step in and save you at any time I want without raising problems with my siblings and or other deities. I would have just teleported us both straight to the village, but elder brother would have nagged non-stop if I didn't do this first. So here we are. But you're a god. Doesn't a summoning contract mean that you submit to me as a Kuchiyos? Arashi confirmed this, which made Kazan more hesitant. Won't this affect your rank? Submitting to a mortal, and a kid no less. No. It doesn't work that way with celestial kitsune. The only party of the contract whose rank will change is the one who the kitsune submits to. After signing your name, your title will instantly change from mortal to spirit sage, and all problems that would normally arise regarding our connection or interactions will automatically be erased. The contract also changes the power level of the kitsune, adding our summoner's power onto our own, making us stronger than before, which is why we only forge contracts with trustworthy and powerful mortals. As they become stronger, our power increases along with theirs, ultimately securing our positions as the most powerful race as well as our positions as gods. Arashi then conjured a scroll in his left hand and handed it to the boy. Just put your name and fingerprints in any blank space underneath my name in blood and we'll be all set to go back to Earth and deal with my little brother. Kazan took the scroll in his right and unraveled it. He then paused momentarily as he stared at the spaces underneath Arashi's name. There signed in blood were 3 other names. The first was Indra Otsutsuki, the second Kyoko Kagaya, and the last Yosuke Uchiha. From the size of the handprints from the last 2, Arashi's former summoners looked to be kids around the same age as him. Either that or they just had oddly small hands. Biting his finger until he drew blood, Kazan then signed his name in the space beneath Yosuke's and dabbed the blood from his thumb onto his 4 other fingers before placing his handprint beside his signature. Immediately after that, the scroll glowed a bright golden color before dispersing into shimmering particles. All right then. Let's go, Arashi said in a more serious tone. Kazan, age 7. Timeline: before Naruto Part 1. December 11th. Third-person POV. Back in the center of the Akatsuki's training ground, the silhouette of Kazan appeared in a flicker. He was confused as to why Arashi only sent him back to Earth, but Kurama then clarified that Arashi could only get involved in a matter if Kazan called for him, so the boy would have to summon him before he could come down to the human world. After hearing Kurama's explanation, Kazan refrained from immediately summoning Arashi. First he tried to get some more understanding of the current chaotic situation around him. More specifically, he wanted to know the location of all Mikabashi's fragments and where all of the Akatsuki were. Using his spirit-style sensory ability, which suddenly felt a lot more advanced than before, he was easily able to pinpoint the locations of all of the present Akatsuki members as well as tell what state they were in. Sensing their dried-up chakra levels, he channeled his own chakra into their systems, refilling them a considerable amount to aid them in their battles, which they were all very grateful for. But there was a problem. He had only briefly sensed the chakras of Obito, Shisui and Nagato before they completely vanished. He knew they were in the Kamui dimension at first, but now he didn't sense them anymore. Paranoia set in as he though the worst happened to them, but he shook his head, burying those thoughts deep in the back of his mind and repeatedly convinced himself that they were okay. With his mind now calmer, he sent a mental message to each of the Akatsuki members. Guys, I know this is going to be extremely difficult, but try to get all 8 of the Kitsune in one place. Lead them all to one place. I can barely stand my ground against them. Yahiko said through the same shared link, and the others agreed with him or said something along the same lines. I know it's going to be difficult, but I'll help you as much as I can in terms of chakra and defensive barriers to keep you safe from potential attacks. I have a solid plan to get rid of them, but I need them all together for this jutsu to work. That's the only downside to an assured victory. Understood. They were hesitant, but statements of agreement came one by one before he cut the shared mental link and began amassing chakra to share with each of them. Unexpectedly, Kurama assisted in sharing his own chakra, stunning Kazan momentarily. But the Kyuubi quickly told him to focus his own chakra on the summoning jutsu and that he'd take care of the Akatsuki. Kurama. That summoning jutsu is no ordinary one. You're summoning a god Kazan, it will take a lot out of you. You need to direct all of your strength and focus into it. So start amassing power, as much power as you possibly can, and don't worry about them. It's our only hope. Our victory over this bastard depends on the success of this summoning jutsu. So give it all you've got. Kazan nodded in response. Understood. Weaving a Hitsuji hand seal, Kazan began amassing as much chakra as humanly possible to summon as big of a fraction of Arashi as he could. Meanwhile, with the chakra of Kurama surging through their systems, boosting their strength tremendously and forming a protective tailed cloak around them, the Akatsuki set their strategy into motion. They started on the defensive until they were able to stand their ground against Mikabashi, and then after that they switched to offense and began attacking him. The stronger, more capable members driving him to Kazan's location and the weaker members getting him to tail them by provoking his anger, since it was evident to them that he had a temper. As soon as the 8 fractions were close enough, they all sensed Kazan's chakra signature and directed their focus from the Akatsuki members to the boy now willingly heading towards him. However, the 9th fraction was still nowhere to be sensed. Seeing the 8 fox spirits sprinting towards Kazan's location, that Akatsuki tried advancing towards the same area only to be stopped by Kazan. Are you suicidal, brat? Sasori yelled at him. What part of, I have a solid plan, did you not understand? Do you trust me or not, Sasori? Just get the hell out of here before you're caught up in its range. You'll die if you don't. And you'll be fine, Itachi asked. You dared to underestimate one of your 4 commanders, Itachi. I'll be fine, I promise you. A long pause took place before Itachi spoke up again. You better not be lying to me. Kazan merely grunted in reply, half annoyed by Itachi's concern. While he continued amassing chakra, the rest of the Akatsuki fell back and retreated along with the surrounding shinobi, since they had no clue exactly how wide the range of this new jutsu was. Once he sensed that they were far enough and the 8 figures of Mikabashi's fractions came into view on the horizon of the destroyed landscape, Kazan began weaving the hand seals for the Kuchio's no jutsu. In a cloud of smoke, a chakra signature Mikabashi was all too familiar with appeared, making all 8 of his fragments stop in their tracks. As the smokescreen cleared, it revealed the humanoid figure of Arashi, who was rather enthusiastic for the showdown as he cracked his knuckles and grinned from ear to ear with his eyes closed. Who would have thought that we'd catch ourselves in a situation like this again, Hamika? It gives me such a good sense of déjà vu, that I feel shivers running down my spine. How absolutely entertaining. While Arashi was almost squealing from excitement, Mikabashi on the other hand held a bewildered and terrified expression on his face, his non-existent eyebrows twitching nervously as his legs quivered. Big brother, Arashi. One of the fragments stuttered in a nervous, yet enraged tone. Now, I think your visit here is over. So, I'll just destroy the bodies of all your fragments here so your life force can return home, and I'll lecture you later. Arashi's tone became more serious at the end as his enthusiastic expression completely disappeared. The blonde-haired man then raised his right hand and began amassing chakra into his palm that took the form of golden-colored lightning. Multiple strike Kaminari bolt. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 11th. Third-person POV. All 8 fragments of Mikabashi stood in the same spots, completely terrified of Arashi's presence. Big brother, Arashi. One of them stuttered in a nervous, yet enraged tone. Now, I think your visit here is over. So, I'll just destroy the bodies of all your present fragments so your life force can return home, and I'll lecture you later. Arashi's tone became more serious at the end as his enthusiastic expression completely disappeared. The blonde-haired man then raised his right hand and began amassing chakra into his palm that took the form of golden-colored lightning. Multiple strike Kaminari bolt. Just then a sudden massive barrage of lightning bolts struck from the sky, their collisions with the ground being so powerful that the ground quaked, causing almost all buildings to crumble, and the bright flickers of light from the 8 bolts of electricity shining so brightly they could be seen outside of the nation, temporarily blinding those who didn't turn away. Once the quakes and flashes of light subsided, the only evidence of Mikabashi's presence left were the charred skeletons of his 8 fractions that slowly began crumbling away, turning to piles of ash that blew away with the wind. As Kazan watched this, his sweat dropped. Remind me to never talk to him the way I did to Inari earlier today. Oh, trust me, you impulsive little brat, we won't let that happen ever again. For the sake of our own lives. After his short mental conversation with Indra, Kazan's attention was caught by Arashi. How many fractions of Mikabashi did you count? 8. Why? Kazan responded. Because there were supposed to be 9. One more of his fractions is around here somewhere. Although I don't sense them, so it's likely he's hiding in his Jikuken dimension until I leave so he can target you again. If that's the case, I'll have to keep a close eye on you to ensure that doesn't happen. Sensing the approaching Akatsuki members, Arashi quickly ends the summoning jutsu and returns to his realm. Immediately after arriving at the scene and seeing the scorched skeletons of the 8 fragments, Itachi sternly questioned Kazan about what kind of jutsu he used. Knowing that Arashi had left to specifically avoid their attention, Kazan took credit for the jutsu and lied about it. It was a Ranten jutsu I was working on, enhanced with a lot of Nine-Tails chakra. Glancing back at the crumbling charred skeletons and intense burn marks on the ground, everyone present save for Kazan were overcome with extreme nervousness. Now I understand why you told us no to advance. If we disregarded your warning, that would have been us, Mangetsu said in a shaky, still terrified voice. Kazan merely rubbed his neck in response to the Hazuka's words, but then he remembered something. A while ago, I sensed Obito, Nagato and Shisui's chakra in the Kamui dimension just before they completely disappeared. Are they fighting another one of these kitsune? The Akatsuki all glanced at each other and hesitated to answer. Their silence was enough of an answer for Kazan. That kitsune was the biggest and strongest out of the 9, as if he were the dominant of the group, so Obito transported it away to limit the amount of destruction and to give us a fighting chance against the rest of them. Conan explained. Nagato and Shisui went with him to fight it because they're the strongest out of all of us. But if they're not in the Kamui dimension anymore. Shiroi paused at the end of his sentence. Then there's nothing we can do but wait for them to come back. I know that, Kazan continued. It was a mutual thought between all of them that there was a possibility the 3 might not return, but still they waited for them. After restoring as much of the village as possible in the immediate time and arranging for the civilians to be brought back, the Akatsuki were back in their headquarters, the building enveloped in a tense and uneasy silence. They each had a lot of work to do but couldn't bring themselves to do anything until they were sure the remaining threat was extinguished and their comrades were safe. I already searched Mikabashi's domain. Your 3 comrades are not there, but his life force from the 8 destroyed fragments are re-emerging and fusing into his main body already. Arashi's voice echoed in Kazan's head through a mental link. And the last one is still missing. I'm afraid so. I think he has most likely teleported them to an alternate dimension to fight there unbothered. Last time I was with him he said something about creating a new sub-domain, so it isn't unlikely. A moment of silence fell between them for a few seconds. I'll question him about his remaining fragments' location when he is done re-emerging. That way there's still a chance of me being able to save them myself. Kazan was taken aback by Arashi's words. Kurama really was right about Arashi being protective of his allies. After all, if he weren't, then why go this far for 3 people he didn't even know? Seeing this for himself made Kazan feel more at ease with his hasty decision of forging a contract with him. The building remained in a state of silence after that for what felt like a tense eternity, each of the members focusing their chakra into their sensory skills to hopefully try and detect any sign of their 3 allies. After all, there was no guarantee that they were out of the red zone and they needed to be on their guards in case Mikabashi's final fragment decided to suddenly make a move. Speaking of which, Kazan had no clue what Arashi was doing or if he had gotten Mikabashi to reveal the location of the dimension. His mental link with the yellow kitsune had been cut off a long time ago and the storm god still hadn't given him any updates since then. Then finally the tense silence in the building was broken by Obito's Kamui swirling into form and the exhausted figures of the 2 missing Uchiha exiting the vortex and collapsing to the ground. Obito was on his knees panting exhaustedly and Shisui looked as if he was unconscious, blood seeping from his eyes as a result of overusing his Mangekyo. Itachi, Yahiko and Konan immediately bolted towards the two to assist them with any major injuries they had, but Obito protested and told them to focus only on Shisui. That Kitsune used some kind of jutsu on Shisui before he lost consciousness. Just focus on him. My wounds will heal from the Zetsu cells. Now go. With help from Itachi, Konan took Shisui into the medical room to be treated by her and Swirly, who was the closest thing to a second medic that they had in Sasori, as well as the rest of the Akatsuki remained with Obito, the red-haired puppeteer assisting the Uchiha to one of the benches so he could recover better. Yahiko, concerned for the life of his best friend, asked Obito about Nagato's whereabouts, hoping to get some sort of positive answer. Instead, the reply he received was a dreadful silence and an expression of regret and sympathy from Obito. No. The ginger was frozen in a state of disbelief and an overwhelming mix of emotions. No, it can't be, he's not. He stuttered in disbelief, his voice lathered in a tone of pain and despair. I'm sorry, Yahiko. Kazan, age 7. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 11th. Kazan POV. After Sasori helped Aniki to the bench directly across from me, Yahiko approached him and asked the one thing we were all thinking. Obito. Where's Nagato? Please tell me he's alright. Yahiko pleaded as he awaited Aniki's answer, his voice coated in desperation. Although he had his back towards me, I could already see the expression he was wearing, his only hope, just like my own, being that Uncle Nagato was safe. Instead of replying to Yahiko, Aniki only looked at him with an expression of regret and sympathy as a dreadful silence swallowed up the room. In that moment it was as if a hopeless void swallowed me up, the answer to Yahiko's question being obvious. No. I was frozen in a state of disbelief and an overwhelming mix of emotions. No, it can't be, he's not. Yahiko stuttered in disbelief, his voice lathered in a tone of pain and despair. I'm sorry, Yahiko. I tried to save him, I really did. But he was the Kitsune's main target. After that, all the voices around me became distant and inaudible, the only thing I could hear being Indra's words replaying in my head like a broken record. What you're feeling can be described as an ability of perception that living beings gain from learning to use spirit release. It's a prediction as well as proof that your choice of following Inari's plan is the wrong one. Walking the path of a pacifist during a battle that you are very much involved in will only lead to your demise, boy. Heed my warnings and take the proper precautions before it is too late. I might not have died, but I would have, had Inari-sama not saved me. And now as a result, Mikabashi purposefully targeted Uncle Nagato. My actions may not have had the exact consequences that he warned me about, but now I wish that they did instead. Either that or I should have listened to him. All the emotions I felt in that moment mixed together and clumped in my stomach like a raging storm, but at the same time I felt so calm. I couldn't even shed a single tear. As the storm of emotions grew wilder in my stomach, the same memory repeating in my head over and over, I felt a massive and chaotic wave of chakra unlike anything I've ever sensed before swallow up the room, and a crushing pressure along with it that made it seem as if I were at the point of blacking out. It was only when Kurama called out to me that I realized I was the one who was leaking that intense chakra. I couldn't believe that murderous pressure and chaotic power was actually coming from me. Did I get stronger? After my disbelief of my own level of power faded away, I quickly stopped the flow of chakra and stopped leaking killer intent. I sat in the same position completely silent as I felt the eyes of the whole organization on me. I sensed their mixture of surprise and fear for my sudden spike in power and malice, as well as their sympathy. I don't even know how much time had passed when I was once again pulled out of my dazed state of denial by the sensation of someone hugging me from behind. It was Shikeru. I hadn't even realized that she came back from her mission. Her comforting embrace had calmed me down, and somehow the former raging pit of emotions in my stomach disappeared completely. I relaxed into her hug and we sat together silently until Konan came in with the news that Shisui would be fine, after which I excused myself from the room and went to the roof. Time skip. Third-person POV. Kazan had been on the roof for a while and Arashi had only recently re-established the mental link with him. Even in his state of despair, Kazan wore a calm expression. A poker face that acted as a mask, revealing no evidence about how he truly felt. I'm sorry. If I hadn't brought you to my domain to explain and forge that contract, then maybe we could have saved him. Don't blame yourself, Arashi-sama. Because I don't. In his domain, Arashi's face was overtaken by an expression of surprise in response to Kazan's reply. Playing the blaming game is a useless waste of time when there's only one person at fault. And that person is Mikabashi. Not you. Arashi's expression of surprise then slowly faded away. You're one strong-minded kid to be able to say something like that at a time like this. You haven't even had time to mourn. What good will it do me to cry about it? I may not have expected his death, but I knew Mikabashi would target someone in my stead if he couldn't get to me. I should have listened to Indra. As conversation between them ran out, Urashi once again cut the mental link and Kazan was left alone to his thoughts. Tired of the grim atmosphere that loomed around the base, he teleported somewhere he hardly ever visited anymore. Madara's base, where he was raised in. The Zetsu clones still actively used the underground hideout as a gathering place, so it was quite lively but still peaceful. Just the kind of atmosphere Kazan wanted in that moment. Since the boy knew that the white Zetsu clones inside the base would report his location to either Swirly or Shiroi, he relaxed knowing that Obito's nerves would be calmed and that the Uchiha wouldn't come looking for him in a panic. He lied on his old bed facing the ceiling with his right wrist over his eyes, his mind like a broken record repeating Indra's warning over and over and over again. As a result of this, his anger grew and a spark of hatred consumed him as only one thought now overtook his mind. Revenge. One day. I'll kill him. Neither Kurama nor Indra had a response to Kazan's words and remained silent, each having different reactions to their vessel's statement. Eventually Kazan finally exhausted himself and slipped off into a light slumber, after which he felt the familiar sensation of his life force being sucked into the in-between. After his outburst at Inari, he wasn't ready to face the white kitsune again this soon, the embarrassment of his former action now hitting him. So instead of facing the one who summoned him to the abyss, he kept his eyes shut and silently floated in the void. You are quite the bothersome obstacle. A monotonous and deep voice spoke, breaking the silence. Only the voice didn't belong to Inari. Recognizing the voice as that of Mikabashi's, Kazan's eyes instantly shot open in surprise as well as alert, his body tensing up yet not being able to move. I can't move. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 11th. Third-person POV. As Kazan floated in the abyss of the dimension between the realms of the dead and living, he kept his eyes closed and tried to remain calm by erasing the memories of his outburst with Inari from his mind. The silence of the dimension was then broken by a deep voice, but it didn't belong to Inari. You are quite the bothersome obstacle. Recognizing the voice as that of Mikabashi's, Kazan's eyes instantly shot open in surprise as well as alert, his body tensing up yet not being able to move. I can't move. A clump of chakra then appeared before him and manifested into the humanoid figure of the red kitsune, his unnatural glowing red eyes staring straight through Kazan's blue ones and into his soul. So you are the masterpiece of his bloodline that Madara mentioned in his dying moments. You have nowhere to escape to now, boy. After Mikabashi's words, Kazan expected to instantly be killed, but instead the realm fell back into a state of silence which confused him. Mikabashi wanted to kill him because he considered him an obstacle to his plan and a threat to the success of his goal, so why wasn't he making a move against him? TCH. The kitsune smacked his lips in irritation. It seems Yurei has taken great precautions to keep him alive. As long as this damn interdimensional barrier is cloaked over his soul, I cannot destroy or corrupt it. But not to worry. I still have other methods that I can use to break him. A smirk then appeared on the redhead's face as he regained his composure and drained himself from all frustration aimed towards his older brother. It's Kazan, isn't it? Tell me, boy, you are a powerful and independent shinobi capable of things far greater than your peers and relatives, so why do you choose to surround yourself with failures and weak links? What? Kazan growled venomously, knowing that Mikabashi was attempting to manipulate him. In response to Kazan's reaction, Mikabashi closed the distance between them, making the boy go silent once again. After all, with the position he was in, it would be beyond foolish to keep running his mouth. Let me teach you a valuable life lesson, Kazan. The amount of pain you are subjected to in your lifetime, as well as the probability of the darkness of this corrupt world consuming you, is directly defined by the amount of bonds you have and who you chose as your comrades. Confused by Mikabashi's words, Kazan rose an eyebrow. Exceptional shinobi such as that comrade of yours, Akasuna no Sasori, is a good example. By losing his bonds at an early age and not having any interest in comradeship, he was able to become the most dangerous shinobi born from the Sand Village. He has a very feared reputation and is impossible to manipulate, as opposed to someone like that adoptive brother of yours. He didn't follow Madara's advice of destroying his bonds and emotions with his former comrades, and he wasn't careful of those he became close with either, therefore he was extremely easy for my subordinate to manipulate. With Mikabashi now confirming his suspicion of Yako manipulating Obito, Kazan narrowed his eyes at the kitsune. Now answer me this. Which would you rather be? An exceptional shinobi immune to any and all forms of manipulation, or a foolish one who knowingly risks being a puppet to someone else because of your poor choices in comrades? Getting tired of Mikabashi's attempts to twist his mind, Kazan snapped. Bastard, he cussed him mentally. Unfortunately, Mikabashi had used telepathy on him the moment after he arrived in the in-between, so he heard Kazan cuss him. Mind yourself, you brat. Unlike Inari, I am not so soft and generous that I'd let you disrespect me. I may be his brother, but I am the furthest thing from that pacifistic fool. Remember the position you are in right now as well. I wouldn't want to cut your life short after spending my time giving you a life lesson. Understood? Don't talk to me as if you have any intention of bettering my life. I might not have any good intentions with you, however I am willing to leave you alone on one condition. Reflect well upon the life you have and ask yourself if you are truly capable of killing me as revenge when you are so vulnerable to manipulation through the simple action of threatening your comrades' lives. Kazan remained silent, as he didn't have a response to Mikabashi's words. Satisfied at this, the kitsune smirked as he floated around Kazan, placing a hand on his shoulder from behind before continuing. Use the death of your uncle as an example to help you understand the sheer amount of suffering and agony you'll live through if you continue forming and maintaining your bonds with these weaklings. And after that deep reflection, let's see how you feel. I'll even bring your beloved uncle back to life permanently to test your new morals and thought process. But exactly how much is that worth when the risk of losing it all, Nagato included, is the biggest probability in this little game of an eye for an eye? Think long and hard about that, and when you're done and have made the proper choice of improving yourself like a true descendant of Indra should, then and only then will you be strong enough to face me. But until then you have no business being an obstacle in my path. So get out of it and have yourself a nice life. After that, Mikabashi released his hold on Kazan's consciousness and sent him back to the realm of the living. Timeline: Before Naruto Part 1. December 13th. Third-person POV. It's been 2 days since Mikabashi's attack on Omegakure. Ever since his attempt to manipulate Kazan, the boy has refrained from speaking or interacting with anyone. He remained at Madara's hideout and thought deeply about everything that happened. For 48 hours he remained silent and deep in thought. It worried Kurama, although he stopped himself from saying anything since he was able to tell the difference between Kazan's normal poker face and his analytical poker face. He knew the boy was planning something against Mikabashi, however he had no clue what. It was extremely bothersome to the fox and he was unable to sleep as he restlessly shifted around in the psyche plane and constantly checked on him. The same could not be said for Indra, who was calm as ever. He sat lazily on his stone throne with his crossed legs over its right arm, his left hand behind his head and his eyes shut, only opening them when he felt a familiar presence enter the plane of consciousness. Admit it, you're more familiar with Mikabashi than you let on, Kazan said plainly. Indra once again closed his eyes and replied in a tone of voice that implied he wanted payment for whatever Kazan was going to ask him. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. It depends. They had a brief stare down before Kazan broke the silence. Tell me what you know. In return, I'll let you corrupt my chakra. Indra was surprised to hear Kazan cave so quickly, and in response he sat upright to face the boy properly. Although, his reply was unexpected. No. What? Kazan questioned in utter confusion. I don't need you to take any more of my chakra. I am more than satisfied by how much I've been able to corrupt your core. After all, about 75% of your DNA has been permanently changed already. That's more than enough. From his last words, Kazan now knew that the brunette's intentions truly ran deeper than just altering his DNA. Then what do you want in return? He asked. My, you sure are desperate for information, aren't you? Kazan smacked his lips and directed his eyes away from Indra, annoyed by the Otsutsuki's snarky attitude. Let's make a deal. Kazan redirected his gaze to Indra. What kind? A simple one with only 2 conditions. Condition number 1, whenever I chant the word switch, you'll surrender a limited amount of control of your body over to me for a short period of time. During that time frame I won't kill or injure any of your comrades, and once my business is done I'll return to your psyche with no resistance whatsoever. Condition number 2, you'll take me more seriously from here on out instead of constantly dismissing me like an ignorant little shit with an ego too big for his own good. Do we have a deal? After hearing the conditions, Kazan was hesitant. He still had little to no trust in Indra and questioned him about the deal, asking how he could trust that the deal didn't pave a way for any of the Otsutsuki's dark intentions while he had control over his body. This is no ordinary deal, rather what's known as a spirit contract. It is very similar to a perfected link with a bijou, except its terms and conditions are much more strict. Whichever one of us breaks the conditions of the contract will endure a severe punishment varying from severely weakened power to something as merciless as complete erasure of their soul. In truth, I am the only one who is in danger here. This deal benefits you entirely. Kazan was still hesitant. Did I forget to mention that you can forcefully suppress my control of your body whenever you wish and I can do nothing to resist? Kazan closed his eyes and let out a grunt. I don't know what your plan is, but to be honest I could care less right now. He then opens his eyes and looks at the older Sharingan user with complete seriousness. After all, I know you're not foolish enough to try something while under the supervision of a celestial kitsune. Indra was ticked off after being confronted but refrained from losing his temper, his eyebrow twitching as he struggled to suppress his frustration. All right, Indra. Deal. Reluctantly, he sealed the contract with Indra through a chakra-infused handshake. As their spirit chakra fused in the center of their palms, a marking resembling that of Indra's Mangekyo pattern appeared on each of their right hands, symbolizing their established link. Once the deal was sealed, Kazan was forcefully kicked from the psyche plane, his consciousness returning to his body in the outside world. He could fully sense some kind of fusion between his and Indra's chakra. One far more powerful than his established link with Kurama. His spirit chakra and life force felt different as well. Denser. More powerful. As if it evolved to a higher level. This revelation caused him to remember Inari's words during one of their last training sessions. Flashback no jutsu. A mortal's spiritual chakra is connected to the fiber of their being. To their core. The very buildup and essence of their existence. If their spirit chakra changes, for instance increasing in power, it will alter their core to receive that boost of power as well, and the evolution will affect all aspects of their existence from their body to their soul. Indra's spiritual chakra has altered your core, turning it into an imperfect copy of his, which is why you awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and not your own unique pattern. The now dominant genes that overrode the rest of your DNA is not that of the Uchiha clan, rather Indra's DNA itself. You now possess the core of a hybrid Otsutsuki. What does that mean for me? It means you're no longer human. Not in body or in soul. It's why you can hone and master jutsu that no one else can, and why you have access to abilities like spirit chakra markings and life force detection that normal humans can only achieve after mastering Ryodan Sage mode. Naturally, the Otsutsuki are far superior to humans in every aspect. And that is the only reason why you can even survive accessing and controlling your spirit chakra. No mere mortal can do that. And it seems that Indra's intentions are for you to hone this unique power in either defense or offense against Mikabashi. That is why I chose you as the candidate to assist in killing him. Flashback no jutsu, Kai. Kazan POV. I stared at the mark that remained on my palm as a result of the deal, only visible when I pulsed spirit chakra into my eyes. Honing this power to assist the gods. No. I clench my fist and get up from the bed. I'll hone it for my own purpose. To kill him myself. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 18th. Obito POV. It's been 5 days now since Kazan had returned from Madara's hideout. Compared to how he was doing before, he at least seemed a lot calmer. Almost as if he were almost back to his usual self, the only difference being that he was more distant and much quieter. He didn't talk much to begin with, but his constant silence was unsettling. What's more concerning is that I noticed that his chakra signature had grown slightly darker as well, but besides that he looked and acted normal, going about his day as usual. He woke up at 6 o'clock, left the house at 7 o'clock, skimmed through mission requests between 7:20 and 9 o'clock, handed out tasks to the other members between 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock, took a break from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, assisted with business related to the Federation International Affairs from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock, overlooked mission reports from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock and clocked out for the day an hour early. He'd then stay in the Akatsuki's training ground from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, intensely supervising their training from afar before spending his time from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock with Shikeru, going home, entertaining Tobichi from 6 o'clock to 7:30 and then finally going to sleep at 8 o'clock. The next day he'd just repeat the same schedule all over again. Before all of this, he'd stick to his schedule a lot more loosely, not minding if his plans were thrown off a bit, but now he was a lot more serious about it. He appeared to be constantly focused on the time and had his mind permanently preoccupied by something. He still focused on his daily tasks and completed them without fail, but I knew the face he made when his mind was focused on something else. Especially in a bad or panicked way. It didn't take a genius to notice that he constantly had his guard up, but after what happened, who could blame him? I tried asking him about it and telling him that he could speak to me, but as of late he completely avoids me and refuses to provide any details whatsoever, saying that I didn't have to worry about him and that he just needed space. Like that was going to help at all. Besides the problem with Kazan, I was faced with many more as well, including matters of ruling the Federation for an indefinite amount of time, commanding the Akatsuki and Anbu, and then there was my alliance with the masked bastard who currently stood in front of me. And just what is that facial expression about? His sharp glare stabbed through me and I tensed before lying and saying that it was nothing. He wasn't convinced and stared at me with an analytical gaze. It's your brother, isn't it? I tried not to show any response to him but failed, and as a result confirmed his suspicions, earning a grunt from him as he crossed his arms and leaned back against the railing of the roof. Do not exhaust your mental capacity on such trivial matters. Especially not while I have handed you a task to focus on. I'll warn you, Obito, having your mind preoccupied in my presence is a foolish move that could cost you your life. So clear your thoughts and focus on my orders before we have a problem. It took everything in me not to fight back against him in that moment. His mere existence made my blood boil. I know that he had something to do with those kitsune attacking the village last week, even if his kitsune summonings weren't the same kind and were of a much lower rank than the ones who appeared so suddenly. Who's to say that he didn't have a partner with similar abilities and that those damned foxes weren't his buddies doing? I was snapped out of my thoughts when I suddenly felt the sensation of something prick my neck, only to see that he had a sword pointed at me. I didn't even see him move. Third-person POV. What did I just tell you about focusing on me? Are you a slow learner? Do I have to spell it out for you on a level your inferior brain can understand? Shall I teach you from experience? Yakko asked through gritted teeth as he pushed the sword just a little deeper into Obito's skin, causing him to bleed while glaring with his activated Rinnegan. Just as Obito was about to speak, a sudden surge of chakra involuntarily pulsed through his left eye and a burst of black flames engulfed the handle of Yakko's sword, setting his right glove ablaze. The Amaterasu, Obito thought to himself as he watched the black flames engulf the sword. Yakko then quickly drops the sword and removes the glove from his left hand before the flames could travel to his skin. Meanwhile, Obito is frozen in a mix of surprise about what happened and fear as to what Yakko would do as a result. He thought that the Rinnegan user would assume he was the one who used the Amaterasu and that he was going to die, but the unnamed Uchiha's response was not at all what he expected. He was completely calm and only looked him in the eyes, studying the unfamiliar Mangekyo pattern that slowly faded away. After picking up a foreign chakra signature in Obito's left eye with his Sharingan, he activated his Rinnegan to inspect it further but was struck in the arm with a lightning bolt after the Mangekyo pattern suddenly reappeared. He now understood what was happening and smacked his lips. It appears as though one of your Mangekyo possessing comrades has become aware of our alliance. They have implanted defensive abilities from their Mangekyo in your left eye that are triggered by the activation of my Rinnegan. Whoever they are, they have ensured that I cannot lay a finger on you. This was well thought out. Perhaps the snake was right about me not giving your comrades credit where it is due. The masked man then pulled the hood of his cloak over his head and turned around. If they are aware of our alliance, then staying in your presence is a risk that I'm not willing to take. Not until I know exactly which one of those nuisances it is who figured out we're meeting together. And when I do, I will either kill them or force them to obey me like you. If they just so happen to be the one who I have in mind, then you better hope that they aren't as firm on their old morals as before. And at that he disappeared into the shadows, leaving a dumbstruck and concerned Obito alone to his thoughts. Obito POV. At first I thought that the one responsible was Itachi because of the Amaterasu, but my suspicions were thrown completely off by the lightning bolt that appeared the second time Yakko activated his Rinnegan. Itachi's Mangekyo only possesses the abilities of the Susanoo, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. And Shisui's only has the Susanoo and Koto Amatsukami. Besides the two of them and Madara, who Yakko confirmed to be dead, I haven't had any contact with another Mangekyo user ever. Just then a thought crossed my mind that made me freeze in my tracks. Unless he awakened it. No. If he did, then wouldn't he have told me? But what other explanation was there? I haven't had contact with another Uchiha since I left Konoha. Could he have been keeping this from me? Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 18th. Kazan POV. I knew that I couldn't hide it forever and that Aniki would eventually find out about my Sharingan, and while I did expect him to be angry at me for hiding it, I didn't expect him to be this angry. For the first time in my life he was actually yelling at me. I knew he was as hurt as he was pissed off, so I stayed silent and let him get it all out before eventually explaining the reason why I hid my Sharingan in the first place. I wasn't keeping it from you, Aniki. I was keeping it from Madara. You know as well as I that he would have used me as one of his main tools to complete Project Tsuki no Mi had he known about it. He would have done the exact same to me that he did to you, entrusted me with similar tasks. And I didn't want that, so I hid it from him, but it was never my intention to keep it away from you. I explained calmly, attempting to de-escalate the situation. So why did you? At the end of the day I still had to figure it out myself and come to you for confirmation just to know about it. All this time and you couldn't come to me and tell me out of your own. How long have you had it? A few weeks, months, a year. 2. I replied. 2 what? I didn't reply and the room fell into a heavy silence. Unfucking believable, he muttered while shaking his head. First you disappear without a word for 2 days straight, then you avoid me like the plague for the next 3. And now after all of that I have to find out on my own that you've had the Sharingan for not 1 but 2 entire years and said nothing. Not even after you awakened the Mangekyo. The more he spoke the more the guilt swallowed me up and at this point I couldn't even look at him. I felt terrible. How little do you trust me? Third person POV. Kazan was completely taken aback by Obito's question, immediately breaking his cool and collected personality and fully expressing his emotion not just through his eyes but his whole face, tone of voice, and body. What kind of a question is that? You're the person who raised me. My brother, my legal guardian, the closest thing to a parental figure besides Uncle Nagato that I have ever known. The only individual who I fully trust with my life because you're the most important person in it. Obito stared at Kazan silently as it was the first time ever that he had seen Kazan drop his controlled monotonous attitude and express himself to this kind of level. Every day I live my actions reflect my concern and consideration for you, how to make your life easier. Disregarding myself for you. I spent years slowly separating you from Madara's side so you can live a better life. I studied genjutsu excessively so I could release Rin from her comatose like you wished for. For 3 years straight I risked getting my tailed beast extracted from me while trying to expose Black Zetsu so he couldn't manipulate you anymore. I recreated an entire village and founded a literal nation purposefully making you take the public role of an Akatsuki commander so you can stay here and live a more normal life. I almost died provoking Madara to get him killed so he wouldn't risk your life in his attempts to get one over on the Black Fox. And after all that you question my trust in you. How little do you trust me to even think something like that, much less actually ask me. After all the information Kazan revealed to him Obito was in complete disbelief and stunned speechless. Kazan on the other hand was just hurt by Obito's question and turned his face away from the Uchiha's direction. After his shock finally wore off enough for him to say something Obito attempted to speak to Kazan but cut himself off when the boy turned away and recoiled from any contact he made. Just leave me alone. Reluctantly Obito backed away from him and apologized. The living room was ghost quiet, the silence stretching on for what felt like a painful eternity making the air heavy. Unable to take the painful silence or the atmosphere of the room Kazan got up, walked to the front door, and left the house. He knew Obito was only angry at him because his secrecy about the topic hurt him, but even so he couldn't brush the Uchiha's question in his trust off. He sighed through his nose and rubbed his temples as he felt the oncoming headache that he would be plagued with in the near future. Physically and emotionally exhausted he went to the one person who he knew would lighten his mood. Shikeiru. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 26th. Third person POV. Kazan had been avoiding Obito and keeping him at arm's length for more than a week. Throughout the day while completing their duties in the Akatsuki a lot of their work overlapped which only made their interactions all the more awkward and painful. With the goal of minimizing the amount of interactions he would have with his older brother Kazan shifted things around in his schedule and began taking on some of the less dangerous missions without consulting Obito who was the acting Amekage. He would conclude all of his missions just in time to return to the organization's headquarters by 2 p.m. to overlook the mission reports of the other members and fill out required paperwork so his workload wouldn't pile up when he clocked out at 4 o'clock. After that he'd just spend as much time as possible away from the house either training or trying to figure out why Mikabashi suddenly tried to attack him. Ever since that day he didn't hear anything from either Inari or Arashi, he only sensed that they were both watching him, the former more than the latter. Based on what little information he got from analyzing Obito's memories, Yako never once mentioned during their meetups that he knew about the attack on Aim or Nagato's death beforehand. In fact, he was surprised when Obito mentioned it, something the Uchiha didn't pick up due to the Phantom's mask and skill in controlling his emotions. It was due to this that Kazan knew he wasn't the one who caused Mikabashi to suddenly attack, but that there was someone else cooperating with the Red Kitsune. After listing down the most likely suspects who had any motive to kill him or Nagato and albeit unlikely but a connection to end or similar desire as Yako or even Mikabashi himself he could only come up with one suspect who perfectly fit the criteria. Kuro Zetsu. The answer was so obvious and yet his mind was in such a state of despair that he never thought about it before. Although, before he could jump to conclusions, he needed proof, solid evidence that Kuro was actually the culprit he was after and that he wasn't overlooking something else. So he began conducting his investigation all while trying not to stand out too much so that he wouldn't alert the threat in case they were watching him. First he needed more information on both Kuro and Mikabashi. Luckily he had sources that he could go to for help, the most troublesome of which he asked first. Kazan POV. For once Indra wasn't sitting on that damn throne of his, instead he was standing at the edge of a round fountain which appeared to be some kind of storage place for all of my memories. Ever since our deal, he gained more access to my subconscious mind and changed the entire plane to whatever he desired. Previously it was just a barren and dark space containing nothing but dim lights in his throne, but now I had to admit that it was one of the most impressive and beautiful spaces I had ever seen. Not that I'd ever tell him that. He questioned my visit and I explained my reasoning for being there. He didn't face me as I questioned him about Kuro Zetsu, which was unsurprising considering his personality, but what took me by surprise was that he was actually being cooperative and answering me without wanting compensation for the information. His tone didn't sound like there were any hidden intentions either. Just a plain and monotonous voice laced in slight boredom as he kept his eyes focused on the water in front of him, skimming through my memories. Kuro. I never knew much about him to begin with. Just that he was the third son of my grandmother and that we both shared the same goal of destroying the creed my father and brother created. And that's all you knew about him. You picked up no new information throughout your following reincarnation cycles. Throughout the millennia my physical chakra is the thing that has been reincarnated over and over, not my core. Without a piece of my soul the remaining parts of me have no consciousness, therefore I don't know what happened during those reincarnations. I can't help you out with this one. I let out a disappointed grunt and closed my eyes as the area fell into silence. I didn't expect him to have any reaction to my disappointment, but he looked back at me with a straight face and suggested I go to Arashi. Try going to Arashi. I'm sure he kept an eye on my descendants and reincarnates after I died. Go to Arashi, I muttered as I thought about it. The only way I had ever gotten to the celestial realm before was through Inari-sama summoning me, and I had no way to contact Arashi-sama since we didn't establish an official mental link yet. Is reverse summoning to the domain of a celestial kitsune even possible? Indra. You were Arashi-sama's summoner before. So. Since the dimensions that all kitsune live in exist on a different reality plane that is separate yet parallel to this universe, is it at all possible to reverse summon oneself there like with regular Kuchio's contracts where the summoning's domain is on the same plane of existence in the universe as the summoner themselves? Yes, it's possible. Although, it requires an extremely large amount of spirit chakra to execute the jutsu in comparison to how much physical chakra is needed to perform a normal reverse summoning. Almost as much as what you needed to summon that fraction of Arashi-sama. That much? Seriously. I wouldn't worry though, he said as he raised his right palm and pulsed chakra into his hand, causing both of our markings from the contract to glow brightly before continuing. Ever since our little contract your core evolved to a similar level as mine. In other words, you have enough spirit chakra in reserve to fulfill the needed amount for the reverse summoning more than 3 times over. I knew the amount of spirit chakra I had increased a lot after the deal, but this was just insane. I barely had any life force left after the summoning and had to resort to relying on Kurama's redirected power just to stay alive, and now he's telling me that my spirit chakra capacity increased to 3 times that amount just from a quick deal and a handshake to seal it all. This is ridiculous. Get used to it. It only gets worse from here on out. He then told me the combination of hand seals needed to perform this version of the reverse summoning just you and returned to looking through my memories. For once he didn't kick me out of the psyche plane at the end of our conversation, and I returned to the outside world a little weirded out by his sudden change in personality and complete absence of suspicious tone of voice behavior. That's going to take a lot of time to get used to. The next day. December 27th. Still Kazan POV. After looking through all the mission requests and handing each of the Akatsuki their list of tasks, I told Shikaru that I was going out and asked her to take over any other tasks for me. She had been very supportive and helped me out whenever I asked ever since Mikabashi's attack, and I knew I could trust her with handling any unexpected problems while I was gone. Once I reached the centermost point of the training ground, I weaved the hand seals for the reverse summoning before finally pulsing my spirit chakra throughout all of my body. The area around me quickly shifted and I felt myself pass through the in-between before falling through a rift in the black void and appearing in the familiar domain of Arashi. Well, that's an unexpected surprise. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect that you were strong enough to successfully reverse summon to my domain. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. December 27th. Third person POV. As Kazan's form appeared in a burst of light inside Arashi's domain, the kitsune was stunned into silence as he merely stared at the figure of the 7-year-old, completely intact after the reverse summoning. Well, that's an unexpected surprise. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect that you were strong enough to successfully reverse summon to my domain. And perfectly intact on top of that. The boy looked at him in confusion with his eyebrow raised. Intact. Most mortals who attempt to enter the celestial realm all destroy themselves in the process due to the intense pressure of the in-between crushing their cores, yet you're perfectly fine. That's truly a 1 in a nonillion chance. A nonillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros, 1 nonillion. After processing Arashi's words, Kazan immediately snapped at Indra inside of his subconscious, but the Otsutsuki blocked him from entering the psyche plane and ignored all the yelling. This left Kazan seething, and Arashi cleared his throat to ease the friction between the two and regain Kazan's attention. So, did you need something? Arashi asked. Putting a pin in his argument with Indra, Kazan explained everything about his investigation to Arashi and asked if he knew anything about Kuro that could be of use to him. K-guy is little brat, huh? Arashi then laid out as much as he knew about Kuro, ranging from the day he started manipulating Indra to the day he met Madara. He had only checked in on Earth for a handful of times over the 2 millennia since Indra's death, so he didn't know much, but regardless, the amount of information he had was extremely helpful. He even told Kazan what the devious shadow-like figure's end goal was and how he had spent all that time trying to find a Rinnegan user to manipulate in order for K-guy to possess them. I never really liked him. His mere presence always rubbed me the wrong way. Especially whenever he popped his head out during Ashura and Indra's reincarnation cycles and repetitively messed around with the Uchiha clan throughout the centuries for the sake of his goal. The amount of times I wanted to go down there to kill him are so many I lost count. But then Usagi-ni always stopped me, saying that Earth didn't need another of my rampages. And if you say he's your prime suspect, then I believe you, and it only makes me regret listening to my brother even more. If Arashi believed that Kuro was the cause, then it only pushed Kazan to believe the same. Yet at the same time he still didn't want to jump to conclusions. Yako may be a Rinnegan user who Kuro could manipulate, but wasn't he already possessed by Mikabashi? Would the Red Kitsune even allow Kuro to revive Kagaya when he himself despised the Otsutsuki clan more than Inari? They had the same goal of reviving Jubi, but other than that they were the complete opposite. Kuro wanted only destruction, but Mikabashi wanted to cause chaos so that Inari could intervene and the Earth could be fixed. Would Mikabashi really cooperate with Kuro when their end goals were so different, or was he just desperate and brushed the problem aside, intending to deal with it later? What was really going on here? Was Nate planning to backstab the other? If so, then Kazan might have just found his solution to tearing their theoretical alliance apart. But before that he needed proof of their cooperation. Arashi-sama. Is it possible for you to locate Kuro now? It's not a problem for me to locate anyone in the universe as long as I know their chakra signature. Great. Could you perhaps do me the favor of watching him for a while? Sure, my schedule is completely empty. Looking for something specific? Just a list of the people he's conversing and cooperating with. Not a problem. For now you can just wait for any information I uncover. I'll keep you updated through a mental link, since it looks like the time limit for the reverse summoning is approaching rather fast. Thank you, Arashi-sama. I'm in your debt. Don't worry about it, kiddo. Just glad to be filling my schedule with something interesting for a change. Just a few seconds after Arashi ended off, Kazan hit the time limit for the reverse summoning jutsu and his body was once again transported to the cold and dark void of the in-between before he reappeared in the center of the Akatsuki's training ground where he first performed the jutsu. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over him and he held his head as a surge of dizziness shot through his head. So this is the aftermath of using a jutsu like that. I'm completely exhausted. It was already sunset and he knew that none of the Akatsuki were on duty anymore except for those out on overnight missions, so he didn't bother going back to the headquarters and instead just made his way home, where he was immediately confronted by Rin for skipping out on his entire shift with no warning. Apparently Yahiko had caught Shikaru covering on all of his duties and she was forced to admit that he left with little explanation and that they all panicked after not being able to pick up his or Kurama's chakra signatures anywhere in the village or Madara's bases. He apologized and lied, saying that he had a bad day and that all the movement in the headquarters became a little overwhelming, so he left not wanting to be bothered at the time. This successfully got her to stop questioning him as she allowed him to leave, but on the condition that he just give them a notice next time before just disappearing. He apologized again and went upstairs, closing his bedroom door behind him, returning to his self-isolation. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. January 2nd. Kazan POV. It's been 6 days since my meeting with Arashi-sama and I've been patiently waiting for any information from him about Kurozetsu. It appears as though the devilish bastard was rather busy since it didn't take very long for Arashi-sama to contact me with a list of individuals he was conspiring with and what their plans were. For example, Kuro still kept in touch with Danzo Shimura in a desperate attempt to get rid of the Uchiha, and he even began scheming with Omegakure's former ruler Hanzo in attempt to regain control of the village after Uncle Nagato's death. Needless to say, I quickly took the necessary precautions to prevent the infiltration from happening, and now I was more certain than ever before that he did in fact have something to do with Mikabashi's sudden attack. But I still didn't want to jump to any conclusions without solid proof. I could never be too careful, it was Kuro we're talking about after all. I needed to at least know that he was conspiring with Yako before making any moves against him. That alone would be enough proof in my opinion. So I kept on waiting, patiently or rather impatiently, watching the hands of the clock tick by until the time of day came when Arashi-sama would reveal his daily findings to me. It took a few more days, but finally I reaped the fruits of my labor when the culprit was finally caught red-handed, although I didn't know if it was something to celebrate about. I was on the right track when I thought that Kuro was involved in the matter, but as it turns out the true culprit wasn't him at all. The one who leaked the information to Mikabashi was Kabuto of all people. Arashi-sama sensed one of Mikabashi's fractions appear on Earth and caught him conversing with Kabuto, asking if he, and I quote, had any more useful information on me since his intel aided greatly in the attack against me the first time. I knew the four-eyed lapdog hated me for stealing his master's attention during his alliance with Madara and wanted to literally kill me for receiving more praise than him, but this was just a whole other level of ridiculous. I haven't even had any contact with Orochimaru since Madara's death, and this bastard was still going on over a grudge. What level of psychotic was he? I knew he was a danger and a fool that couldn't be trusted, but I didn't at all expect something like this from him. I wonder, does Orochimaru know about this? The next day, January 5th. Orochimaru POV. I was busy checking up on one of my newer experiments who bore the Earth Curse seal. After Kimimaro fell ill with that putrid disease some weeks ago, I couldn't rely on him to become my new vessel anymore and needed a replacement. This young man had an exceptional talent in magnet release Kekkei Genkai, but unfortunately it appears as though he was not compatible enough with the curse mark to survive. Such a failure. I spat venomously at the pathetically deformed figure of the Kekkei Genkai user that lied in a pool of his own blood. To Yuya, cut his life short. I have no use for him anymore, I said coldly, unable to stand the disappointment any longer. Suddenly a bolt of black lightning struck the deformed body, slicing its head clean off in an instant. Normally I'd raise my guard since Yuya, the only other person with me in the room, didn't have an affinity for lighting, but I recognized the chakra infused into the lighting strike, and a smile appeared on my face as I looked back at the individual behind me. Well, what a pleasant surprise. It's been a while. Young master. His expression looked nonchalant as ever, but his eyes still burned with the same seriousness as always, slight annoyance brimming through them since he had always hated it when I called him by that title. Neither of us are under Madara's rule anymore. There's no need for you to keep calling me that, Orochimaru. You being the descendant of the man controlling me back then was never my reasoning for granting you that title. I know a formidable shinobi when I see one, and you, my dear child, are an unparalleled prodigy that not even I can rival in certain categories. Intelligence being just one of them. So tell me, what brings you by? You never come to me without a good motive. Are you in trouble? Frankly, yes, although, that isn't my reason for coming here. He paused as an expression of seriousness that I had never seen from him before replaced his formerly straight and indecipherable features before he continued. My motive for stopping by is that infuriating four-eyed pet of yours bargaining the lives of my comrades to the Black Fox's partner. I was completely taken aback by his words, and it took me a while to process before the scorching glare of a three-tomo Sharingan pierced through me from his eyes. This left me thunderstruck, as I have never seen him this angry before, nor did I know that he even possessed the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai. And the fully awakened eye at that. I sincerely hope that you had no knowledge of this, he said sternly, his voice lathered in malice. By infuriating Kazan to this extent, Kabuto really tested the limit of an Uzumaki's anger and awakened a sleeping beast inside of an Uchiha descendant at the same time. I was immensely disappointed in him, but not as much as I was now intimidated by the livid Jinchuriki in front of me. The amount of bloodlust he was leaking was far worse than anything I had sensed from the Kyuubi during its rampages, or even from Madara when he was enraged. His chakra was so off-putting I couldn't help but break a sweat. This was nothing like him at all. Even though I knew he was already aware that I had nothing to do with the situation, I still had to pick my words carefully. No, I did not, I said sternly. You better not be lying to me, he said threateningly as his glare became even sharper. I previously thought it impossible, but his chakra grew even darker, his malice multiplying, and the seriousness of the situation was now truly revealed to me. His curse of hatred has been awakened, and just like Madara predicted, it was even greater than his own hatred towards the first Hokage. Looking at the glare radiating from his eyes, I just knew that this growing rivalry between him and Kabuto would have devastating consequences in the future. And there was no stopping it now, as the damage had already been done. I had to cut myself off from this situation before things really started getting ugly. And tell me, what motive would I have to make such a foolish move against you, knowing how big of a danger you are to my life and my research? You know too much about me and what I am doing here for me to ever betray you, Kazan. And you're far too difficult to outsmart. Moreover, what will I gain from a stunt like this? Does cooperating with the Black Fox and his partner, who I assume both desire the destruction of the world whose mysteries I dedicated my life and my all to unlock, sound like something that I would do to you? A long silence befell the room as we both held eye contact for what felt like a tortuous eternity before he finally stopped leaking bloodlust and suppressed his aura once more. As the pressure of the atmosphere disappeared, I heard Tayuya, who I forgot was in the room, let out a shaky breath of relief as she leaned against the wall beside her, sliding down onto her knees, her complexion pale and fear leaking from her body. After being subjected to a presence that dark and stomach churning, I couldn't blame her. I never doubted that you wouldn't work with them. Regardless, even around trusted comrades you can never be too careful. Kazan said, regaining my attention. I understand your reasoning for testing me. After all, an action like that from Kabuto is as surprising to me as it is to you. But I'd argue that I'm more disappointed than anyone else. And how exactly do you plan to deal with your out-of-line little subordinate? Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. February 11th. Orochimaru POV. I walked through the village of Omegakure, my hooded cloak getting soaked by the downpour. It wasn't bothersome at all, but instead what was getting on my nerves were the constant complaints of two certain loud-mouthed siblings who lagged behind me while dragging their feet. Glancing back toward them, I was about to tell them to shut up, but Isami beat me to it. Shut up. Your complaints won't make the rain stop. Just get used to it and stop your nagging. If all goes well during this meeting, then we'll be working in this weather for who knows how long. That shut them up, and I once again looked forward while we continued on our way to the Akatsuki's headquarters for our meeting with the Federation's faceless ruler. Once we arrived at the building, we went to the assigned room while encountering more than a few distrustful gazes along the way. After Kazan had revealed to them that Kabuto was responsible for the Kitsune's attack on the village 2 months ago, a lot of their distrust was aimed towards me, which was why I requested this meeting to make things right. Kazan may still trust me, but no one else did, and though I am no longer affiliated with Kabuto, I couldn't blame them for how they viewed me. Flashback no jutsu. After I handed down his punishment, all life seemed to drain from Kabuto's eyes as a look of horror washed over his features. And no. No, please. Lord Orochimaru, I beg you to reconsider. There is nothing to reconsider, Kabuto. I cut him off. You ignorantly put my life and my research in danger by provoking someone of Kazan's level against my back without my knowledge. Your impulsive actions resulted in the death of a Kage and turned the entire Akatsuki into your enemy. Moreover, your naivety and lack of a good motive for a drastic action like that are disgraceful as a subordinate of mine. Much less my right hand. But master, I did it for you. I wanted to get rid of all the obstacles in your path. Their existence would only be a hindrance to your plan. Just like Madara was. They were the things that stopped you from exacting your revenge on Konoha. And they would only continue to do so if we left them. That's enough out of you. My hatred for the third Hokage has nothing to do with you. There was no need for you to intervene in anything. Your only purpose is to aid me in research. To aid me in any plans I come up with. Not to go off on your own and cause massive problems like this behind my back, thinking that it will benefit me in some way. What did you possibly think I would gain from provoking a threat worse than Madara? Tell me, Kabuto, were you really considering how it would benefit me? Or were you only thinking about that childish little grudge you hold against Kazan? His inability to respond was enough of an answer, and the disappointment in my gaze increased. Seeing this, he fell to his knees and continued begging, this time with tears streaming down his face. Master, please. All the time I've spent with you, I've only dedicated my life to serving you. I'm your right hand, your most loyal subordinate. Serving you means everything to me. You mean everything to me. So please, don't do this to me. As much as I hated losing a valuable asset like him, I couldn't afford to keep him within my ranks. Truth be told, I grew attached to him over the years, but now that connection has been destroyed. Therefore, without empathy or hesitation, I stood firm on my decision and once again told him to leave. From this day forth I am no longer your master. Now, be gone from this nation and never return to me again. After what you just pulled, you are nothing to me. Flashback no jutsu, Kai. I may have cut my ties with Kabuto more than a month ago, and though Kazan told the Akatsuki that I was not involved in the situation and they trusted his word, I still owed them some kind of compensation for what happened. They had already rebuilt what few things were destroyed during the attack, but their forces were weakened due to the lives lost that day, and the Federation even lost its cage. So now here I was seated across from the true leader and founder of the Typhoon Federation, preparing to discuss my decided method of payment to the capital village. Third-person POV. As Orochimaru sat across from Kazan with the trio of subordinates behind him, the boy rose an eyebrow at their presence during the meeting. "And might I ask what this is?" he curiously asked. "I'll get to that momentarily. For now I'd like to state my reason for requesting this meeting with you." Kazan's gaze refocused on the Sannin and he continued. "I'm sure you already know that I hate being indebted to anyone, even to you. So please allow me to make up for the massive problem Kabuto caused you." "I see. So that's what this meeting is about. You didn't have to formally ask Obito, the acting Amekage, for an audience with me, you know. I hate these kinds of extravagant things, especially when they're unnecessary," Kazan said as he closed his eyes with his arms crossed. "I'll argue with you on that, young master. This isn't a small matter and it needs to be addressed correctly regardless of our personal connections to one another." In response to Orochimaru's words, Kazan let out a defeated sigh, knowing he couldn't change the Sannin's stubborn mindset. "All right then, get on with it." The black-haired sage then looked back at the trio behind him and finally explained why he brought them with him. "These are three of my most exceptional underlings, Karen and Ryu, siblings of Uzumaki lineage with exceptional fuinjutsu abilities, and the other Isami, my own son, who possesses would-release Kekkei Genkei and a stronger affinity for senjutsu than even myself. Take them into your ranks and use them to make up for the strength your village lost during that Kitsune's attack." Kazan looks back at the three children behind Orochimaru with a nonchalant expression and closes his eyes as he takes a moment to consider it. After weighing the pros and cons and thinking about which roles they could be assigned and whether or not them being added to the Federation's forces would truly benefit them, he finally responds. "I'll accept the offer, on two conditions." Orochimaru let out a questioning hum as he waited for Kazan to continue. "First, have Otogakur agree to a non-aggression pact and forge diplomatic relations with the Typhoon Federation. Second, I'd like to add one more of your subordinates to my ranks." Kimimaro Kagaya. Kazan's second request left Orochimaru puzzled. Just a few days ago he had told the boy about Kimimaro's disease rendering him incapable to participate in any sort of battle whatsoever, yet he still requested for the sickly Kekkei Genkei user to be added to AIM's ranks. He knew Kazan was up to something, yet he couldn't bring himself to ask what exactly it was that the boy had planned. After all, he was still intimidated by him, and as long as he wanted to repay the debt and return to good terms with Kazan and the Akatsuki, he couldn't afford to question him and risk meddling with something he shouldn't. Moreover, it wasn't like it was a huge request, since Kimimaro was just wasting away in one of his intensive care units, using up a majority of the medical supplies the base had. "All right. You have a deal." And just like that, the problem was solved, and AIM now had new recruits to strengthen their forces and yet another village to add to their list of official allies. Timeline: before Naruto Part 1. February 17th. Third-person POV. Kazan was currently conversing with Rin as she explained the details about Kimimaro's disease to him while the sickly older boy lay asleep on the hospital bed in the room beside them. "So it's not that it's untreatable, the issue only lies with the fact that there is little knowledge about his clan's genetics and body structure due to his Kekkei Genkei," Kazan asked, to which Rin responded with an affirming hum while writing something down on a clipboard. "And there's nothing you can do about it?" "Not exactly. I could try a new method of treatment on him using my medical ninjutsu enhanced with Isobu's chakra, but I don't have that much control over his power yet, unlike you and Kurama." She received no reply from him and diverted her eyes from the clipboard to see him deep in thought. "What crazy solution are you cooking up to this problem?" she asked. "One that just might work. I'll need a lot of time for it though. Will you be able to stabilize his condition using just your medical ninjutsu for the time being?" "I think so. I haven't perfected my new technique yet, but it should be enough to keep his health at roughly the same place for a limited time." Her answer was hesitant as she was unsure whether it would truly work or not. "How long do you need?" She asked him. A week is fine, he answered. That's a bit of a stretch but okay. I'll try. He thanked her and was about to leave when she called him again. I don't know what happened between you and Obito, but it's been 2 months. When will you stop avoiding him? She only received silence in reply to her question, and seeing that he was uncomfortable with responding, she exhaled and told him that he didn't have to answer her. I just wanted you to know that he's worried about you. Quote. I'll keep that in mind. Are you coming home tonight? No. Okay. He waited for a while, and seeing that she didn't have anything else to say, he left the hospital and returned to the Akatsuki headquarters, where he clocked out early and made his way to a private training ground north of the headquarters, where 3 individuals were waiting for him along with a Anbu overseer. Upon arriving, Kazan dismissed the Anbu, ordering them to return to base. The Anbu obeyed and flashed away, leaving him alone with the 3 young shinobi. Karen, Ryu and Isumi. The siblings had mixed emotions about being in his presence, since they were aware of his position, and Isumi was just indifferent and silently awaited to hear the reasoning for him summoning them here. Because the other Akatsuki members are busy and a majority of Junin and Chunin have their schedules full due to our previous loss in numbers, leaving the academy practically useless, I will be taking over as your mentor for an indefinite amount of time. The only involvement I have ever had in the training of other shinobi is to supervise them and see where they're lacking. So consider yourselves fortunate to be trained by me. Once again he received mixed emotions from his 2 clansmen, and Isumi even voiced his confusion. But as the leader of this village, should small tasks like this even be taking up your schedule? I'm sure you have much more important matters to attend to besides training us. So why waste your time here? Kazan could tell that even though Isumi was asking, he didn't really care for his answer or reasoning. So he didn't give a descriptive one. I'll do as I wish. Isumi closed his eyes after receiving the response. Very well then, Kazan-sama. Kazan grunted in reply before speaking. My identity being revealed to you was Orochimaru's fault and is a non-consensual risk I am not happy with taking. Don't go blabbing that information around. I will not hesitate to do away with the 3 of you. The seriousness in his voice made cold shivers run down Karen and Ryu's spines, and Isumi still didn't show any emotion at all, remaining indifferent towards their new master. I will start by assessing your abilities. Orochimaru gave me the files containing all information about you, but I would like to witness firsthand the amount of manpower I am adding to my nation's ranks. You will step forward individually and display your skills in a 5-minute battle against me. I expect a lot from you, considering Orochimaru's pride in your capabilities. Fight to kill. Do not disappoint me. Hearing the conditions of the battle, they were all caught off guard. Whoa. Ya sure ya want that? Isumi here is a killing machine. Ya won't come out of a match with him unscathed, ya know. Ryu said, attempting to talk him off of the idea. Underestimating the capabilities of your opponent without having seen even a glimpse of their skills. You have a lot of confidence in your comrades' abilities as well as your own, and you probably rush into battles without a second thought. A melee type, most likely well trained in mid-ranged combat, who's terrible at close combat, taijutsu and defense. Your overconfidence in battle has caused a lot of problems for you in the past, including you and your comrades constantly getting hurt for your miscalculations and shortcomings. In short, you're the weak link in this trio and the biggest problem that I'll need to focus on fixing. How about you go first? The 2 siblings were surprised that Kazan knew all those details about him. Orochimaru-sama told you all that? Ryu asked, half embarrassed. He didn't. I could just tell. Your tone of voice and choice of words just made it obvious. Now come on, I don't have all day. A bead of sweat ran down the side of Ryu's face as he reluctantly took hesitant steps towards the marked area where they would fight, and nervously watched as Kazan entered the perimeter of the ring. Karen watched in disbelief, completely thunderstruck that Kazan was able to deduce all of that just by Ryu speaking. His deductive skills are on a whole other level compared to even some Junin. He acts like a normal kid, but really he's actually hiding his skills and expertise behind a mask. He's dangerous. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. February 17th. Karen POV. As Kazan and Ryu started the match, Isumi and I stood on the same place a distance away and watched them. My eyes were fixed on Kazan as I focused on his chakra to try and see how strong he was. His chakra flowed in a strong and steady stream throughout his system, and I could tell from its flow alone that he had a huge reserve even for an Uzumaki. He purposefully suppresses the pressure of his power. It's massive. So dense and heavy. Yet he's in perfect control of it. As the battle between them went on, it was evident that chakra control wasn't the only thing he was exceptional at. His taijutsu and strategic thinking were amazing too. With every attack Ryu threw at him, he countered it perfectly, brushing them off as if they were nothing. Even his chakra absorption technique didn't affect the efficiency of Kazan's fighting. It was the first time I had seen Ryu actually try this hard to beat someone. He took Kazan's orders of fighting to kill seriously, and yet despite all that it didn't even faze him. He's on a whole other level compared to us. Third-person POV. As the match entered the 3rd minute and Kazan noticed that Ryu was out of moves and low on chakra, only resorting to close-range battle with taijutsu which he was bad at, he quickly ended the match by effortlessly tripping him and pinning him down. You have the potential to reach Kage level in your lifetime and you're very compatible with water release, an element that not many shinobi in this village possess as their primary affinity. You also possess the ability to use the rarest affinity of wind style on the mastery level of a low chunin, and your chakra pool is rather large, so much so that you might even be able to combine those two affinities to use ice release Kekkei Genkei. I see why Orochimaru chose you as a transfer. But you still have a long way to go. He said all of this with a straight face, not revealing whether or not he was satisfied or disappointed with the results of the fight. After he got up off of the ground, Ryu returned to Isami and Karen, and Kazan chose Karen to go next. She was a little intimidated after witnessing Kazan beat Ryu so easily without even trying, but fought her fear and made her way down to the ring. The fight between them didn't go much differently from Kazan's earlier match with Ryu, as the twins were both on the same level, although Karen was more skilled in taijutsu and weaponry than she was in ninjutsu. About 2 minutes into the fight she surprised him with her ability to use adamantine sealing chains, however he easily broke out of the imperfect sealing technique with assistance from Kurama, and that marked the end of the fight when he used wind style, Gale Palm, to force her out of the boundaries of the ring. You are skilled in defensive taijutsu and weaponry, those chains of yours are a rare and useful Kekkei Genkei too. However, it seems that you're mainly a support type and a strategist. Once again he said this monotonously, not revealing his level satisfaction with his deductions. Karen returned to her 2 comrades outside of the ring, and as she walked up the hill the purple-haired boy stopped leaning against the tree behind him and with a nonchalant expression made his way down to the ring to face Kazan. "HN. I am intrigued by your friend's implications that you'd be able to hurt me during this fight. Show me what you've got then, Isami." The fight started with Isami charging towards Kazan and engaging in close combat with him using high-level taijutsu and the equipment in his weaponry pouch ranging from shuriken to kunai and even flash, smoke, and paper bombs. He was very strategic in his way of fighting, and his speed and accuracy was on par with that of a high-level Junin or even a low-level Anbu, which caused Kazan to smirk in the midst of the battle. His execution of jutsu and the way he used them was exceptional, and when he began using some of the Kekkei Genkei and forbidden jutsu in his arsenal, Kazan stopped toying around and actually put some effort into fighting him. Through his moves alone Kazan could tell that unlike Ryu and Karen, Isami truly was fighting with killer intent, just like he told him to, yet despite this he still wasn't able to even scrape him up to this point. When Isami finally activated the Ketsuri-Ugon to trap Kazan in a genjutsu, he instantly countered it by reflecting it back toward him and enhancing the strength with his Sharingan. Caught within the grasp of the powerful genjutsu, Isami lost consciousness and the match ended just before reaching the 5-minute mark. He's already low Anbu level. To think Orochimaru had a power like this just hidden away. I wonder what else he has up his sleeve. For safety's sake I'll have to keep an eye on him and his research. A few minutes after the assessment battles were over, the trio remained silent as Kazan jotted something down on a clipboard. Isami was indifferent towards the topic of his loss, Ryu was bummed out, and Karen was just plain nervous, her eyes straying to and away from Kazan every now and then. All of you are too advanced to be placed on a genin team, however you also have individual issues that need to be dealt with before you can be assigned any official status whatsoever. With the way everyone else's schedules are looking, it appears as though I will be stuck with the 3 of you for some time before I can provide you with any public roles. Kazan said while still writing on the clipboard. Does that mean you're our sensei now? Ryu asked. Not officially. Just a mentor for an indefinite amount of time. He pauses and lowers the clipboard to look at them. You 3 had better not cause me any trouble. Especially not you, Ryu, considering your mischievous record of pranks. The younger boy tensed under the sharp gaze of the Ravenet, and Isami stepped in, promising to keep his companion of a leash. HN. You may return home. Training will take place every 2 days from noon sharp to 2 p.m. in this same area. You may do with your free time as you see fit, but do not slack off. If you expected a higher level of leniency from me than in comparison to Orochimaru, then I hate to disappoint you. You have a deadline of 3 months to grow out of your shortcomings. Until then, count your days carefully and stick to a strict training schedule. If I don't see improvement or effort to follow through, I'll double the difficulty of each lesson, and if I do spot improvement, well then congratulations, I'll tune down the difficulty. But I highly doubt that will happen often. Feel free to prove me wrong though. Without another word his figure then burst into a puff of smoke revealing that it was just a clone all along. With the real Kazan. As the memories of his dispersed clone returned to him, Kazan wrote down all the information that he received from it. While he did this, a piece of Kurama's chakra flowed out of the seal and took the form of a much smaller version of himself that perched on his host's head. "Hey, Kit. Are you sure that being so harsh on them was a good thing? It might be hard to believe, but yes. These past few days I've been getting that same feeling that something bad is going to happen. That sense of prediction, or whatever it was that Indra called it. But this time it's like it's telling me more clearly what the actual problem is. And that would be Kabuto. He's going to do something. But not to me, and it's gonna be bad. In the event that it has anything to do with the village, I need the three of them to be capable enough to aid in whatever battle it is that we're possibly going to have against him. Just in case. And if it does happen, then the last this we need is their shortcomings getting in the way of them helping in the fight. It will only act as a setback." Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. April 4th. Third-person POV. After a tiring day of managing the Akatsuki and their missions as well as training Ryu, Karen and Isami again, Kazan was sitting at one of the desks in his new shared living space filling out the remaining paperwork he had for the day. He had been staying with Itachi, Shisui and Shikaru for almost 4 months now, still avoiding Obito, and the constant storm of emotions he had to face while sharing a workspace with him was emotionally exhausting as well. Their fight wasn't the only reason Kazan was avoiding him though. He knew that ever since he used the Amaterasu on Yako through Obito's eye that the Phantom had been keeping a close eye on him, Shisui and Itachi, to figure out which one of them had discovered that Obito was working for him. He merely kept his distance from Obito in hopes of avoiding suspicion so they could start meeting again for him to get more information on Yako through his chakra seal that still remained on Obito's eye. On top of that, he was still bothered by what Mikabashi said about him being vulnerable to manipulation. He didn't want to admit it, but the Kitsune's words had an effect on him. Ever since then he had slowly become more distant from everyone around him out of caution to avoid manipulation. That and the seemingly ridiculous hope that Mikabashi would actually bring Nagato back. He just used the fight between him and Obito as an excuse to distance himself from him. It hurt him to make Obito think that the standing of their relationship had changed or that he wanted nothing to do with him, but he didn't see any other way of being able to protect Obito from being targeted by Mikabashi just to prove the point of his weakness. He chose a path and now he couldn't go back unless he wanted the consequence of losing the most important person to him like he did the second most. He let out a stressed groan just thinking about it and rubbed his temples to try and ease his frustration. Itachi, who sat at the desk behind him reading, mistook his frustration for exhaustion and told him to go to sleep. Kazan couldn't deny that he was tired, and knowing Itachi, being the stubborn big brother type, wouldn't let him stay up anymore despite the misunderstanding, so he caved and went to his room with no resistance. Little did he know that Yako had not only been watching him for his own purpose but that he had also been relaying information about him to Mikabashi, who wanted to know if Kazan had followed through with what he told him. He avoided watching the boy himself since he knew that both Kazan and Indra could sense when any celestial was watching them and didn't want to take any risks with either of the Otsutsuki or his reincarnation. He has limited as much interaction with Obito as possible. In addition to this, it appears as though he has also began slowly drifting away from the remainder of his comrades as well. In recent weeks he spends a majority of his time filling his schedule with extra work, most likely to avoid interactions with the other Akatsuki members, and isolates himself within his living quarters after his shift ends. At present he is asleep in the guest bedroom of the house owned by two of his Uchiha kin and a member of the Nara clan. Mikabashi's expression remained void of any clear emotion, although his satisfaction could be seen deep within his eyes. It seems he has taken my advice into account. And how are things on your end, Yako? The plan is moving along smoothly, I hope. Yes sir, we will be ready to move forward any time from tomorrow. Then execute it tomorrow. But before that, here is something for the brat. Give it to Obito. The Kitsune tosses a crystal to his pawn, and upon catching it the Uchiha's eyes widen slightly. This is understood. Despite refraining from meeting with Obito because he didn't know which Sharingan user knew they were in an alliance, Yako obeyed Mikabashi's order with no hesitation as to not tempt the Kitsune's short temper. At the Akatsuki base, Obito had just finished his heap of paperwork and was preparing to lock up the building when Yako appeared behind him. I'm a bit surprised. I thought you didn't want to meet with me until you knew which Mangekyo user figured out that we're meeting up. HN. If the situation were any different, then believe me I would have stuck to that. What do you mean by that? Obito asked with his guard now raised even higher, expecting Yako to make some kind of move against him. I think you've gone without this long enough. Yako said while holding up the palm-sized white crystal before throwing it to the ground. A bright light burst from the broken glass-like rock, forcing Obito to shield his eyes to avoid blindness. When the light disappeared, the younger Uchiha's first instinct was to grab a kunai out of his ninja pouch, but he immediately froze when he saw what the crystal had released. Nagato. Obito quickly ran towards the limp body of the redhead and caught him before he hit the ground. He was warm. Putting his fingers on the side of Nagato's neck, Obito felt a faint pulse. Sorry for taking so long to return him to the living world. Resurrection is rather difficult when the body and soul were both almost completely destroyed, you know. You bastard. You really are working with the one behind that attack. Yako's laughter filled the room as his voice distorted into an even deeper and more demonic one in comparison to his raspy ghost-like one. Both of his eyes glowed a deep blood red and his slit pupils stabbed straight through Obito. His abnormal gaze made it feel as though something was crushing his soul and his body involuntarily froze in terror. Tell your brother that I am pleased with the outcome of this round of our little mind game. But can he handle what's coming next, I wonder? The phantom's psychotic laughter erupted through the silent room again before a mix of red and black fire swallowed his form and then vanished along with him. His words made Obito worry about Kazan more than ever before, but he had a bigger concern than that at the moment. Making sure Nagato didn't die again. Timeline: Before Naruto Part 1. April 5th. Third-person POV. After getting a good amount of sleep, Kazan went to work much earlier than the rest of his housemates. He expected to continue the heap of paperwork that he hadn't finished the night prior, but hadn't accounted for Obito interrupting him, and with what seemed to be a ridiculous cause at first. What mind game are you involved in with Yako? What happened to good morning, how are you? Or I'm guessing that manners just completely off the table today, Kazan remarked while stapling a few documents together before setting them down and organizing a second stack. Annoyed by the boy's attitude, Obito snatched the papers out of his hand and told him to answer the question. Slightly irritated by the Uchiha's action, Kazan resorted to a passive-aggressive reply. Unlike some people, I have no relation to him at all. Kazan then grabbed the papers back from Obito's hand and resumed skimming over them before stapling them together, attempting to ignore the glare his adoptive brother was shooting at him. Are you lying to me? Why would I lie about something like that? Better yet, where the hell did you even get that idea from? He told me last night. He said, and I quote, "Tell your brother that I'm pleased with the outcome of this round of our little mind game." Are you still going to deny it after that? Confusion washed over Kazan for a moment as he set the documents aside and then questioned Obito for more details. Did anything happen before he said that? Like what? Anything abnormal? Whatever you think is out of the ordinary for him. Some kind of a change in his behavior. Obito paused for a moment, finding Kazan's interest in the seemingly unrelated topic odd. His voice changed. Was that all? No, his eyes did too. Were they red with black sclera and slit pupils? How does any of that matter? Because I'm not lying. I have no affiliation with your little partner in crime. But that kitsune who attacked the village was after Kurama. If what you're saying is true, then it's possible that Yako was possessed by him when he gave you that message. Either you were overly exhausted and having hallucinations, or you just proved my theory about him being the guaranteed source of Yako's unnatural powers. A moment of silence went by with Obito not knowing what to say in reply, and Kazan went back to stapling documents and putting them in separate files before taking the stack to the filing cabinet to be stored away for later use. What was Yako doing here anyway? I thought he said that he was going to avoid meeting with you until he knew which Mangekyo user figured out your little secret. The Uchiha's hesitation to offer a reply raised suspicion in the younger Ravenet, and instead of repeating the question, he searched through Obito's memory, going over the events of the previous night. As soon as he discovered what Obito wasn't telling him, his relaxed demeanor completely vanished, being replaced by one of surprise and anger. I can't believe you. He brought Nagato back, and that wasn't the first thing you told me. I was going to just now until you looked through my memories. My uncle gets resurrected and your first priority is interrogating me about something as ridiculous as cooperating with the people who killed him. I never said you were cooperating with them, I just wanted to know if you were safe. Obito argued. I'm a Jinchuriki and a target. As long as Yako's alive, I'm not safe. Kazan retorted. I know that, and I'm constantly worried about you because of it. Your life is my top priority. What would you have done if our roles were reversed? Obito put up a good argument, and not being able to counter, Kazan went silent, but after having a few seconds to calm down, he finally apologized. I'm sorry. I admit it, I would have done the same thing for you. Even in our current situation. Ever since that damn attack, everything has been chaos. It's what he wants. That kitsune. Kazan hummed in reply before sighing out of his nose and closing the filing cabinet. He's in the hospital. His heartbeat was faint when Yako released him from the seal. He was barely alive but recovering quickly. You Uzumaki really don't accept death easily. Not even after having a biju extracted from you. It's almost inhuman. Other nations' fear of that strength paired up with our affinity for Fuinjutsu and ability to suppressing biju chakra so effortlessly is why Uzushiogakure was destroyed in the first place. It's not a gift, it's a curse that prolongs our suffering. Like this damn Sharingan. Both of them bestowed upon the same person is just a catastrophe waiting to happen. Or at least that would be the world's viewpoint. But not yours, right? In doubt of his answer, Kazan refused to provide one and exit the office, making his way towards the hospital where he sensed Nagato's faint chakra signature. He was about to reach for the door handle of the building when he sensed one of his chakra markings around the edge of the village being triggered. He froze dead in his tracks and focused on the intruding chakra signature. Recognizing it through his own sensory abilities, Kurama immediately snapped out of his light slumber and raised his head from inside Kazan's mindscape. That's Saiken. Something isn't right. Letting go of the door handle, Kazan put his visit to Nagato's hospital room on hold and teleported to the area he sensed Saiken's chakra only to see the biju in what appeared to be a disoriented state. His movements were uncoordinated and he was abnormally aggressive, spewing out toxic gas at whatever targets came into his line of sight and destroying the landscape with his swaying tails. He was rampaging, but what was the cause of his outburst? My sense of prediction is giving me alerts off the scale. I don't sense Kabuto's chakra anywhere near Saiken or the village, but it's telling me that he's behind this. What's going on? Realization struck him when he remembered what Mikabashi said when he read through Obito's memories. The next mind game. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. April 5th. Third-person POV. The next mind game. He's using the biju to attack us because he knows I don't want to hurt them. Watching on as Saiken continued his rampage, Kazan clenched his jaw as he glared daggers in the direction of the tailed spirit, his Sharingan activating involuntarily out of rage. We just received a report that the Six Tails is rampaging in the northeast direction. It has penetrated the common area between Aim and Kusa but does not seem to be advancing any closer toward the village. How should we proceed? Mangetsu's voice echoed through the mental link in Kazan's head. While Obito was giving out an order to restrain Saiken, Kazan interrupted him and gave all of the Akatsuki a different command. Do not engage. What? A majority of them voiced their opinion and attempted to argue. Kazan didn't answer any of their following questions and ignored all other arguments from the group as his eyes remained focused on an odd sight at the back of Saiken's neck. A small snake with its fangs pierced into his flesh. Upon closer inspection with his activated Sharingan, he saw a weak but steady flow of chakra being forced into Saiken's system through the snake's fangs. He then used his Sharingan paired up with their mental link to show the Akatsuki exactly what he was seeing. That right there is one of Kabuto's summoning snakes. And the chakra flowing into Saiken's system through its fangs is corrupt with the Black Fox's life force. None of you can destroy it. Stand by. This will be over with quickly. You're there? Itachi asked, half panicked. He penetrated my sensory barrier before the report came in. You think I'd stand by after knowing this was happening? For a moment nobody voiced any concerns or opinions, although none of them wanted him to engage with Saiken either. Be careful, Shisui said, his voice laced with a mix of seriousness and concern. He grunted uncaringly in response and severed the mental connection. While preparing to come up with a tactic on how to destroy the snake without hurting Saiken, the world around him seemed to freeze as the ghost-like silhouette of Indra suddenly sat beside him on the tree branch. What are you? Relax. I'm not really outside of your body. This is just a genjutsu. Kazan narrowed his eyes onto Indra, but the Otsutsuki's gaze remained fixed on the figure of his half-brother in the far distance. HN. Destroying the snake latched onto the back of his neck is all it will take to end this shenanigan of Mikabashi's. But you don't want to hurt him, do you? Kazan didn't reply to his question since his tone of voice implied that he didn't want an answer. This seems like a trivial but interesting task. Kazan rose an eyebrow in suspicion but waited to hear what the brunette's intentions were. Diverting his gaze from Saiken and making eye contact with his reincarnate Indra revealed his motive. Switch with me, Kaz. I'll kill the parasitic serpent for you. He was about to blatantly refuse, but remembering the conditions of their deal and the consequence of not upholding the contract, Kazan very reluctantly switched places with Indra, surrendering conscious control of his body over to the Otsutsuki. His core's connection to his physical body was slightly weakened and its connection to Indra's core became stronger, the whisker marks on his face disappearing and his eye color changing from blue to black, displaying Indra's control over his form. Now then. Let's test out the limitations of this human body. Sensing the spike in chakra a few hundred feet away from him, Saiken turned his head to face in Kazan, or rather Indra's direction. You have a leech on your neck, Saiken. Allow me to rid you of the itching little pest. Saiken blasted a cloud of toxic gas toward him, but Indra teleported above him from behind and summoned a sword in a flash of light before unsheathing it and swinging down in the direction of the snake with the blade. The force of wind created from the sword's strike pierced the snake, slicing straight through its flesh and destroyed it instantly. The aftermath of the swing was a shock wave that ripped through the air, knocking Saiken away and creating a fissure in the earth. While forced backwards in midair, the figure of the six-tailed beast reverted back into that of its Jinchuriki, and Utakata collided with the ground at the same time that Indra landed gracefully on his feet. Impressive. His arm actually handled the swing. As a reward, I think I'll let him hold on to this. Closing his eyes, Indra let out a grunt and switched back, with Kazan giving up control of his body and allowing his core to return to its dormant state. After regaining consciousness, Kazan took in the damage of Indra's single sword strike in disbelief. He didn't even use any chakra in that swing and he caused so much damage. His grip around the blade's handle tightened as he clenched his fist. He says that my core is on the same level as his, but physically I'm still so much weaker. I doubt I can do even half this much damage with my chakra. He swung this sword like it was nothing. Taking a closer look at the blade in his hand, he was intrigued by its abnormal appearance, so he slipped it back into the sheath and in a split second decided to hold on to it while he walked toward Utakata to take him to the medical center to be treated before he died from Saiken's complete transformation. Watching him through the eyes of a hawk under the control of his Rinnegan, Yako smacked his lips upon witnessing the Biju's failure to even scrape his target. Kabuto, however, had an amused expression on his features. "And what do you find so amusing about this?" Yako asked. "I see why your superior was so keen on me joining up with you. You're a useful pawn for battles but useless when it comes to complex strategies." The Rinnegan user shot the silver at a threatening glare which the egotistical strategist ignored entirely and continued rambling. The plan was never to control the six tails so it could hurt him, it was to use the beast to spark tension between Omegakure and Kusugakure by triggering an argument revolving around the Akatsuki taking the Biju and its host into their custody without permission from its home village. Then after that we'll stir up some more problems between the remainder of the Federation and even among the inhabitants of his own village. A twisted smile crept onto his face as a sense of sickly satisfaction overtook him, causing him to laugh like the madman he was. He may have his dear uncle back, but let's see how well he holds up in the midst of a civil war. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. November 1st. Kazan POV. 3 years. That's how long this hell went on. The hell of a civil war cunningly sparked by Mikabashi and his puppets. I underestimated his ability of manipulation. Sure, I wasn't as vulnerable to it anymore like I was before, distancing myself from everyone, but the case wasn't the same for them. The war itself had no effect on me, but the toll it took on those around me was hard to ignore. As the Akatsuki's main strategist and the true ruler of the crumbling Federation, it was my job to de-escalate every problematic situation that arose. Day after day Mikabashi came up with a new scheme, each having deeper and deeper intentions. Nothing was as it seemed and everything was just an illusion. The amount of brain power I had to use to decipher every one of his new plots was way more than I'd like to admit, and I don't even want to acknowledge how many times I had to ask Indra for help or bait him into giving me more information about the damn red kitsune. Urashi-sama wasn't of much help when it came to figuring out Mikabashi's hidden intentions, since he was a bit on the dull side when it came to strategizing, and I preferred not to go to Inari-sama after our disagreement. It was a petty move, I admit. Maybe Zabuza was right about me being selfish and impulsive. I just hadn't realized it at the time. Looking back on all the risks I took throughout my life and my encounters with dangerous opponents, I don't think my true reasoning for taking any one of those risks was for anyone other than myself. I now know that I am in fact a selfish egotist, and that I had been using and misleading people for my own gain ever since I can remember. The only difference now is that I don't deny it. I am a manipulator, end of story. I accepted who I am and have embraced it ever since. I use my skills to the fullest in order to gain the advantage in whatever new mind games Mikabashi attempts with no guilt or regrets. In a situation like this, where not only my life but the lives of all the Earth's inhabitants are in danger of being cut short or destroyed, it's better to accept my bad nature and take advantage of the resources and opportunities I have. This is the mindset I have developed and stuck to while on the clock. But during my time off from my duties as the Akatsuki's fourth commander, I suppress my manipulative nature as much as possible and live my life as close to normal as I can make it appear. I've ended up living behind a socially acceptable persona, wearing a mask all the time, both figuratively and literally, only removing the real one when around close comrades and never removing the fake one, not even around those I consider the closest to me. The only person that knows what I'm really like is Indra, and honestly I'm glad that way. At least I know he's not concerned or disappointed with the way things turned out. Third-person POV. Due to Kazan's recent change in behavior and unwavering seriousness when it came to either of his jobs, the ties between the separate villages within the Federation were restored and new, stricter laws were enforced to ensure that nothing similar would happen again. He not only created very specific rules that satisfied the leaders of each individual village, he also revealed himself, or rather Commander Noir, as the true founder of the Federation, and used a variety of tactics, genjutsu, manipulation, fear, and displaying the massive difference in their strength to overrule the authority of the village leaders, forcing them to submit as pawns. Through this tactic the war was finally ended for good, and no stunt Mikabashi pulled after that was successful, but that wasn't the only thing that forced the Red Kitsune into a passive state. Due to Inari enforcing a new factor to all 6 of their cores, Mikabashi could no longer go down to earth to continue his schemes. Not a single one of the celestial kitsune besides the creator of the factor themselves could override it and physically enter the lower planes of reality without being summoned or sent by him. If they do, then they risk erasure with no certainty of resurrection, and that was a risk Mikabashi wasn't keen on taking. All he could do now was use Yako to try and intimidate and manipulate the village rulers, but due to Kazan's solid execution of strategy and revelation of being more powerful than the Black Fox, none of them even budged. It infuriated Mikabashi, and he bore his teeth at the scene displayed through their linked memories of Yako failing yet again. That damned genjutsu of Indra's has their minds in a twist. If this progresses any further, we'll lose our influence over the remainder of the world. Regrettably, you do not seem to be of any use to me anymore, Yako, other than serving as the only compatible vessel for a fraction of my life force that is. In a Megakure. Nagato POV. For the past 3 years the constant friction between our separate villages raged on, but ever since Kazan said that he'd visit each of the village leaders as Noir, things in the village and all of the Federation became really peaceful. He enforced the new laws and renewed the judgment system of each of the villages, thinking up complex answers for complicated situations that could possibly take place, and ever since then everyone was happier. Everyone except for him, it seems. He changed drastically after I died, and ever since the war started he's just gotten worse and worse. I've considered terminating his position as a member of the Akatsuki for his own good to relieve him of the stress, but at the same time it would be too much of a setback since we all rely on his leadership, even in comparison to Shikaru, who was our second strategist and nearly just as brilliant. Their minds were simply on another level altogether. While it has been a long time since Yako and Kabuto tried anything, that doesn't mean they will stay docile forever, and Shikaru admitted that Kazan was the only one who was capable of decoding their complex strategies and immediately neutralizing the threat. Still though, I don't want him to carry this burden anymore. He never should have in the first place. And as long as he stays here, I know he won't listen to me even if I terminate his position. After all, he is the Federation's true founder and I'm just the face he uses to represent his leadership. In a game of chess, the game ends when the king is lost. And a pawn can't replace the king, only fill in the positions of the rest of the missing pieces. So what do I do in this situation? Kazan, age 10. Timeline. Before Naruto Part 1. Third-person POV. What do you mean you can't kill them off? Mikabashi asked through gritted teeth, his eyes piercing through Kabuto's soul with the sharpest glare he could emit from Yako's mismatched eyes. It's like you said, Mikabashi-sama, they're under his genjutsu. He used the Daikokutenjin on all of them to ensure they wouldn't go against him and that we can't control them with our own genjutsu or corruption seals. Kabuto explained. He's keeping his pawns on a tight leash, and because of the new rules he enforced, even if we kill the peasants he will still remain in supreme control of their territories. Yako added, temporarily limiting Mikabashi's control of his consciousness, his right eye still glowing red as evidence of the demonic kitsune's influence still lingering over his physical form. And how exactly did the little runt achieve this? He made them terminate their clansmen's rights to inherit their positions of power in the event that they are killed by either one of us or any of our allies. Basically they signed off their villages to him entirely, and if we get rid of them it only ensures that he remains the sole leader of the Federation with no way for friction to arise between the separate territories. He thought this through carefully. There's nothing we can do to restart the civil war. Not even spark any riots. The villagers are too satisfied with the new laws and justice systems he created. They're coexisting perfectly, as if they're a single nation and not an alliance. He has them all wrapped around his finger. The kitsune let out a demonic growl, releasing his rage in the form of an oppressing shockwave of malice, putting both of his subordinates on edge. Seems I underestimated the capabilities of that child. With every new report you give me he becomes more and more like that vexing forefather of his. His growling decreased and the malice in his aura subsided, but his irritation could still be sensed. You two had better figure out a way to get rid of him soon. Either that or force him into a situation where his hands are tied. And don't you dare call upon me unless you have succeeded. Mikabashi then released his influence over Yako's body, having the fraction of his consciousness within the Uchiha return to his original body within his hidden Jikuken dimension. He sat there silently and contemplated Kazan's drastic change in behavior and massive boost in strength. It doesn't make sense. How could he have become so merciless and uncaring this quickly? Not even he changed this suddenly. It took Kurozetsu nearly a decade to awaken his curse of hatred. What's so special about this boy? And regarding his boost in power, either Inari or Yurei must have done something to his core before his birth. There's no other explanation. Mikabashi's rage burned like a blazing inferno within his scarlet-red eyes. The jealousy of power and abilities he couldn't obtain without years of struggling being so effortlessly achieved by a mere mortal consumed him like a black hole and further drowned him in his resentment for the Uchiha clan. Mark my words, Otsutsuki reincarnate. In the near future you will suffer by my hands. A few days later. Minato POV. As Kushina and Noriko left the office, I diverted my gaze from the closed door and returned to my seemingly never-ending stacks of paperwork. I may be the yellow flash, but it was like my paperwork is always far faster, piling up endlessly in the mere milliseconds it takes me to blink. A long 15 minutes or so of silence passed by before something started to feel odd. The atmosphere suddenly became denser and heavier, and I felt the chakra signatures of the Anbu perched around my office fade away. I instantly raised my guard and kept my eyes on my surroundings, having a kunai ready in my hand just in case. For a few moments nothing happened, until I suddenly felt a stomach-churning dark chakra appear behind me out of thin air, and when I tried to stab them with the kunai my hand passed straight through them. The person wore a black and gray hooded cloak and had long charcoal black hair. For a moment I thought that it was either Madara or that other masked Uchiha who released the Nine Tails all those years ago, but when I saw that this guy was wearing a kitsune mask I knew that it was neither of them. It was the Black Fox. After my hand passed through him completely he grabbed my wrist and we made eye contact for a split second. A big mistake on my part, as all I saw was the glowing hue of a Rinnegan before feeling my consciousness being pulled into a genjutsu. Bastard! What do you want with my village? I yelled into the black abyss. I have no interest in Konoha, Lord 4th Hokage. Not anymore at least. A Megakure is proving to be a much more entertaining target. I clenched my jaw and continued looking around myself to watch out for any possible attacks from him. Then what do you want with me? I asked with my eyes narrowed in suspicion. It was quiet for a moment before he suddenly appeared behind me with his hand on my shoulder, instantly suppressing my chakra and restricting my ability to move. I felt him lean closer to my ear before whispering, "How would you like for me to take you to your son's kidnapper? Reveal the boy's location so you can bring him home." My eyes widened after hearing his offer and he released his hold on me and stepped backward, allowing me to turn around to face him. Is this some kind of a trick? Not in the slightest. All I want is to throw individuals whom I dislike into a state of chaos and suffering as a form of punishment for my displeasure with them. I am currently in an ugly dispute with the man raising your son, you see, and I think that forcefully taking the boy out of his custody would be a fine way to remind him of his position as nothing but scum compared to me. It benefits us both, no. As a shinobi you never know which day will be your last. It might be your only chance to return your dear lost son to his rightful home in the event that something unfortunate were to happen to him. Don't pass up this opportunity, Minato. Or should I motivate you using other methods? Extracting Naruto's 9 tails, for example. I glared at him. But of course I won't have to do that if you just do the smart thing and accept my offer. No strings attached. With no other way to get out of accepting the offer, I reluctantly agreed and heard him grunt before he told me to teleport to the far southern side of the village by the Naka River for him to take me to wherever it was that my son was, and then released me from the genjutsu. I sat still in my chair for a while thinking over everything. Was it a good idea to say yes? Were there really no strings attached? Is this it, the day that I finally bring him home? All my answers would only be solved by playing along with this bastard's plan. I guess I'll just have to see if this was a trap or not. So I gave the Anbu perched around my office an order to be on high alert if I didn't return by sunset, and then used Flying Raijin to transport myself to one of my marks that I sensed his presence was the closest to.